Tonight's presentation of Coast to Coast AM is an encore presentation from 1996. It's Art Bell's very first interview with Father Malachi Martin. And now, the very best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning as the case may be, across all these many, many time zones, stretching from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands in the west, all the way east across this great land, to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south all the way into South America and north to Santa Country at the pole, worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, live talk radio throughout the nighttime, right here, Friday night, Saturday morning, and something a little unusual coming up in a few moments. Dr. Malachi Martin. And you're in for a real treat tonight, let me tell you. So all of that coming up in a moment. I want to remind everybody on our webpage is a wide variety of items that you might want to take a look at. The Chehalis Washington Crop Circle, the Laguna Hills Southern California Crop Circle, the Oliver's Castle Crop Circle in AVI format actually forming before your eyes with lights above it. Electron microscope images of what are alleged to be alien implants done by a scientist in the Midwest at the behest of John Mack at Harvard, and some detailed high-res photos of the pyramid and the Sphinx by Caroline Davies. All of that up on the webpage right now, as well as a link to Dr. Malachi Martin's website right now on my website, which is www.artbell.com. www.artbell.com. So to it in a moment. What I'm advertising here should be in every single American household. Christmas would be just a great time for you to get it into the household of somebody you love. It's the Super Bajan crank-up radio. Now, it's got a crank on the side. You turn it for 30 seconds. You get 30 minutes of radio, emergency radio, or everyday radio if you wish. Every time you turn that crank, 30 seconds, you get 30 minutes of radio, and you get 30 minutes of emergency light, because it's got this wonderful built-in recessed LED array light that comes out, and it's on like a 10-foot cord or better, and you can clamp it to whatever and use it as a work light and have radio. It's got a solar panel on top. It's so sensitive, it will collect enough power from a 100-watt light bulb just above it to operate full time at full room volume. This is not a headphone thing. At full room volume, AM, FM, and shortwave radio, all wrapped up into this wonderful emergency instrument, or everyday instrument, whatever. And it's the weekly special offer for Christmas. Right now, on sale, $119.95. Wait a minute, there's even a better deal here. $119.95 on sale, but you buy three, and they go down to $99.95 each. That's a really, really good deal. So call the C. Crane Company in the morning at 1-800-522-8863. They begin, the Christmas doors open at about 6:30 in the morning. 1-800-522-8863. What a great gift for anybody. Mars is coming. That's right, everybody. It's really coming. Mars is about to be, this coming summer, it's about to be closer to Earth than it's been in 50,000 years. Your view of Mars through a high-class deep space telescope is going to be the best view there's been in 50,000 years. This is not to be missed. And so we have for you this wonderful, big, classic telescope. This is the monster of them all, folks. Comes on a tripod with an equatorial mount. It's absolutely the best scope for the money, and deep space stargazing, planet hunting, and visiting real close-up with Mars. What an opportunity. It's at forthenightsky.com. That's FOR, thenightsky.com. And aside from just that event worth seeing once in a lifetime, Getting a telescope for you and your family will begin to change your outlook on a lot of things in life about who we are and where we are with reference to everything else that's out there. It's very educational as well as fun. The number, if you'd like to order for Christmas, is 1-800-394-3307 at forthenightsky.com on the web. That's F-O-R, thenightsky.com on the web. Or 1-800-394-3307.
When people say you're bright, they mean you've got a lot going on up there. It's not something people who use drugs hear much. Because over time, drugs can change their brain. And the more times they try drugs, the more they want them. It's called addiction, and it's a disease that will waste your brain. For information, visit stopdrugaddiction.org or call 1-800-729-6686.
Dr. Malachi Martin, ex-Jesuit, former exorcist, and one-time advisor to 3 popes, is currently a best-selling author. As a premier investigator of clandestine politics and unlikely alliances of popes and cardinals, his novels offer rare insights into the men who guide nearly 1 billion people in faith and broker the destinies of countries and continents. As a member of the Vatican Intelligence Network, I didn't know they had one. Under Pope John the 23rd, Martin helped extend the church into Iron Curtain countries. In 1964, concerned about the corrupting influences of power, Martin was released from his vows of poverty and obedience after 25 years as a Jesuit. He left Rome for New York, where he did odd jobs until a Guggenheim Fellowship enabled him to write his first bestseller, Hostage to the Devil. It was followed by The Final Conclave, Vatican, 3 popes, and the Cardinal, The Keys of This Blood, The Jesuits, and apparently many others. He's a very prolific author. To give you some idea of how he is reviewed, Forbes magazine said, no spiritual journey is complete without a Vatican page-turner by Malachi Martin. Sacramento Bee said, it is to Martin's credit that his real-life fictional cardinals have flesh, blood, and bone, sometimes the heart of a South Chicago ward healer. The Dallas Morning News said, in biblical times, they would have called him a prophet. Publishers Weekly said it is impossible not to be impressed with Martin's profound knowledge of men, issues, and history. I could go on and on and on and on. For 30 years, as a Catholic priest, Dr. Martin did exorcisms. So from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin. Doctor, welcome to the program.
Well, good morning there, Art. How are you?
Oh, I am very well, and I am so honored to have you here.
No, I'm really privileged to be talking on this vast network. It is really universal.
It really is universal now. It's amazing.
I heard you describe it from north to south to east to west.
Oh, yes. Covers a lot of territory. I'm not, my background, doctor, is not Catholicism. I'm not Catholic. My wife is. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to stumble and bumble, and I hope you'll bear with me.
I doubt if you could stumble and bumble in anything. But anyway, we'll take that as a simple statement.
And take this also as a simple statement. Many years ago now, you can tell me how many, yes. The movie The Exorcist came out. Yes. It was the first of its kind, really, major movies, and it scared the hell out of me. Be honest with you. And as no movie, even with all their horrible little monsters, ever has since. And I'm not sure why.
Funny? Isn't that funny? Isn't that interesting? I find that very curious. I really do. Even more than any of the Dracula and the Frankenstein films.
Even more than the movies with Alien, where monsters are popping out of people's bellies and all sorts of horrible things.
Yes.
And I think the reason is because I viewed The Exorcist as real.
Yes, I think so. It did touch on a chord, the existence of a demon. which could, on occasion, inhabit the body of some human being. I think that might be the element. And it was set also, that particular picture was set in Washington, real lifetime Washington, and you had real live-looking characters undergoing these horrible contortions and distortions. So I suppose it did. The fact is, Art, that at the back of our consciousness, at least in, I was going to say in the West, but then I know it's the same in India, it's the same in China, it's the same in Japan, and in Latin America. At the back of our consciousness, there's always a fear of the evil one.
Yes. Well, there may be a reason for that. The evil one. Now, let me start there by asking you, is there a difference between possession by the devil and possession by a demon?
Yes, there is. You see, the mythology or the legend or the doctrine or the teaching, whichever you want to regard it as, it holds that there is a major evil spirit called Lucifer. And there is another one called Satan. And they are accompanied by, or they are among, many, many smaller demons. And these do attack and possess human beings in their will and their intellect. That's the general sort of picture you get from books and studies and doctrine and teaching about the devil and about evil. And I think, what I was saying was that I think at the edge of our consciousness there's always the fear that perhaps indeed there is such a thing, if we don't believe it. We Catholics do hold it, and Christians in general do hold it, but there's a consciousness, there's some evil spirit at work, it could be, in our world, and we're afraid of it. And that it can, according to the belief in many parts of the world and in many parts of history of man, there is the possibility of being possessed, of one's body being dominated by such an evil spirit and used for nefarious ends.
Doctor, is the devil a fallen angel? Is that correct?
That's the idea. They are all fallen angels. The idea is that once upon a time, 1/3 of the angels of God revolted against him and were condemned to hell and became demons.
What was the purpose of that rebellion, Doctor?
The purpose of the rebellion was simply the ambition of one spirit, Lucifer, the son of the dawn, that's what his name means, the light bearer or the son of the dawn, who said, I will not serve. I will be equal to God. And he was opposed by one spirit who said, who is like unto God? And that's the name of Michael, Mikael, who is like unto God. Mm-hmm. And there was supposedly this huge battle between the spirits, and the demons lost. And Michael and those fighting for God won. And forever the fallen angels, those who rebelled, are condemned to hell and condemned to be evil and to promote evil amongst human beings.
How do we, human beings, fit into the picture? It's almost as though the war is over human beings.
Yes, it is over human beings. The teaching is that once upon a time God envisaged the world inhabited by men and women and served by angels. But when Lucifer and Satan and the other demons, then angels, were asked to collaborate and cooperate and serve human beings, especially one particular human being who would be God, namely Christ Jesus of Nazareth, they said, no, we are angels, we are superior to these material beings. We haven't got their limitations, and we don't die, and we haven't got material bodies, we are pure spirits. So they were destined originally to serve human beings, and they refused.
Doctor, how old were you when you became a priest?
I was 33.
33,
and that was in 1954.
And when did you first encounter as a young priest, how did you encounter anybody who was possessed? I know you have done. How many exorcisms have you done?
I've done thousands of minor exorcisms and about a couple of hundred major ones. Major ones in duration and in intensity are difficult, very difficult, and they're far fewer than the thousands of exorcisms you do every year. Exorcisms against various ailments like, for instance, persecution, a complex, where you're really being obsessed by a devil or a demon, or alcoholism, or as the human ills. The list is enormous. Now, I first of all came across it in Cairo. That was the first time that I assisted at an exorcism.
Cairo, Egypt.
Cairo, Egypt. I was there. I originally started off as an archaeologist, and I was an expert in handwriting, ancient handwriting, about the time of Abraham. That's about 1700 BC. That's about, 3,000-something years ago. Yes, sir. And I was roped in one evening because an exorcism which was taking place in the poorer quarter of Cairo, the assistant to the exorcist, there's always an exorcist and an assistant, the assistant had fallen ill, and I was asked to substitute. And that was my first experience.
Well, it is my understanding, again, I'm operating from total ignorance here, other than the movies that I've seen.
Yes.
It may be all wrong. But my understanding is the Catholic Church does not lightly undertake to do an exorcism.
No.
How does it decide?
It decides this way. All right, so somebody comes to the church authorities and saying, look, my uncle, my brother, my wife, my sister, whatever it is, they are showing very funny signs. And there's usually in every good, well-run diocese, there's an exorcist, that is a priest appointed by the local bishop to deal with this. So the first thing you do is examine them, get them examined by a doctor, and find out, are they physically sound?
Certainly.
See, there are ailments like La Tourette syndrome or Huntington's chorea or a simple tumor on the brain which produces phenomena, produces events in a person's life that look very like possession but are not. So you must first of all satisfy yourself that there's nothing physical, no physical basis. Then one or two expert psychiatrists, usually people who don't believe in God, by the way, because they're skeptical, must tackle you and find out, are you just plain loony, or is there something they don't understand? And
Sure.
if they come back with a report saying, well, the pattern is normal, we can't explain it, then the church authorities generally say, okay, let's try exorcism. And in the first 20 minutes, believe you me, in the first 20 minutes, everybody at an exorcism ceremony knows whether it's genuine or not. It's quite clear.
In the longest or the hardest exorcisms, how long typically might it go on?
It can go on for the classic one in the United States was about 2.5 years long.
2.5 years?
2.5 years, yeah. It's been written up very recently by a simple reporter who simply chronicled the entire thing. But I've assisted at ones which went on for, 17 weeks.
My goodness.
We measure it in weeks. Sometimes it's only a week. Sometimes it's only hours. It depends. It depends on the tenacity of the demon in possession. It depends on the antecedents of the person. It depends on so many factors you just can't predict. You go into it blind in that sense.
You said, you said demons. So the majority of possessions are by demons.
That's right, they are. All true possession is by demons. Now, see, there's a distinction between possession and obsession. Obsession is where somebody is being bothered continually by, for instance, cases I have in hand at the present moment are people who are bothered continually by appearances of animals with human faces bothering them, or pressures on them at night when they want to go to sleep.
Yes.
And funny faces and funny things happening to them. And you finally, when you rationalize it all and had the person examined physically and mentally, you come to the conclusion there are objective events taking place, and they are being bothered and obsessed by a demon, and then you set about chasing that demon away.
Of those that have gone past the medical doctor and the psychiatrists, what percentage would you say turn out to be actual cases of possession?
My experience would say about 80%. 80%.
Then I would also ask, you said examined by 2 psychiatrists who do not necessarily believe in God.
That's right. Generally, I've always tried to use the services and the skills of psychiatrists who will tell you I'm an atheist. You know, I really don't believe practically in God.
Really?
So, well, they're not influenced, therefore, by any prejudice.
So then there is a good use for even the atheist.
There is. Although I must tell you that I've only found 1 or 2 psychiatrists who wanted to assist at an exorcism, and generally, one of them I wrote about, Dr. Hammond, he simply gave up all psychiatry.
He did.
Once he went into the real thing. Yes.
My question was going to be, how many people who thought they were possessed were diagnosed, in your opinion, incorrectly by psychiatrists who might tend to, because of their own prejudice, want to claim this apparent malady as their own territory? So how many never made it to you because they were incorrectly diagnosed?
A very great number, especially when we come down to a thing called MPDs. It's an abbreviation used by psychiatrists for multiple personality disorders. That is, you know, say, let's take the name Hilda, and Hilda says that she becomes Mary in certain occasions, then she becomes Joan on other occasions, and she becomes Geraldine on third occasion, you know, multiple personality disorder. And for a long time, MPDs were simply analyzed as MPDs. And then, under certain circumstances, they began to find out that it was much more than that. It was a case of demonic possession. And that has to be very carefully distinguished, because you can make a dreadful mistake and think a true MPD is possessed, or vice versa, that a person really possessed is an MPD.
Well, then I would ask, I guess, can a person be possessed by more than one entity?
Oh, yes, and the same demon can possess 3 people at the same time.
Oh, my.
It all depends. The variation is tremendous. And nobody, you see, Art, this is a very dirty, unhealthy, inhuman, insalubrious, wicked, and unnatural process and event, and nobody should touch it with a barge pole except somebody trained, and even then to be very careful, because it's highly dangerous. For instance, if you start any nonsense, real exorcism, and a lot of people don't know the difference between that and therapy, the difference between that and prayer, healing prayer, deliverance prayer as they call it. But if you start something like that and don't finish it, you're going to have trouble for the rest of your life.
Well, I was going to ask you about the danger to yourself, and I will do that when we come back. Dr. Martin, stand by. We'll come back to you in a moment.
Sure.
We're at the bottom of the hour. My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin. For 30 years, he did exorcisms and was in the hierarchy of the Catholic Church. It's going to be a very interesting evening. I suggest you stay right where you are.
Checking WHAM's radar weather for the remainder of the overnight. Just clear skies and a very cold night. Down to about 15 in the city and near the lake shore, but easily down into the single numbers south of Rochester. Wednesday, bright sunshine early, then the clouds are going to roll in by the afternoon. The high temperature in the mid-30s. Thursday, the winds pick up. It's going to be turning noticeably milder. Chance of a rain shower by the afternoon. Then the high temperature in the mid-40s. This is Wham! News Source 13 meteorologist Glenn Johnson.
WHAM was Rochester's first radio station. station. Wham went on the air in July of 1922. George Eastman gave us our callings. For the past 80 years, you've depended on us for news, weather, vital information, and the best talk. Now, the readers of the Democrat and Chronicle have voted Wham Rochester's best radio station. Thank you. Thank you from all of us who work so hard for all of you. Rochester's best radio station. News Radio 1180, WHAM.
Have questions about where to get the health care services you and your family need, such as emergency care, family medicine, rehab, cardiac care, diabetes education, or women's services? Chances are, what you need is available from Unity Health System, and you can get connected to our complete network of health care with just one call. Dial 368-3000. On call, Unity Health's physician referral and health information service can help you find the health care you need close to home or work. We have hundreds of friendly, experienced doctors and specialists, and the finest facilities in the area. In fact, our Park Ridge Hospital is home to the area's newest family birthplace and surgical center, and one of the country's top 100 intensive care units. Get connected to the Unity community and all the healthcare services and information you need. Call OnCall at 368-3000 or visit our website at www.unityhealth.org.
When you want music on the radio, try Clear Channel's Mix 100.5. About 500,000 people listen to Clear Channel radio stations in Rochester every week, and more people are discovering Mix 100.5 every day. Mix means variety from the 80s, 90s, and now. It's a unique, upbeat mix that you won't find anywhere else on the FM dial. So next time you want music, don't think warm, think Mix. It's Rochester's best variety. Mix 100.5.
You can bet on it on TV.
Racing has been a vital part of the sporting scene in Western New York for many years. Western Regional Off-Track Betting Corporation is proud to bring the best of racing to communities throughout the region. OTV simulcasts local and national races 7 days a week. As a nonprofit agency, all the monies that OTV raises are paid to local governments. OTV helps the racing industry with payment to the racetracks, to the local breeding funds, as well as the state of New York. OTV, a vital business serving Western New York.
Coast to Coast AM, driven by Bob Johnson Chevrolet.
So, Klein, have you got all your holiday shopping done yet?
No, Beth. I've been reviewing so many movies, I just haven't had the time. I don't even know where to begin.
Well, my friend, I have the perfect gift idea for you. I'll give a hint. You can't wrap it because it's live.
What is it, a pony?
It won't fit down the chimney.
It is a pony.
No, it's not a pony. Here's one last hint. You'll use it once and remember it forever.
Enough already, Beth. What is the perfect gift?
It is the gift of Jiva Theater, my friend.
Of course, Jiva holiday gift certificates. They are the perfect gift.
And Bill, a gift certificate for 2 tickets for any Jiva show this season is priced at only $70. That's a savings of over $30.
Whether they like their theater affectionate, exotic, or musical, Jiva gift certificates will be the hit with everyone on my list this holiday season.
Jiva Theater holiday gift certificates are available at the Jiva box office or by calling 232-JIVA, or you can visit the Jiva kiosk at Eastview Mall in the Bon Ton Wing. You know, Bill, I would love to get a Jiva gift certificate. Hint, hint.
Thanks, Beth. You're a lifesaver. Now about that pony.
Dr. Laura.
Shouldn't have alcoholism in the house with the kids.
Weekdays, 9 to 11.
You shouldn't be screwing around in front of your daughter with other women.
On News Radio 1180, WHAM.
Tonight's presentation of Coast to Coast AM is an encore presentation from 1996. It's 5 hours with Art Bell and one of his most beloved guests, Father Malachi Martin. And now, the very first interview with Art Bell and Father Malachi Martin on this Coast to Coast AM.
Once again, here I am. Good evening, good morning, whatever the case may be. My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin, and we'll get back to him in a moment.
the After Dark newsletter has been reporting subjects that we talk about right here on the show. And just like the show, After Dark has been evolving and changing and keeping folks guessing. You never know what you're going to get next, but it's always a lot of fun. Give yourself a treat and subscribe. Just log on to my website, artbell.com. Go to the library link on the left. You'll find the After Dark link in the menu there. Click and you can subscribe on the secure server. Or call any time of the day or night, toll free, 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505 for only $39.95. You'll receive this 4-color magazine every month for a year. Subscribe right now and you'll get 2 free issues, 14 for the price of 12. Subscribe online at artbell.com or call right now, 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505.
Call today, 1-800-413-9400.
My way to quit smoking is to avoid having one cigarette. If I have one, I'll go back. I'm using Nicorette on a regular schedule to help prevent cravings. And every now and then, when I really want to smoke just one, like after a big meal, I take an extra piece to help stay in control. Over time, I'll use less and less Nicorette. After 12 weeks, I'm done. This is going to work for me.
You can do it. Nicorette can help. Use as directed. Follow dosing schedule. Individual results may vary. Support program can improve success rate.
Remember this number, 800-833-0727. We've put together the most comprehensive package on Planet X available. Mark Hazelwood's book provides a mosaic of information, while Jim McCanney's book grounds us in the science of Planet X. And we have a very informative video of both authors at the Global Wings Conference. You get both books and the video for just $49.95 plus shipping and handling. Call us right now, 800-833-0727.
Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin. Doctor, are you there?
Of course I am.
Good. Good.
Listening to everything. I'm fascinated.
Doctor, is there now, or is there going to be an Antichrist?
Whether there is now is a question. There is going to be an Antichrist, and I think the best thing we can do is talk about his public appearance.
All right.
Because he may already be in existence. For me to say he is in existence would immediately provoke the questions, where is he and what is he doing?
Yes.
Now, I want to avoid that.
Yes.
But he will be manifest publicly within a reasonable amount of time. Most people who are 20-something or 30-something will come across Antichrist in their life. I'm 76. I may not.
How will we know him?
We will know him by 2 main qualities. First of all, he will arrive at a time when we as a race have what looks like insuperable problems. Supposing we discover we have really insuperable environmental problems.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Supposing we find we have insuperable health problems, a disease,
yes,
wasting nation after nation. That's the first thing. He will have solutions for those problems. He will have wise solutions that are real solutions. And number 2, the result of his intervention and the results of his solutions will be such that people will say, you must be God. And he will accept that attribute.
He will accept that.
Yes, he will accept that. Those are the 3 marks of the Antichrist.
Well, you've already done it to me. You're already giving me chills. I've been a talk show host, Doctor, for about, in this incarnation, 13 years.
That's a long time.
Doing this program. And in the last several years, Doctor, I've begun to observe something that I just picked a word and I began to call it the quickening. And
it's a very good word, Art. It's a very discerning word. You must speak from experience.
Well,
you must.
I speak from watching the news of what man is doing by the day,
yes.
Doctor. And by this quickening, I mean socially. I'm watching these horrible things happening. Yesterday is just an example. In Sacramento, a man was holed up and killed his 2 children in front of his wife, and then in front of his wife killed himself. This kind of senseless, mindless, unbelievable behavior socially.
And it's not isolated, my God.
I know, it's not isolated. Politically, Doctor, I look around and I see no sense to what is going on. We have lost our way.
We have lost our way. There's no doubt about that. Could I stick in something at this moment, Art? Could I make a remark?
You may indeed.
There is, in Scripture and in tradition, and by the way, I'm a Roman Catholic, so I'm not sort of dependent on the Bible as Protestants are, and that's their choice. But there is a thing called the mystery of iniquity, and it's a very constant teaching of the Bible and of religious men and women, and it's this, that evil is allowed from time to time to so dull the senses of men and women and to so disturb the equilibrium of their minds that they do crazy, real crazy, mad, bad things.
Mm-hmm.
And here is the point that gives me a chill. I'm 76, and I noticed that in the last 20, 25 years of my life, the incidents of such disequilibrium, the incidents of that seem to be much more frequent than when I was younger.
Yes.
Much more, there are much more shocking things happen, and it's not that we're getting to know them. No. The world was connected at that time. Communications were slower when I was young, say when I was 25, or when I was 20. But everything, all the news got around, but we never heard such a plethora of shocking, unbelievably violent, unnatural happenings to ordinary people. So the mystery of iniquity it seems to be pressuring, and the idea in the teaching about the mystery of iniquity is that there is a darkness, a mental darkness that closes in and makes ordinary people do the most extraordinary and shocking things.
Well, that's one part of it, a horrible, scary part of it, but also you mentioned the environment.
Yeah.
I've been monitoring stories lately, Doctor, about the ozone, about deformed frogs, which are said to be an indicator species. I have had people on from various disciplines that you may not agree with who call themselves remote viewers, to prophets, to Native Americans, and frankly, they all tell a very similar story with regard to what they think is immediately in front of us in the next few years.
I happen to agree with them. I happen to have gone further in my thought than merely agreeing with them. I think there is a case of radiation. I think that we are being radiated in such a way that it distorts the chemical balance of our system, our mental system. And that slowly but surely, a vast section of the public is being dulled, doesn't see what's happening.
Yes.
Doesn't realize what is being done to them.
The slowly boiling frog.
That's right. I mean, the frogs they buy. There was one example of a frog reported here in all our papers in North America, of a frog with one eye in its head and the other in its mouth.
Yes, I know.
The distortion, the complete ruination of nature.
I'm afraid I can tell you more, Father, from the north central part of the United States, across to Vermont, to Montreal, even in Japan now.
Yes.
Deformed frogs with 4 to 6 legs, as you pointed out, eyes in throats, missing eyes, and I could go on and on. Horrible deformities. Something's happening.
Well, and then, by the way, we should also add things we are not told in public. The deformed babies that are born in a section of Europe which is also covered by the Chernobyl explosion, but also simply happening, deformations of adults as well as children. And they're not reported widely.
Doctor, a report 2 days ago from London of an abnormal amount of deformed fetuses in Britain. Britain is experiencing more radiation, ultraviolet radiation, as a result of depletion of the ozone right now than are we.
Sure. Then, by the way, there's a thing because we're touching a sacred cow when we touch on it, and that's nuclear energy.
Yes, sir.
I'm firmly convinced from the evidence that, and the evidence by reputable scientists, these are not crackpots. They're men who have engaged in Nobel Prize activities in chemistry and in physiology and economics, and they can point out the effect of radiation on the human frame, especially on those parts of the brain that deal with moral and ethical judgment. And it's a bit frightening because it means that the rise in criminality, the distinct rise in criminality, recidivism, constant crime and doing, and horrible crimes with no reason at all but simply cruelty, is some deformation of nature in itself. And I'm afraid it's on the increase, not on the decrease.
Is it reasonable to ask you when a human being is possessed by a demon, what is the purpose of the possession of an individual?
The destruction of that individual's soul to such a point that it must end up in hell. Hell being a place, a location, an existence which is totally separate from God. The belief is that everybody was created to be happy forever, and God wants everybody to enjoy heaven, the joys of heaven, the perpetuity of heaven, the peace of heaven, and the ecstasy of heaven. The demons, excluded from that and barred from it because of their rebellion, want to make sure that as many human beings as possible don't attain it. And that is done by possession. And possession is a funny thing. It's a funny operation. It never starts suddenly. You don't wake up in the morning and say, gee whiz, I'm possessed. You know, it doesn't happen like that. It's like any addiction. It's like anything that happens slowly. It's bit by bit. Bit by bit, I cede control of my will and my intellect to a demon. And one day, the possession is complete.
Is this a fight, Doctor, between an individual's will and that of the demon?
Well, usually, to be more accurate, it's a fight between the will of the exorcist and the will of the demon.
Well, I guess I meant before you or somebody like yourself has met up with this possessed individual, as the process of takeover is underway, is it a fight between the person's... Yes,
it is, between the person's will and the demon intending to possess. Usually the tendency or the attempt to possess is through deception. For instance, we have, in the northeast corner of America, since 1975, we've had a huge increase in the following type of possession. A young man, say 30-something, 40-something, a young woman, will come and say, look, when I was in college, when I was studying, when I took up a residence as a doctor, a lawyer, whatever it was, I made a pact with the devil. I needed money. I needed a position. And I asked him to help me, and he did, but he took over my will and my mind. Now I want to get rid of it. How do I get rid of it?
Well,
we have an increase in that phenomenon, which I never thought we had. Some of them don't even believe in God. Some of them are Jewish, some of them are Buddhist, some of them are Christian, some of them are Protestants or Catholics. There's no profile of the possessable person.
Once you have issued such an invitation, is there any way to go back?
If it has been taken up, then your only recourse is exorcism that we know of. There may be other recourses. We don't know of any recourse except that.
Are there cases in which a possession is not obvious?
Yes,
I would imagine there are many where the spirit has simply won and is in firm control. I would think that the people who come to you are those who are sort of in the middle of a giant battle.
That's right. When you find the typical things of somebody throwing themselves on the ground or cursing and spitting and protesting and defecating, urinating and all sorts of protest. What they're doing is protesting, saying, help me.
Yes.
Help me. The perfectly possessed, we call them the perfectly possessed, are those that are completely at peace. And I've known several of the perfectly possessed, and I avoid them like the pest. And you know them only by almost accidental means. Sometimes they're perfectly normal, by the way, and they've got great business probity. They're married, they have children and wives, and they put down responsible jobs. There's nothing wrong there. Now and again, just now and again, it's as it were, a veil is drawn aside, and you see somebody you don't know at all. You just don't know this person, this man, this woman. And there's a completely alien look, a completely alien attitude, and they breathe alienation. And you know then, if you have a nose for it, you know then that they're perfectly possessed and there's nothing to be done about it. The first man I knew like that was called Beedham, John Beedham, and it was a frightening experience because I had known him for years.
In other words, their pact, their deal, they are at peace with and comfortable with their deal.
That's right. And they have passed through the usual Satanist rituals too. The three Satanist rituals: the power of inflicting pain, the power of hating, and the power of burning fire. Fire is part of the Satanist and the Luciferian development. And they've passed through all those with flying colors.
Doctor, I want to circle back for a second.
Sure.
You scared me quite well. You said, and this was going to be a major question for you this morning.
Yes.
I talked to you about the quickening.
Yes.
I didn't even get to all the facets. To me, it's many, many things. But you said there was a huge increase in the number of possessions, and I was going to ask you that. To me, that just adds to the pile. That is true. There's more now?
It's about, since 1975, when I really started in earnest exorcisms in the United States, it's about 800% increase in frequency.
Oh, my.
Frequency. And it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. And one part of the phenomenon is this, Art, that now, for the first time, exorcists and psychiatrists are working closely together. And I work with psychiatrists. I do the spiritual side of it, and they do the psychiatric end of it. There's always a psychiatric preparation and follow-up on after an exorcism.
You mentioned that one psychiatrist simply gave up psychiatry.
That's right. I gave him a code name of Hammond. That's not his real name. But he was very, very skeptical about it all. And finally I said, okay, doctor, look, if you insist, but you must have some protection. He wasn't a Catholic, by the way. But he was a very honest, sincere man. I didn't mean but. He was. And once he went through it, that was it. He would never touch another possessed person. He would never touch psychiatry ever again. He went off and did something else. He was a qualified doctor and became an only MD. And confined himself to that.
Doctor, how frequently do you think psychiatrists who are treating patients, or what percentage of their patients might indeed, instead of suffering psychiatric problems, be suffering some form of possession?
Well over 50% of the cases I have observed.
Wow.
Well over 50% are really possessed by demons, and of course nothing can be done about it. They're diagnosed as schizophrenic, or as MPDs, or as whatever, and there's no succor for them. There is no succor or help for them at all.
When you have done your job, and when we come back from the top of the hour, we'll talk about what an actual exorcism is like. I guess I want to know. But when you have done your job, and it's all over, and the demon leaves, where does that demon go?
Well, let me gently but firmly sort of put in a corrective there, Art, from the point of view of an expert. The demon has been deprived of a place, a location, a person, a human person, in which to exercise power. Therefore, they're confined to where they originally were, which is hell. They go back merely to suffering, because their suffering is intense and perpetual and non-stop. They have had a chance of exercising power outside of their tortures, and indeed, the evil they inflict is a way of their getting their own back in some way or other, even though it doesn't relieve their pain.
So they are punished for their failure.
That's right. They're punished, and that's why in the Gospels, for instance, you have the evil spirit saying to Jesus, "No, don't send us back to hell. Send us into these pigs." Do you remember the swine of Gerasene?
Yes.
And they rushed over the precipice into the water and drowned themselves. They could possess something. There's a sort of relief, a temporary relief, in not being condemned purely and simply to suffer in hell. And therefore they want something to inhabit. And Christ himself said that, and St. Paul says, and St. Peter, and lots of things in the New Testament say that the devil goes around seeking whom he may devour, like a lion, whom he may possess. And I must tell you that the enormous increase, about 800% over what it used to be in our small area, because it's only a small area we do, the northeast corner. Mm-hmm. And it is a huge increase. And here's one more thing to say, Art, which may sort of provoke a whole series of questions. Possession of the real diabolic kind is generational.
Generational?
It's generational.
Passed on.
It's passed on by training. And it's a dreadful thing when somebody comes in who are perfectly respectable, good, normal American families, and they have reared their children to be Satanists and to accept possession, and they would, unless they stopped themselves, pass it on to their children. And it's been going on for well over 200 years.
All right, Doctor, hold it right there. Relax. You've got 8 or 9 minutes. I need 8 or 9 minutes after this. And we'll be right back. And when we come back, we will ask you about that, and we will ask you about an actual exorcism. Dr. Malachi Martin is my guest. I think I'm glad we're taking a break. We're going to do that right now. We'll be back with more. You're listening to the American CBC Radio Network.
Merry Christmas. And what would you like this year?
A custom-made putter weighted heavy at the toe.
Wait a minute. You're the little golfer from last year, right?
Mom and I are back in the mall to get my dad discounted tickets to the 2003 Wegmans Rochester LPGA.
Discounted tickets?
Yeah, daily passes start at just $20, while full tournament passes are just $35. And since my parents are going, I get in free because I'm under 15.
What a great gift idea.
Ask Mrs. Claus to visit area malls to get you a daily pass or a ticket to the new Champions Pavilion. She can also get tickets at any Wegmans video department, Locust Hill Country Club, or at RochesterLPGA.com.
You know Santa likes presents, too.
Let's just stay focused on that putter.
Get your discounted passes to the 2003 Wegmans Rochester LPGA. Proceeds benefit Monroe County disabled children. Call 427-7100 for details. The Wegmans Rochester LPGA, June 16th through the 22nd. Come to play.
You've put Volvo on your list of vehicles to consider. Now, put Best Volvo at the top of your list, because here is an incredible lease deal on a new Volvo S60. Right now, Best Volvo will lease you a new S60 for only $357 a month. Yes, just $357 a month for a new Volvo S60, only through December 31st. What an incredible lease deal on an exceptional car. The S60 comes loaded with automatic, sunroof, CD, leather, power, everything, plus climate package, front-wheel drive, and more. Only $357 a month. And the value you get with Volvo is superior. Hurry. Once this year is over, this special offer will be too. From Best Volvo, Rochester's exclusive Volvo dealership, 1500 University Avenue. Best Volvo. Lease the
US 60 for $357 a month for 48 months. Total due delivery is $17.98. No security deposit required. Must take delivery by January 4th, 2003. For more information, call 1-888-621-8873.
Your station for school and business closings and the most accurate forecast. News Radio 1180, WHAM Rochester, a Clear Channel radio station.
CBS News. I'm Jim Sheneby. Another major U.S. corporation is heading to bankruptcy court. Insurance and finance giant Conseco has filed for Chapter 11 protection, the third largest bankruptcy in U.S. history. Terms were negotiated before the Tuesday night filing after months of talks with creditors to restructure $6.5 billion in debt. Banks and bondholders who took part in those talks apparently did reach terms with the company, but holders of preferred securities did not. Conseco was at one time a Wall Street darling with a total return of 47% per year from 1988 to 98. The company's shares traded as high as $58 back then. Today, they're valued at less than a nickel. Trying times at the Golden Arches. McDonald's warning Tuesday that it will report its first quarterly loss in the fast food giant's 47-year history. The announcement came 12 days after a management shakeup that included a new CEO. The company says its price war with rival Burger King has not paid off. It's also blaming a crowded restaurant market in the U.S., mad cow disease overseas, and a number of marketing mistakes. Trent Lott thinks he has the votes he needs to hold on to his GOP leadership role in the Senate. Republicans gather January 6th to hash out the controversy over Lott's allegedly racist statements. Correspondent Bob Schieffer.
You cannot emphasize how concerned Republican senators are about all of this. In a funny kind of way, you now have Democrats and some members of the Black Caucus hoping that Trent Lott will stay on because they think they can exercise so much leverage over him now because he has been so weakened by all of this. So in a funny kind of way, you have Democrats now and members of the Black Caucus hoping Trent Lott will stay on, and Republicans, members of his own party, hoping that he will resign, and the sooner the better.
A UN report suggests al-Qaeda is back in the business of training terrorists at camps in eastern Afghanistan. CBS News counterterrorism expert Raymond Tanter says it's been no secret al-Qaeda is still active in the region.
A couple of American soldiers plus a translator, Afghan translator, were wounded in the market of Kabul, right in the capital of Afghanistan, and that operation probably took pennies, or I should say Afghanis, which is the currency of Afghanistan.
One dead, hundreds sickened, and the Marines are still trying to contain a bacterial outbreak at a training depot in San Diego. Correspondent Steve Futterman is there.
Several dozen Marine recruits remain in the hospital. One is still in critical condition and fighting for his life. So far, there's been one death, an 18-year-old private who died on Sunday after developing a rash on his ankle. The rash quickly spread to the rest of his body. An autopsy has been completed. The results won't be known possibly for several weeks, but Marine officials insist he did not die from the so-called flesh-eating bacteria.
On Wall Street, the Dow losing 92 points. This is CBS News.
If you're trying to lose weight, then grab your pen and paper because now you can try Carbolife Gold for free. That's right. The makers of Carbolife are giving away free trial packs to everyone who calls right now. You heard right. Everyone who calls right now can get a free trial pack of Carbolife Gold. You want to lose weight for free? You got it. Carbolife Gold has become Chicago's favorite weight loss supplement. In fact, Linda from Aurora lost 42 pounds. Cindy from Crystal Lake lost 61 pounds. Tina from Elmwood Park lost over 80 pounds and keeps it off with Carbolife Gold. Now it's your turn. Don't delay. If you're serious about wanting to lose weight, now's your chance to do it for free. Get your free 2-week trial pack of Carbolife Gold by calling now. This offer is not available in stores, and the supplies are limited.
Call 1-800-689-1752. That's 1-800-689-1752. Burn the fat now with your free 2-week trial pack of Carbolife Gold. Call now. 1-800-689-1752. 1-800-689-1752.
A study published in the Journal of the National Cancer Institute found no link between light to moderate drinking of alcohol and lung cancer. Previous studies had suggested such a link, but researchers say this time they factored in the effects of smoking and statistically eliminated booze as a contributor to increased risk of lung cancer. Light to moderate drinking defined as 1 to 2 drinks per day. The study did suggest that drinking more than that could elevate the risk for several forms of cancer.
Several dozen Marine...
Returning from the endless summer, one of the latest films to be added to the list of movies to be preserved by the National Film Registry. 22 other films also made the Library of Congress list, including The Black Stallion, Alien, Boys in the Hood, From Here to Eternity, and In the Heat of the Night. Congressional librarian James Billington says selection is not an endorsement of a movie's ideology or content, but simply a recognition of its importance in American film. Jim Sheneby, CBS News.
News Radio 1180, WHAM. In-depth team coverage to keep you informed. Rochester's news leader, 24 hours a day. Depend on it.
Checking WHAM's radar weather for the remainder of the overnight. Just clear skies and a very cold night. Down to about 15 in the city and near the lakeshore, but easily down into the single numbers south of Rochester. Wednesday, bright sunshine early. Then the clouds are going to roll in by the afternoon. The high temperature in the mid-30s. Thursday, the winds pick up. It's going to be turning noticeably milder. Chance of a rain shower by the afternoon. Then the high temperature in the mid-40s. This is Wham! News Source 13 meteorologist Glenn Johnson.
News Radio 1180, WHAM wants to make the holidays a little brighter for you. Listen to Wham! Every day this week for your chance to win $2,500 and be registered for your shot at $1 million. Just be the 25th nationwide caller to 1-866-525-WINS when you hear the cue to call in and win. Brought to you by Office Depot. Visit Office Depot, your holiday gift store, offering a variety of business gifts to high technology items. Good luck from Clear Channel Worldwide at News Radio 1180 WHAM.
Hour on Coast to Coast AM, an encore presentation from 1996. It's Art Bell and his first interview with Father Malachi Martin. And now, the very best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin. I'll tell you more about him in a moment for those of you just joining. For many, many years, as a Catholic priest, he did exorcisms, real ones. He says there's been an 800% increase in recent years in exorcisms. That's in the northeast part of the country. He says our environmental problems, social problems, are catching up with us rapidly. He agrees in substance with what many of my other guests have said. This is not going to be easy to digest for you this morning. So kind of set yourself up for it and get ready. And we'll get back to it in just a moment. Would you like to feel 10 years younger in 10 weeks? Now there's proof. The effects of aging can be slowed down and even reversed with HGH, human growth hormone. For some time now, you've heard me talk about the incredible age-reversing benefits of HGH. Well, according to thousands of articles, higher HGH levels can help you look and feel younger. That's why I take Ultimate HGH, a natural formula to help boost my body's own production of HGH. If your goal is to help improve energy, stamina, lose unwanted fat, diminish wrinkles, enhance memory, immune function, and vision, then Ultimate HGH is for you too. Why let Mother Nature get the best of you? Call today and order Ultimate HGH. And when you order 2 bottles of Ultimate HGH, you get the third absolutely free, about $33 a month. Now that's a tremendous savings off the typical $100 a month for comparable products. Plus, with your order, you'll receive a free book on HGH, a $20 value, absolutely free. So call my good friends at Great American Products and order Ultimate HGH today at 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. 1-800-557-4627. The best radio in the world. If you can afford it, if you've got the money, then we have the best radio in the world. The CC Radio Plus, hands down, runaway, no contest, best radio in the world. $159.95. which is a cutesy way of saying $160. It's a lot of money for a radio. This is a lot of radio. It's like the last radio you'll have to buy. It's AM, and the AM reception is unparalleled. You will hear stations other radios don't even know exist. FM also, of course, superb. TV audio, weather radio, NOAA weather alert. The entire radio is designed to render human speech, particularly so that talk shows are come in with particular clarity, but, it's so much more than that. It's got a digital clock built in with an alarm, a lighted dial, a sleep timer, simple one-button memory, very intuitive radio all the way down the line. Power cord is included, or if you want to use it on batteries, it'll go 250 hours on 4 D-cell batteries. To me, this is different, but the modern equivalent of the transoceanic. Remember that great old radio by Zenith? I mean, this thing is incredible. Absolutely incredible. So if you want the best, here's where you buy it. Seagrain Company. Call them in the morning at 6:30 a.m., 9:30 back east at 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863.
For your subscription to the After Dark newsletter, call now. 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505.
Let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Malachi Martin. For those of you who just joined, Malachi Martin, ex-Jesuit, former exorcist, one advisor to 3 popes, presently a best-selling author, as a premier investigator of clandestine politics, unlikely alliances of popes and cardinals. His novels offer rare insights into the men who guide nearly 1 billion people in faith and broker the destinies of countries and continents. As a member of the Vatican Intelligence Network under Pope John the 23rd, Martin helped extend the church into Iron Curtain countries. In 1964, concerned about the corrupting influences of power, Martin was released from his vows of poverty and obedience after 25 years as a Jesuit. He left Rome for New York, where he did odd jobs until a Guggenheim Fellowship enabled him to write his first bestseller, Hostage to the Devil. It was followed by the final conclave, Vatican, 3 popes and the cardinal, the keys of this blood, the Jesuits, and many, many more. Born, by the way, in Kerry, Ireland in 1921. He has done many, many exorcisms, and that is generally what we're talking about right now, and possession. I'm trying to understand possession. And we left off last hour talking about the fact that it apparently is generational, Doctor, generational possession.
Yes. Yes, let me explain that. It's not that possession is passed on with semen, passed on with genes. No. It's that the same demon inhabits the members of the same family for generations, consensually. He is nourished by them and kept by them and satisfied with them. The children are trained in it, and they perpetuate it in their children. It has gone on for generations. It's generational. And sometimes unwillingly, we have cases in hand, for instance, of daughters to whom their mother attached her familiar, her evil spirit, and then we have the job of ridding them of that. And it takes time, and it's painful and anguishing.
How does a person know? Does a person know? I mean, is in the mind or the soul of the possessed?
Yes.
Is there always knowledge of that possession?
There is, but it can be limited knowledge, and can also be inhibited knowledge. Some of them can't even tell you about it. Some of them can. It depends on the particular type of demon. There are many types of demons. Some of them are quite intelligent. Some of them are very stupid. Most of them are specialized in one thing and one thing only, and that's all they can do. And it's a reflection of some gift as angels which they had, now distorted as demons. And in these matters, as in everything connected with it, go to the experts. Don't try and do it yourself.
Yes.
And then do not... a big confusion out which we should clear up for everybody, and it's this. There are many healers and deliverance experts, and many people will undergo lengthy prayers and incensings and various ceremonies. But the truth is this, the horrible truth is this, that if there is a demon in your life and he dictates your behavior at least in one province of life, in one area of life, he can only be expelled by direct confrontation, by somebody with authority to expel him. So when I say him, of course, spirits have no sex. They're not male or female. I just use him in the generic sense of the English word. But it's a confrontation. It's not a prayer. Gee whiz, if it was a prayer, it'd be very simple to get rid of them.
All right, this is something I want to ask about, if I might, for a moment, Doctor.
Sure.
I had a call a couple of weeks ago from a woman who said that she had been in bed, believe this, with her children one night, and she was attacked by some sort of demon or spirit that was actually waiting upon her, actually trying to sodomize and rape her. And she was unable to speak, unable to move, unable to utter anything. And in the middle of this attack, the phone rang, the answering machine came on, somebody's voice began speaking, and whatever it was left. Now, she said that the only way this thing would leave, and she had been attacked many times, was if she audibilized some sort of something. And she said, I sat there and I prayed and I asked God to cast off whatever this was.
Yes.
And it would not go. And my question was, and I pondered after the call, it was a very serious, very scary call.
Yes.
And I pondered afterwards, if God hears our prayers, those cast silently forward, then why would God not hear a silent plea, a scream, as it were? Why must something like this be audibilized?
There are mysteries about this entire situation to which we have no answer. But there are laws. He has set up laws governing the existence of man and woman, and one of them is that audibilizing something does make a difference. And it can be as simple as this, that the attention that a demon requires of the possessed person, or the person they're going to violate, can be, that possession can be distracted. Their will can be diverted, their mind can be diverted from being, as it were, hypnotized, being held by some audible voice message from another normal human being. And God knows what grace of God that voice brings with them. But that it does happen, that audibilization does have an influence, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
And there's no specific answer as to
no specific answer. And Art, there's the biggest problem is, who is possessible? People are always asking me, am I liable to be possessed? And we have tried to create a profile of the possessible person, but we have found that neither sex, nor education, nor color, nor race, nor education, nor riches, nor poverty, nothing makes a difference. It's apparently, to our mind, it's random. Random choice. I know very naughty people who are not a bit possessed, they're just very naughty men and women. And then I know people who are not naughty at all, but lapse in one thing, and they do undergo possession.
Knowing the nature of humans, if somebody has made, in effect, a pact with the devil, is it not more likely that those cases of possession would more frequently than not be the rich, the powerful, those who have attained great material success or wealth?
You would think so, Art, but de facto, no.
No.
Poor people, people with very little social resonance, people occupying very obscure positions in the social ladder. Everybody is susceptible to some ambition, something they want, either for revenge or for self-satisfaction or for self-advancement,
yes.
and everybody is liable.
So the pact could be something as simple as the wanting or the wishing of a mate or the attention of somebody of the opposite sex, or...
That's right, to get married.
To get married.
To get this man, to get this woman.
Yes.
You see, for instance, if I could do this now, I want to take the following example, but with great care. Do you remember Susan Smith?
Yes.
Drowned her 2 children?
Of course.
Now, for an exorcist, the pattern is very clear. The children were in her way.
Yes.
Of her ambition, whatever that ambition was. It concerned a young man.
Yes, it did.
And an exorcist could say about that, it was obvious that they were used as obstacles, they were used by Satan to possess her will and make her commit the grievous sin of matricide. Because she was convicted of that anyway, so I'm not accusing her of anything that she's not convicted of.
Of course not.
But that would be read by an exorcist as a typical example of possession of the will of somebody to commit a very evil act just for the sake of doing evil, because that's the whole point of the demon, to do evil for the sake of evil.
Should somebody like you have consulted with Susan Smith?
Well, if I was asked to. Generally, we people, we're very chary about intervening at all, and there's enough work on our plate to keep us going. But, yes.
Can somebody, doctor, of any faith be possessed?
Yes, of any faith. Doesn't matter. Of no faith at all.
Would a Catholic priest perform an exorcism on a non-Catholic?
Yes, he would, and we do. We do. Now, it's much more difficult because you can't call on their faith. Except faith, they generally emerge from an exorcism, a successful exorcism, with tremendous faith in God. Not necessarily Catholic faith, but faith in God.
Speaking for the layman, yes. There are many people walking around listening right now who are no doubt scared to death because at one time or another in their life, they have probably, in a moment of despair,
yes.
or a moment of need,
yes.
said, I'd make a pact with the devil if I could just have
yes.
so-and-so. And they're probably thinking at this moment, there's a pretty good chance they may be possessed.
You can't be possessed without knowing it. And you can't be possessed against your will. You may wish all day and all night for the devil to come and sign a pact with you, as it were, a Faustian principle, like Mephistopheles in the play of Goethe. But it can't happen without your knowing it and without you willing it fully, finally fully, bit by bit by bit, so that you needn't be afraid that you're possessed and you don't know it. No, that doesn't happen.
Well, are there not, though, no doubt, many people who have achieved success or achieved that goal for which they made that dark wish, that moment, and they certainly must wonder.
No, they know.
They know.
They know. They know. They know full well. And that's the darkest secret of their life.
The dark, indeed.
That sets them apart from wife or husband or lover or mistress or brother or sister.
And you say you have seen these people. You know these people when you see them.
Oh, yes, you do. You meet them in the street, you meet them in cocktail parties, you meet them at dinner parties, you meet them at meetings and conventions. And, of course, I must tell you that I get out of their way. I have enough of it. I don't want to confront them. I don't want to have anything to do with them, unless I have to professionally.
Doctor, Catholic priests, how many Catholic priests are capable of or do within the church exorcisms?
Nowadays, Art, unfortunately, a minimum. As you know, in the last 25 or 30 years, belief in the devil, belief in evil incarnate, in an evil spirit, belief in hell, belief in the demons, the existence, and the activity, say, of Lucifer and of Satan. They're distinct demons, by the way. People often confuse them, but they're distinct demons. Belief in that has flagged, has got very weak. And the result is that when we started doing a lot of exorcisms here in the northeast corner of America in the 1970s, we finally had to go to Rome and ask permission because the local bishops, some of them didn't believe. So we went to Rome and said, look, these people, we need authority because, by the way, nobody can do an exorcism without being given authority. And it must be a bishop gives authority. So we had to go and get special permission from Rome to do it because we couldn't get it here. Now, some bishops do believe, some bishops don't believe, some priests do believe, some priests don't believe. Most of them want to have nothing to do with it. They know little and they want to know less. That's really, and some bishops, some cardinals we know, say, look, don't bother me. You have all the authority you want, but don't tell me a thing about it. I don't want to have anything to do with it at
Possibly
all.
The source of the hear no evil, see no evil.
That's part of it. That's part of it. Because if you have to take into account that so-and-so, this political leader, this particular borough leader, this particular CEO is possessed, it does complicate life, Art. It does complicate life. If a big surgeon, a big psychiatrist, is by way of demonically possessed, it makes a huge difference.
Can a person of faith be possessed?
Can any person of faith be possessed?
Can a person of great faith be possessed?
No. Without their renouncing. The time comes when you're asked to make a change. You can't be possessed against your will, and if your will is strong in your faith, you can't be possessed. You can be obsessed. You can be bothered. You can be harassed.
Yes.
And harassed terribly. And the major portion of cases that occupy my daily dealing with this are cases of obsession and harassment, and it's terribly distressing.
What about the demographics of possession? We saw The Exorcist. Can a child be possessed?
No, except unless in exceptional cases you have children born and quickly developing at the age of 4, 5, with a will as strong as a person of 25, really.
Mm-hmm.
And they can undergo possession, but it's rare. It's very rare. They can be harassed and obsessed, and that usually generationally on account of the parents, on account of an aunt, on account of an uncle.
How, let's see, what's the right word? What word am I looking for? In a generational case of possession, does the parent actively teach this child in the dark ways?
Yes. They assign the child to their demon. They're satisfied with that. The demon becomes what they call a familiar of theirs. And they give it a name. They call it Philip, they call it George, they call it John, they call it James, they call it Mary, whatever. And they assign the child to it. They teach the child to do obeisance to it. And they make the child participate in ceremonies, Satanist ceremonies.
Wow. There's a lot of that going on in America today?
A lot. It's very hard to say a lot. That it goes on continually and sustainedly in certain areas, yes. And whether it's Boston or whether it's Montana or California or New Mexico, the place doesn't matter. The place doesn't matter. I must confess to you that there is a lot of very impressive generational cases are found or have been found, not all, but a lot of such cases have been found amongst old American families.
The old traditional...
Yeah. The old
originally came over on the Mayflower kind of American families?
That sort of business, yes. That sort of business, yes. It's a murky story and has never been written out properly, mainly because, well, it concerns family genealogies, you know, and it's hard to write that up and get it published, and then what's the point? But you come across generational possession and harassment, but possession too, in such families, such old families. whether they're Dutch Reformed or whether they're Puritan or whatever.
I suppose getting it in print, one reason might be the truth, Doctor. All right, I meant to ask you about an actual exorcism. When we come back, go ahead and relax. We will do that then.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Malachi Martin is my guest. A warning for you, it's probably going to get a little rough. We'll be right back.
Checking WHAM's radar weather for the remainder of the overnight. Just clear skies and a very cold night. Down to about 15 in the city and near the lakeshore, but easily down into the single numbers south of Rochester. Wednesday, bright sunshine early, then the clouds are going to roll in by the afternoon. The high temperature in the mid-30s. Thursday, the winds pick up. It's going to be turning noticeably milder. Chance of a rain shower by the afternoon. Then the high temperature in the mid-40s. This is Wham! News Source 13 meteorologist Glenn Johnson.
Rush Limbaugh. I want to know why I am supposed to trust Martin Sheen or Mike Farrell or any of this other collection of dingbats more than I'm supposed to trust the President of the United States. I want to know who their intelligence gathering sources are. I want to know who it is they talk to that tell them that Iraq is not posing a great threat. Mr. Farrell, what's going to happen when your imagination collides with Saddam Hussein's reality?
Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 2 till 5 on Wham!
All the European recliners at Viking International Furniture are on sale right now. They're beautiful, they're leather, they're comfortable, they're contemporary, and they can be in your home for the holidays for a whole lot less than you thought possible. Add some comfortable style to your home. A European-designed, finely crafted leather recliner will be your favorite piece of furniture. Choose from our wide selection of Italian and Norwegian models. They're all at Viking, and they're all on sale right now. Look forward to spending some relaxing time in your favorite room this holiday. But don't wait. From now until the end of December, you'll save at Viking. Find your recliner at 1225 Jefferson Road in the Frontier Commons. See it first at VikingHome.com. Viking International Furniture. Contemporary furniture for contemporary people.
Viking International. Adults, join those who are making a difference in their lives through the time-shortened management degree programs at Roberts Wesleyan College.
I think it gives you a perspective. It increases your self-esteem. It helps you with presentation skills. It helps you with time management. And it gives you a structure to learn it. And it gives you a guide and a helping hand.
Pat Grover, Executive Director of Creative Customer Service Solutions, completed both the undergraduate and graduate programs in management at Roberts, attending class one night a week. What she learned, she put to work.
I was able to, in the undergraduate program, start a new department at Frontier based on the project. And in the graduate program, actually rolled out and started my own training business.
Discover how you can complete your bachelor's degree or earn your master's degree in one of Roberts' accelerated management programs. For more information, please call 594-6210.
It produces not just a degree, but professional development at its best.
Coast to Coast AM, driven by Bob Johnson Chevrolet.
Here's that file you wanted, Sheila.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, you've taken classes at Rochester Info Courses, haven't you?
Yeah, a lot of them. I got a list of a bunch more I want to take. Why?
Well, I saw their ad for the Single Mingle on December 28th. I was thinking of going.
Oh, yeah. I'm going with a bunch of my friends. I went to that singles dating event they did in October. It was a blast.
I see here that Reporter will be performing live, and there'll be hors d'oeuvres in the Cash Bar. Do you think there'll be a lot of quality people to meet there?
Oh, definitely. Why do you think I'm going?
Good point. I guess I'll see you guys there.
Dress in your favorite holiday attire and join Rochester Info Courses and hundreds of area singles for the largest singles bash of the year. Mark your calendar for December 28th from 7 till 10 p.m. and come dance to the music of Reporter. Enjoy tasty hors d'oeuvres, win a door prize, and enjoy lots of great conversation at the German House, 315 Gregory Street near the corner of South Avenue. Tickets are available in advance for $20 by calling 585-256-1960 or pay $25 at the door.
Hi, I'm Brad Davies, and I have scores and highlights with Beth and Chet on the Wham Morning News. And 3 hours of sports talk, 9 till noon, up the dial on Hot Talk 1280 WHTK.
Tonight's presentation of Coast to Coast AM is an encore presentation from 1996. It's Art Bell's very first interview with Father Malachi Martin. And now, the very best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Dr. Malachi Martin is my guest. And we are about to ask him to describe the actual process of exorcism. He has done many, so I suspect he's capable of doing that. It's coming up shortly.
Mars is coming. That's right, everybody. It's really coming. Mars is about to be, this coming summer, it's about to be closer to Earth than it's been in 50,000 years. Your view of Mars through a high-class deep space telescope is going to be the best view there's been in 50,000 years. This is not to be missed. And so we have for you this wonderful, big, classic telescope. This is the monster of them all, folks. Comes on a tripod with an equatorial mount. It's absolutely the best scope for the money. And deep space stargazing, planet hunting, and visiting real close up with Mars. What an opportunity. It's at forthenightsky.com. That's F-O-R, thenightsky.com. And aside from just that event worth seeing once in a lifetime, getting a telescope for you and your family will begin to change your outlook on a lot of things in life about who we are and where we are with reference to everything else that's out there. It's very educational as well as fun. The number, if you'd like to order for Christmas, is 1-800-394-3307 at forthenightsky.com on the web. That's F-O-R, thenightsky.com on the web. Or 1-800-394-3307.
Herman Melville's Moby Dick, brought to you by Geico Auto Insurance.
I am inside the whale. It is dark, it is cold, arg, and yet I'm in good spirits. Because with Geico, I get immediate claim service. Arg.
We get the ball rolling on your claim the moment you call, and you could save 15% on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
If you want to save big on tobacco products, order directly from Big Indian. You always save big at Big Indian because your order comes directly from the Seneca Nation. Tax-free. Low prices and no tax means you save, well, big. Brand name tobacco products, $31.75. Value brands as low as $12.90. And these low prices always include shipping and handling. For tobacco products at the lowest prices possible, call Big Indian, 800-898-9040. 800-898-9040. Or go to bigindian.com and save.
Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin. And Doctor, you're in, I haven't even told everybody, you're in Manhattan, aren't you?
That's right. I live in Manhattan, Upper Manhattan.
Doctor, as a young priest, how did you first... what was your first exorcism, and what was your reaction to it?
Well, my first exorcism was in Cairo, Egypt, and I was a young priest, and I was an archaeologist. I was lying on my belly or my back in caves on the Sinai Peninsula, copying inscriptions dating from about the time of Abraham, about 1600 or 1700 BC. That's about, 3,000 years ago, more than 3,000 years ago.
Long time ago, yes.
And an exorcism was going on, and I didn't know it when I came back down by plane and checked into Cairo, because I came down every couple of weeks to get a bath and to eat properly.
Yes.
Because we lived on goat's cheese and black coffee when we were up digging. One of the priests was telling me that... he was engaged in an exorcism, and his assistant has collapsed, which is not uncommon with young assistants, because in your first exorcism, if you've never done it before, the impact is so great, sometimes you become totally incontinent. It scares you.
To the point where you can't move and can't speak and can't help.
And everything, all the portals are loosened. You have diarrhea, you vomit. because it's so repellent. It's so shocking.
So it's not for the weak of heart?
No, it's not. And I'll describe in a moment exactly what is the repellent part about it.
All right.
But so I was asked to assist, so I did. And apparently I had a very strong constitution, still have. And I hadn't got that effect. It had a disgusting effect. It always has. That was the first time. It was a very sticky exorcism. In general, if you want to understand what an exorcism is like, and what's really the essence, the difficulty, the horror, you must imagine, say, a common scene. It's a room. It's always within a room, within a house. It's in a room. There's none of the walls, no nails, no pictures, nothing that can move. If the windows are there, they're barred with shutters. You don't have glass around the place that can be shattered.
All of this is prepared.
All this is prepared. And we have the person in question is either violent or not. Most times not violent to begin with. Mm-hmm. And there's either a bed, an iron bed, or a chair, or whatever. There's you have no table, but you have an exorcist with an assistant, and he has assistants there. The assistant is a priest, and then he has several other people, usually men, dressed in clothes that can take a lot of hardware, and they carry everything in their hands. They have to have a candle, and they have to have holy water, and they have to have the priest's prayer book, etc. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the point. I said before that people undergo a psychiatric examination, undergo a medical examination, and finally people say, okay, let's try exorcism. Mm-hmm. And I said that within the first 20 minutes, you know if it's a real case of possession, and then you're into it, and you can't withdraw. You can't simply say, okay, boys, let's break up and see each other next Monday. You can't do that. Once you started, you've got to finish it.
Or else what? Why?
Or else you are pursued by that demon.
You are pursued. The
yes.
exorcist.
That's right. And everybody in that room has troubles. And the troubles can be extraordinary. I mean, I've seen assistants trying to hold somebody down and dropping the person and looking at each other because the possessed person starts telling one man what the other man did to his wife.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yes. Yes, we've been through that, too. And sometimes it's a lie, sometimes it's true, sometimes it's an exaggeration. Anyway, but after the first 20 minutes, what happens? In that 20 minutes, the following happens. Now, the temperature of the room may change. There may be a horrible smell. There may not be a horrible smell. All those are incidental things. The olfactory experience or the heat and the cold experience. But here's the real point. At a certain moment, if it's really an exorcism, and if we are in the presence of a possessing spirit or a threatening spirit, demon, everybody in the room, the priest and his assistant and the assistants, they know, and I can only call on some experiences of people listening to me, and you yourself, Art, you know there's something in the room that wants you dead, but dead. I mean, I've only been twice in my life threatened with real death, but really threatened. Once was in Czechoslovakia, and once was in America. And it's a horrible feeling knowing that unless something happens, you are going to die now.
Yes.
And that's it's like an invisible animal with claws, and it wants you dead. It really wants your life's blood. It wants you extinguished.
Has it happened, Doctor? Has an assistant or an exorcist or anybody present at an exorcism ever been killed?
Well, no, but they have died of heart attack. They've died of some form of internal health attack. None of them have been killed, exactly, except in one case. I wasn't present at it. There was a case in America where the person was flung out a window and defenestrated and killed 8 stories down.
Well, out a window or a heart attack, it's dead.
Oh, it's dead. But the point is that the experience is everybody in the room suddenly knows. You don't even look at each other, you know. Especially if you've done exorcism before with the same team. You know, this is it. We're now in that presence. And the point is this. Here's the point I want to drive home. It's a confrontation, not a series of prayers, of pious wishes, and of deliverance and healing invocations. No. This is a confrontation between the exorcist's will and the possessing demon or the harassing demon. And thereby, then, there comes the conversation. Because the exorcist has to find out the name, what the demon calls himself. If we want to speak about himself, it's not himself or herself, as we all know. But anyway, what their name is. And the name is usually a reflection of their function. What their function is as an evil spirit. And you have to get them to admit that. There are certain rules. You never answer a question put to you by the possessed person. You always fling a question back at them.
How do you know when you are speaking with that demon?
It is impossible not to know it once the person starts talking. It is impossible not to know. You know. Everybody in the room knows. And it's not a change of voice. Sometimes the voice is a big change in the voice. Sometimes it's a small change. But there's something, the manifestation of the spirit, when it's cornered by an authorized exorcist, is palpably clear, like the nose in your face. Everybody knows. And there's no deception about it. And it has this bone-chilling effect.
So it's like a war.
It's a war. It's a war.
Once it begins.
It's a real confrontation. And this is where people make a mistake about treating with evil spirits. If they think or suspect or know that they're being bothered, they attempt to take it on themselves, and you can't do it. You have no authority.
I was going to say, this is one of those don't try it at home things. In other words,
that's right.
You don't sit by a bed and attempt yourself, not knowing what you're doing, to say a nice little prayer that this spirit will leave the body.
You can do that if you want to, and it's okay to do it, and it does relieve the pressure and the tension, blah, 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 but it does not. It does not dispossess a possessing spirit. It does not. For that, you need authority. And this is the difficulty that Buddhists and Jews and non-Catholics sometimes come to us and say, we've been trying exorcism and it doesn't work. And one would laugh if it weren't so pathetic at times. Because they must have it's only the authority of Christ can get rid of them, can get rid of the spirit. And that's what takes place. And then that can be long or short. It can be a long game of cat and mouse, trying to trap the demon, trying to get it to concede, and then it lapses into complete silence or violence.
Doctor, we hear of successes at the end. The story usually ends well. Are there failures? Are there times
There are failures where it's total failure. And that is calamitous, because then that means the person goes ahead possessed. It means that the exorcist has sacrificed something for nothing. Because let me explain something to you, Art, which is very hard to explain, but there are parallels, analogies in life that helps. When you do exorcism, you give something which you can't get back. It's like, for instance, any parent who has reared children will tell you, oh, I gave them so much love.
Yes.
And they're not talking about money or food, but they're thinking about what they gave of themselves. You give of yourself in love and affection and devotion and planning, etc., etc. And you can't get it back. And no parent wants it back, really. Similarly, with an exorcism, the exorcist gives, a little part of him dies, put it like that, and goes away and waits for him in heaven.
Little slice of death.
Yes, a little slice. And, for instance, after a bad exorcism, I mean a long, unhealthy one, you don't eat very much for a couple of weeks, and you don't sleep very deeply either. You can't. You've been locked in combat with a very, very insalubrious, unhealthy, anti-human, heating spirit that has communicated with you.
For those not of faith, are there, during the course of exorcisms, actual physical manifestations in or near the person or around the person or in the room, as in the movie? Do things ever move? Do you actually...
Oh, yes, things move. If there's anything movable in the room, it's going to move. If there are nails on the wall, if there are pictures, if there are windows that can be broken, they'll probably be broken. If there's something which is weak, unbreakable, it can break. It can move. So you want to have a very bare situation completely. And even then, the exorcist is not free once it's all over. I've been flung out of bed. I've been knocked off stools and broken my shoulder by the demon to get his own back, just to remind me he was there and to make me pay a price for the damage I did.
This is like going to war. It's very much like going to war.
What is a war? What most people don't realize is that there's a spiritual war on, and as St. Paul says, it's a war with the spirits. It's a war with the forces of evil, the invisible forces that want men's souls.
Are there times as a priest where even the very best of men, doctors, sometimes fear war reasonably? Does a priest sometimes fear entering this war when you know you're about to meet up once again with the worst?
Yes, there's always that fear. And a very old exorcist gave me advice years ago in Ireland. I mentioned this to him, and he said, okay, but listen, learn to measure your love of God by the amount of fear in your heart. Which is a very profound statement.
It is, yes.
Because it depends on how much you love God. And if you really love Him as Father, as Savior, and as final end of everything, and as the beautifier, and as the creator of nature, the creator of all beauty in our lives, it can expel fear. But if you nourish fear, fear can grow and not quantitatively, but it can equal or surpass the amount of love you have in your heart. And then you're in danger, because that fear is going to make you despair. That fear is going to make you timorous. That fear is going to make you vulnerable. Love is the only thing that can cure it. Love is the only protection we have.
You mentioned there were priests who do not believe that people are possessed.
That's right. That's right.
Do they carry that belief because of fear, do you think, for the most part, or?
No, the cases I have known are priests whose faith has been diminished. See, faith is not a quantum, like a bank balance or something in your pocket or clothes you wear. It's a dimension of soul. And that dimension can be greater or lesser. And it can be diminished by infidelities, by sin, by fecklessness, by carelessness. It can be increased by virtue. It can be increased by good actions. It can be increased by the grace of God. But it's usually because of the lack of faith. When they think that there's no such thing as evil, really. That it's okay, do what you like, just don't frighten the horses. The idea. But there are laws, though. God has laws, and He doesn't allow them to violate it. You can violate them, but you're going to pay the price. And one of the prices is that you slowly but surely edge towards that region of human existence where the demons are dominant. And they will satisfy you. They'll give you a good life. But you end up their prisoner. They're a prisoner.
Is there ever a case where the person who is possessed dies in the course of the exorcism?
Yes, it has happened. And it's caused untold trouble because there's usually a lawsuit. But that's why we are very careful as regards the medical condition of the persons that we exorcise.
What has been, you say there's a lawsuit.
Well, I mean, the husband or the wife or the boy or the friend or the son or the daughter sue the priest.
Sue the priest?
Yeah. For having put their relative through an experience that caused them to have a heart attack. cause them to have a coronary, whatever. It has happened.
What would happen, Doctor, to the soul of the person who would die under such circumstances?
Under those circumstances, we must say we don't know. There's always the chance. You know the old story between the bridge and the water? This man was pursued by his enemies and living in sin, and he tried to jump over a bridge and swim into the water, but they shot him.
Yes.
But before his body hit the water, he had repented. There's always this. You never know. You just never know. I just wouldn't like to be in that position myself.
Has that happened to you?
Yes, it has happened to me. It has happened to me, and it's very distressing. And then I've been asked to go to see people who are possessed by their husband or their wife or their brother or their sister, and come away empty-handed. They simply told me to go to hell. Literally.
Literally?
Literally.
Well, that would be one pretty good sign, wouldn't it? I mean, it's just not something you do to tell a priest to go to hell.
It's very discouraging. Very discouraging, and they do it with great hate. Great hate.
Well, as I say, wouldn't that be a very clear sign?
It is. It is, Art.
So if you are told to go to hell, to get out of here, I don't want anything to do with you, which I can imagine more than not you might be told, then what do?
Well, you go away and you pray. But, you see, for instance, if I go into the greengrocer and I find the milk he's supplying me is rotten, and say, listen, this milk smells highly, he can say, listen, buddy, get the hell out of here. That's one way of, that merely means stop bothering me. But if somebody tells you in the way that it does happen now and again to an exorcist, please go to hell. Because that's where I'm going. I want to be with the prince. Now I'm quoting a certain case to you. Then it chills your bones. Because you know you're up against somebody perfectly possessed who just is waiting to die and go home to his master.
Have you ever wondered, Doctor, about your own heart, about your own constitution going into one of these?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And my heart specialist has always warned me that there's a danger there. And I know there is. But, you see, when you're over 70, you know, the amount of good you can do in this world is limited because you're no longer 20, 25, 30. And therefore, whatever good you can do, you do if you're wise. Because one day soon, I'm going to take the high jump.
As we all shall.
As we all shall.
So, even today, if you encountered it, you would still do it?
Oh, yes, I would. Oh, yes, I would. Because the commiseration, the human compassion, and the pity that the Holy Spirit puts in your heart impels you because they are miserable. And they make appeals to you, unless they're completely possessed.
Doctor, hold tight, relax,
sure.
And I can use a moment of relaxation as well, and we'll be right back to you. My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin. This is CBC.
How many times have you looked in the mirror and seen a reflection of a much older person? Nature does have its way of playing cruel tricks on us. But now you can make a remarkable change in your life by simply erasing decades of wear, stain, and broken teeth with the miracles of cosmetic dentistry. At Village Smiles, we're experts at restoring that youthful smile that slowly disappeared over the decades. We enhance your teeth and create a beautiful new smile you'll be proud to display. We can achieve this remarkable transformation in as few as 2 visits. I invite you to visit our unique dental office and experience for yourself our relaxed environment and comfortable 5-star service. Cosmetic dentistry of the future is available now at Village Smiles.
Call today to schedule a free, no-obligation cosmetic consultation with Dr. Schwedfeger and give yourself a gift of a new smile, one you surely deserve. Call 385-2033 or visit on the web at villagesmiles.com.
This is Bob Brenna, Jr. from the law firm of Brenna & Brenna. I've been trying to find a new way to wish you all happy holidays. Perhaps it's time to thank your God, regardless of the human name you ascribe to your God, for those loved ones you are fortunate enough to share your life with. Perhaps you should leave enough time to travel carefully, to ensure that you arrive safely, to share your holidays with those you love. Maybe you will remember the glass wall and be kind and generous and good to those around you, in addition to saying the words Happy Holidays. I wish to thank all of the guests that have been kind enough to appear with me on the Brenna & Brenna Law Forum this year, and to thank all of you who have given us such kind feedback, interaction, those of you that have decided to choose us for business throughout the year, and to all of our listeners, I truly wish you a happy holiday.
Rochester's official winter weather station, News Radio 1180, WHAM, Rochester, a Clear Channel radio station.
CBS News. I'm Jim Chenevy. Insurance and finance giant Conseco has become the third largest bankruptcy in U.S. history. A Chapter 11 filing Tuesday night in Chicago. Ann Stanley of CBS MarketWatch says the move comes after months of talks with creditors aimed at restructuring $6.5 billion in debt.
The shareholders have seen this company's stock decline precipitously in the past year. And clearly I'm sure that shareholders are in a position to applaud this bankruptcy and this restructuring plan. Their shares were worth less than a nickel. With the major banks and the bondholders participating in this prepackaged bankruptcy, this is their best chance.
Like many other recent bankruptcies, Conseco fell victim to its own aggressive expansion moves in the 90s. At least one person is dead, a dozen others hurt after a tornado touched down a few hours ago in Lawrence County, Missouri. Sheriff's Lieutenant Dean Lyons says a trailer park in the town of Chesapeake was leveled.
Damage is quite extensive. Of course, all the trailers in that particular trailer park have been destroyed, so a lot of debris, trees down, power lines down, just general destruction.
Witnesses described the scene as a tangled mess of metal and debris with Christmas presents strewn about. Trent Lott wants to stick around as Senate Majority Leader. Lott says he thinks he has enough votes to remain on as GOP leader, despite the continuing furor over comments he made that some say supported segregation. White House correspondent Peter Mayer says if Lott wants to keep his job, he'll have to figure out a way to do it on his own.
The White House refuses to comment on Senate Republicans' plans to meet to discuss Senator Lott's future early next year. It's another signal that the White House won't bat cleanup for Lott, that the president won't help him save his job. Officials also indicate the order has gone out to staffers not to freelance, not to go beyond what the president has said about Trent Lott.
A United Nations report finds al-Qaeda has resumed training terrorists at camps in eastern Afghanistan. The fact-finding team also found widespread support for the terror network in the Middle East. President Bush has ordered the Pentagon to get a basic missile defense system up and running within 2 years. Correspondent Barry Bagnato.
Defense Secretary Rumsfeld concedes the initial system will have only
a limited capability to deal with a relatively small number of incoming ballistic missiles.
10 interceptors will be deployed in Alaska and California. 10 more a year later, along with up to 20 sea-based interceptors for short and medium-range missiles. Officials here say this approach will allow this complicated system to evolve carefully without immediate and expensive production commitments. Barry Bagnato, CBS News, the Pentagon.
1 week until Christmas, and if you're shopping online, you not only have to worry about delivery delays, but product availability, especially if you're shopping for toys. Even online giant Amazon.com's joint website with Toys R Us is totally out of hundreds of items ranging from RC cars to Lego blocks. This is CBS News.
The IRS is back in business and just mailed millions of notices threatening wage and bank levies. Make no mistake about it. If you have a levy notice or have a tax debt day, you need help from the leading tax expert in the country, Dan Pilla.
Hi, this is Dan Pilla. With new determination and budget increases to back it, IRS collection efforts are more relentless than ever. But my Tax Freedom Institute and I know how to stop collection action and get your IRS problem solved. Over the past 25 years, I've helped hundreds of thousands free consultation. And if you have state tax debt or student loan debt, we can help there too. Call 800-34-NO-TAX.
IRS enforcement action is increasing every day, but Dan Pilla can show you how to solve your problem once and for all. Call for your free consultation. And make sure to ask how you can receive Dan's best-selling book, How to Get Tax Amnesty, for just $5. Call today, 800-34-NO-TAX. That's 800-34-NOTAX.
Have you seen your own credit report lately? Chances are you'd be surprised at what's in it. Correspondent Lou Miliano.
This new study of just how close your credit report is to the real world should serve as a wake-up call to you and to lenders. 3 agencies do credit reports, and the study says they all agree on less than 20% of the reports. At least a third have errors. The report recommends lenders give borrowers a second look if they can successfully challenge negative entries.
A U.S. Senate employee is on the hot seat after putting some steamy video on the internal Senate television station. The man works in the Senate recording studio. Apparently his trouble started when he broke the rules by dubbing a pornographic movie at work. Officials say he then apparently decided to screen the film and somehow sent it out over a closed-circuit channel available in all Senate offices. The Sergeant of Arms office says the employee's been placed on administrative leave pending an investigation. Jim Sheneby, CBS News.
If you're trying to lose weight, then grab your...
Get in, sit down, and buckle up, because when it comes to news coverage, we don't slow down for anybody. News Radio 1180, WHAM.
Checking WHAM's radar weather for the remainder of the overnight. Just clear skies and a very cold night. Down to about 15 in the city and near the lakeshore, but easily down into the single numbers south of Rochester. Wednesday, bright sunshine early, then the clouds are going to roll in by the afternoon. The high temperature in the mid-30s. Thursday, the winds pick up. It's going to be turning noticeably milder. Chance of a rain shower by the afternoon. Then the high temperature in the mid-40s. This is Wham! News Source 13 meteorologist Glenn Johnson.
Listen, then you'll understand.
Let me take a wild leap. How old are you?
I'm 19.
You're way not ready.
He's 30.
This should be... Yeah, Crystal.
Dr. Laura.
You're a child, and he's an adult. Now, do you want to spend time talking about Daddy?
That's a big problem in my life.
Isn't it? I know, because that's what you're doing one daddy after another.
Exactly.
You have to stop looking for Daddy in the beds of older men. You're not going to find him.
Advice for life. Dr. Laura, weekdays, 9 to 11 on Wham!
Tonight's presentation of Coast to Coast AM is an encore presentation from 1996. It's Art Bell's very first interview with Father Malachi Martin. And now, the very best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin, and he'll be back in a moment. He's in New York City, and wherever you are, you're going to want to sit down by your radio and pay very close attention.
Now, some of you love to listen to Coast while you're in bed, and if you're married, you probably have somebody there that wants to get sleep sometimes, and it could be difficult. Well, C. Crane Company has come up with a concept just for you, just to take care of this problem. It's called the Soft Pillow Speaker. And it's only $19.95. That's it. And to look twice at the price. That's it, $19.95. And that includes shipping. Now, with a pillow speaker, you can listen to the radio in bed without disturbing others. Enjoy crystal clear sound. Only you can hear it. Custom designed, high-end speaker, and it comes in one of these teddy bear type soft covers. So incredibly thin and soft that you can lay your head on it. It's not like this big clunky thing under your pillow. Nope, not at all. Plugs into any earphone jack of any radio. It's got a 1-year warranty, and it could save your marriage. Everyone can sleep soundly when you listen to the radio with a soft pillow speaker from the C. Crane Company. You've got to have one. It's just nice to have. Sometimes, too, you're tired, and I forgive you if you have to go to sleep during the program. But if you're going to do that, why don't you try it with a soft pillow speaker from the C. Crane Company and just simply go to sleep, and subliminally then you get to hear the whole program anyway. You remember the whole thing when you wake up. You will. Call 1-800-522-8863. The number again for the soft pillow speaker. or a free Sea Crane catalog, 1-800-522-8863, or you can go to the web at ccradio.com.
Are you or a loved one making too many trips to the bathroom? Listen closely, because you're not alone. Over 30 million men suffer from an enlarged prostate. That's why if you make frequent trips to the bathroom, have urgency, hesitancy, or diminished sex drive, then Super Prostate Formula is for you. It was designed by nationally recognized physician Dr. Michael Toplisky. The results with his patients have been amazing. Reclaim control now and join the legions of listeners who've had incredible results, because it really works. When you order 2 bottles of Dr. Toplisky's Super Prostate Formula, you'll also get 2 bottles of his Super Antioxidant Formula to reduce inflammation and further support the health of your prostate. Plus his groundbreaking book, The Complete Guide to Prostate Health, and his newsletter, a total $100 value, free as your gift, guaranteed to work, or your money back. If you're not completely satisfied, return it for a full refund, and keep the book and the newsletter free as your gift. Not available in stores, so call now, 1-800-603-7277. That's 1-800-603-7277. 1-800-603-7277. The After Dark newsletter has been reporting subjects that we talk about right here on the show. And just like the show, After Dark has been evolving and changing and keeping folks guessing. You never know what you're going to get next, but it's always a lot of fun. Give yourself a treat and subscribe. Just log on to my website, artbell.com. Go to the library link on the left. You'll find the After Dark link in the menu there. Click and you can subscribe on the secure server. Or call any time of the day or night, toll free, 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505 for only $39.95. You'll receive this 4-color magazine every month for a year. Subscribe right now and you'll get 2 free issues, 14 for the price of 12. Subscribe online at artbell.com or call right now, 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505.
When people say you're bright, they mean you've got a lot going on up there. It's not something people who use drugs hear much, because over time, drugs can change their brain. And the more times they try drugs, the more they want them. It's called addiction, and it's a disease that will waste your brain. For information, visit stopdrugaddiction.org or call 1-800-729-6686.
There are stations that are just joining us now. You have missed 2 very important hours, and it's going to be impossible to catch you up, but we'll try. Malachi Martin, my guest, is an ex-Jesuit, former exorcist for many, many years, and one-time advisor to 3 popes. He is now a best-selling author as a premier investigator of the clandestine politics and unlikely alliances of popes and cardinals. Dr. Martin offers rare insights in his books into the men who guide nearly 1 billion people in faith and broker the destinies of countries and continents. As a member of the Vatican Intelligence Network under Pope John the 23rd, Martin helped extend the church into Iron Curtain countries. In 1964, concerned about the corrupting influences of power, Martin was released from his vows of poverty and obedience after 25 years as a Jesuit. He left Rome for New York, where he did odd jobs until a Guggenheim Fellowship enabled him to write his first bestseller, Hostage to the Devil, followed by the final conclave, Vatican, 3 popes and the cardinal, the keys of this blood, the Jesuits, and others. He has been reviewed by many. Forbes said no spiritual journey is complete without a Vatican page-turner by Malachi Martin. Sacramento Bee said it is to Martin's credit that his real-life fictional cardinals have flesh, bone, and blood, sometimes the heart of a South Chicago ward healer. The Dallas Morning News said in biblical times they would have called him a prophet. He just described in great detail what exorcisms are like. Doctor, are you there? How you've held up through great exorcisms. How are you holding up this morning?
Very well indeed. I mean, this has been an exhilarating experience, Art.
All right, I have a lady who would like to speak to you. She sent me a fax, Doctor, and I called her. She sent me the following.
Yes.
Art, please help me. If I'm not possessed, then I'm being harassed, tormented, used, abused, sodomized, all of it. I believe my mother promised me to her evil spirit. My family is an old American family. I converted to Judaism 30 years ago, and she sounded so much like somebody you described that I thought I would bring her on the air for a moment. Her name is Eva. Eva, are you there?
Yes.
You're on.
My name is Eva.
Eva, all right, Eva. I'm sorry, you're on the air with Dr. Martin.
How do you do, Dr. Martin?
Good morning, Eva. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Yeah, thank you.
Good. If you are in that condition, if you think you fulfill all those conditions in your life, you should apply to the local bishop, the bishop of the diocese in which you live. I don't know what that diocese is, and I don't need to know.
San Francisco diocese.
San Francisco, yeah. Well, there may be a difficulty there because a lot of the clergy in San Francisco have given up any belief in the existence of evil, above all in the existence of evil spirits, and I wouldn't at all be surprised if the Archbishop of San Francisco is among those.
Yes.
I do not know, Eva. I don't know. Don't work. I love San Francisco. I've been there several times in my life. I'd love to live there.
Don't bother. I don't choose to be here.
I know. I know. Well, that's what happens with most of us. Our place of living is imposed on us. But in any case, you have to apply to the local bishop for an exorcist.
Now, you say that a person who is truly possessed is aware of it and has made a deal.
Well, put it like this, yes. With conditions and restrictions, that's true of anybody who's possessed, partially possessed.
Is it a straightforward deal?
What's that?
Is it a straightforward deal?
No, it's never straightforward.
Never straightforward.
No, it's never straightforward. You're always at the heel of the hunt in the matter. But you think it's straightforward, but it isn't.
Oh, no. What I mean is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yes.
In a way, speaking with you is a dream come true.
Uh-huh.
And it's also a bit of...
Thank you very much for saying that.
A bit of a nightmare.
I know, Eva. Well, apart from anything else, I promise you that when I say Mass this morning, which I shall after this broadcast, I'll give you a first intention in that Mass.
There was a time when I would have just laughed at that, but
I know.
I have tremendous respect for it now.
You've acquired wisdom.
My concern is for my grown married children.
Oh boy.
And my grandchildren. I'm afraid to people that I become attached to or involved with, and that does include my family.
Yes.
Bad things happen, and I'm really afraid to be around people. I'm thinking of a few deaths in particular, and
I know.
Stuff happens.
Eva, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, and my heart goes out to you. It really does.
What can she do, Doctor?
She must find a good priest.
Doctor, I would like to ask you a question.
Sure.
One other time, I was listening to a talk radio program, and a woman was on who all you had to do was call up and say your name and your age or something, and she would sense these stuff about you. And I called.
Yes.
And I gave my name and my age and so on. And she said, there's a very strong presence of a man who's been with you for about 10 years, and you really need to do something about that.
And was it accurate?
Yeah.
It was accurate.
Yes, and I didn't follow it up. It's really taken me close to a year to be comfortable with actually saying that.
I know. I would be chary, if I were you, of any freelancer in this whole matter.
No,
it's terribly serious. You see, there's no doubt about it. A demon can have information about one without any reference to God at all, without any reference to our safety.
I've already learned that.
Yeah, they can know things. You need to be under the protection of God, and you need the authority of Christ to get rid of any harassing or obsessing angel in your life, because you don't sound as if you're possessed, but you do sound harassed.
Yes, sir.
And obsessed.
Yes, sir.
And that's the commonest form of demonic activity today.
Now, explain this to me. I, at one time, was even fairly unfriendly about the Catholic Church, but there's been so much movement now that you'd have to decide to... There are so many factions.
Yes, of course.
Which is good, to my point of view.
Yes.
You say, give myself up to the authority of Christ.
Yes. Through an exorcist.
That doesn't mean to accept Christ as a savior. It just means to acknowledge the authority that Christ would have in this matter.
That's right. Eva, but I must be frank with you. Once you admit Christ as having authority in this matter, and once you benefit by that authority, you'll find that he lives in your heart.
Well, he was a Jew.
Eva, we are out of time and we must go, but I think the upshot here is seek the advice of the Church of an Exorcist.
What I'm saying is that I don't eschew Yeshu. I just don't want to leave it on that note. I am not, this much I accept about Christ the man and what a wonderful, important man he was. So
well, yes, you want to put it like that. But let's leave it at that, Eva, but I'll be praying for you. Right. That's a promise.
All right. Doctor, I just got the following, and maybe you can tell me the kind of person that this came from. Dear Art, your present conversation with the priest is not without dangerous complications and consequences. I don't have to tell you just how many minds are listening to you on the radio. Minds that can be in turmoil, minds unknowledgeable of the subject and the danger. I beg you to end this conversation without delay. This is somebody who is afraid of what they're hearing.
Yes, I can imagine that it would, to certain minds, represent a danger. But it can suggest things to people, and I'm sorry if it does. There's no suggestiveness in what you're saying or what I'm saying, but the outlining of a reality in our lives, the presence of evil, is surely something that we must admit and acknowledge and not be blind. So I appreciate their fears, but I think they're ill-founded.
Doctor, during the course of an exorcism, what things or messages do you typically hear from a demon? In that process, in that war, in that confrontation, what do you hear?
You hear, if you lay yourself open to it, you hear reproaches about your life, your past life and your present life. If there's anything to be reproached, he'll throw it at you like mud. Then you also hear, if you allow it to continue, an exorcist must control everything. You hear a lot about what it could be like if we weren't bothered about details like religion. You hear a lot of deceptive suggestions and of peacefulness, and let everybody think and do what they want to do. The message. Then in the extreme cases, you get total blasphemy.
They go after you. They try to challenge your faith.
Of course, and it's very subtle. And you mustn't be shook by that. You mustn't be shaken by that. You must be able to deal with it and never answer a question, never take up something shoved at you. Always be in control.
Yeah, a priest.
Always give command.
A priest is also a man with faults, with guilt, with all the things, perhaps fewer than the rest of us, but things that can be thrown into his face to make him weak.
That's right. They can. They can shame him, and they can weaken him. And for that reason, he needs to be virtuous. He needs not to have sin on his soul. He needs to have cleansed his soul in confession. He needs to be clean. If he's not clean, the demon will know it.
Is it possible, as in that movie, The Exorcist, that the demon can move from the possessed to the exorcist?
Yes. Yes. That's the danger. You can't have any truck with this unless you're in control.
Do you remember doing exorcisms in which you weakened?
Yes, I do. When I was momentarily shaken, yes, by the shocking things said to me about God, about the angels, about heaven, about human beings, about human love above all, and the contempt, and the despisement, and the ridicule that human love is accorded by the demon when he really talks is something frightening. It's something frightening. And you realize then that all human love is useless unless it mirrors the love of God.
So human love by itself is insufficient.
It's insufficient. It can be ridiculed and mocked and imitated and reproduced falsely. When it is an echo of divine love, then it's divine.
Speaking of false things, Doctor, is it possible or probable that a person taking drugs is more susceptible to the possibility of possession?
Yes. In fact, there's a twist to that I'd like to give to it. You can, through exorcism, be rid of a drug habit. Because in many cases, not all, I'm sure, but in many cases, the lapse into a drug habit, the adoption of a drug habit, is the result of satanic influence, demonic activity.
What
you can get rid of it.
What if you were to give out sort of a general piece of advice to people who are wondering about possession, what signs do you look for?
This: if in your life there is some imperative coming out of left field, not of your choice, but commanding you, urging you to do something, to yield, to be controlled, and know that can herald demonic activity. For instance, let me explain something to you. We heard a lot for a long time, we still hear a lot about transcendental meditation, and the essence of it was that you made your mind blank.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And you channeled. The difficulty, Art, is this. If you do that, you are sitting duck. You open the door and say, come in. And the same thing with the Ouija board. And the same thing with many channeling activities.
It is not necessarily the board itself, that's just cardboard, but
that's right.
When you use it in that manner, you're issuing an invitation.
That's right, and you're saying, the door is open, please come in, whoever you are. You can't do that with impunity. You can't do that with impunity. And many a case we're dealing with today started with a simple thing as the Ouija board, used as a plaything. But it got serious.
Mm-hmm.
Then there are spiritual seances of the same kind. Channeling. Waiting for the spirits to talk. Oh, they talk.
Doctor, we talked about earlier the quickening. You talked about an increase in possession or exorcisms of 800%. 800%. In how many? In what span of time have we seen this increase?
Since about 1969 to 1989. In that time, it's a funny thing. A lot of things have happened in that time in the world and in the Church of Rome, my church, about which I've just written that book, Windswept House. And a lot of it is negative. There's a lot of negativity. And there's been a lot of bloodshed in that time, by the way. And there's been a lot of environmental damage. And surely Lucifer, who wants the death of the human race, will use any means, especially radiation, to destroy human hopes and human life.
When we come back after the bottom of this hour, I would like to ask you whether we are approaching the final days. I want to ask you about the rapture.
Okay.
Thank you. So stay right there, Doctor. Dr. Malachi Martin is my guest. And we will take calls as we're able to here, so bear with us, but we'll get more and more toward the telephone. A fascinating night, without question. Dr. Malachi Martin is my guest from Manhattan, where it's getting pretty late in the morning. I'm Art Bell, and you're listening to the CBC Radio Network.
Checking WHAM's radar weather for the remainder of the overnight. Just clear skies and a very cold night. Down to about 15 in the city and near the lakeshore, but easily down into the single numbers south of Rochester. Wednesday, bright sunshine early. Then the clouds are going to roll in by the afternoon. The high temperature in the mid-30s. Thursday, the winds pick up. It's going to be turning noticeably milder. Chance of a rain shower by the afternoon. Then the high temperature in the mid-40s. This is Wham! News Source 13 meteorologist Glenn Johnson.
How do you spend your morning drive time?
Gas, brake, hog, hog, punch, gas.
Doesn't it make more sense to use your time to become informed, educated, entertained? That's why we're here. Weather and traffic every 10 minutes. Sports with Brad Davies. Entertainment news with Bill Klein. And, of course, Beth and Chet.
First time I've ever been early for work.
The Wham! Morning News.
Except for all those daylight savings days. Lousy farmers.
5 to 9 on News Radio 1180 WHAM.
Harmon Hardwood Floors presents Ask the Experts. Helpful hints from the pros at Harmon.
Few of the fixtures or appointments in your home can match the value of hardwood flooring. Its timeless beauty is truly a lifetime flooring solution. When choosing a hardwood floor for an area of your home, consider the amount of traffic, moisture, and overall wear the floor must endure. Certain species of wood and finishes will hold up better against wear factors, such as high-heeled shoes and pets that can scratch or dent your floor. The experts at Harmon can assist in choosing the right hardwood floor for any area of your home.
For the very best selection and advice on your hardwood flooring project, visit Harmon Hardwood Floors' spacious, no-nonsense, no-pressure showroom at 29 Hubbard Street at the end of Trinidad across from the Public Market downtown. Or call 546-1221 for more information.
Nobody knows more about your hardwood floors than Harmon. Harmon Hardwood Floors.
Call 546-1221 and speak with a Harmon Hardwood flooring expert today.
Well, Dexter, how's my favorite Tom Walls accountant?
Sir, I discovered that Tom Walls could save $13,800 a year by switching from Heinz Ketchup to a lesser brand.
Yes?
But then the store managers all said Heinz Ketchup was the best tasting ketchup money could buy, so I forgot about it.
Now we're getting somewhere.
At Tom Walls, we've been using the best ingredients money can buy since 1955. The reason we use quality ingredients like Heinz Ketchup and DePaula rolls, the reason we still handcraft every batch of root beer and still use a glass pie plate to press out every ground steak is taste. Nothing else tastes like Tom Walls, because no one else makes it like Tom Walls.
How's this, sir? Tom Walls uses Heinz, so the competition will never catch up to us. Get it, sir? Catch up?
Dexter, stick to accounting, okay?
Fact is, you could probably buy a burger for 49 cents somewhere else, but then you'd have to eat it.
Give me a Fosse root beer and a Tom Walls ground steak.
Tom Walls, 9 convenient locations all around town.
Coast to Coast AM, driven by Bob Johnson Chevrolet.
Hello. This is Sam in the legal department. I need clarification on Sears' big 2-day sale.
What's to clarify? You say 50% on items throughout the store, including all fine jewelry, fall outerwear, and the entire stock of sweaters for her.
Please clarify 2-day. Do you mean today or 2 days?
I mean Wednesday and Thursday.
Please make that clear.
Sears' big 2-day sale. 50% off items throughout the store this Wednesday and Thursday. Sears, where else?
Exclusions apply. See store for details. Sale ends December 19th. Find us online at Sears.com. America Online, keyword Sears.
Hi, I'm Dan the Lobster Man, and I have the greatest gift for the holidays. It's called Lobstergram. Lobstergram provides great gourmet gifts. Call 1-800-LIVE-LOB. That's 1-800-548-3562. Or visit livelob.com. Choose some delectable specialties like succulent live Maine lobster that arrives alive, exotic lobster tails from around the world, tenderly aged filet mignon, desserts, and more. Send a gift certificate by calling 1-800-LIVE-LOB. That's 1-800-548-3562. Or visit livelob.com.
The forecast at your fingertips. 222-8000, the Wham weather phone. 222-8000, brought to you by Rochester Colonial, the window and door experts.
This hour on Coast to Coast AM, an encore presentation from 1996. It's Art Bell and his first interview with Father Malachi Martin. And now, the very best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. Dr. Malachi Martin is my guest. The After Dark newsletter has been reporting subjects that we talk about right here on the show. And just like the show, After Dark has been evolving and changing and keeping folks guessing. You never know what you're going to get next, but it's always a lot of fun. Give yourself a treat and subscribe. Just log on to my website, artbell.com. Go to the library link on the left. You'll find the After Dark link in the menu there. Click, and you can subscribe on the secure server. Or call any time of the day or night, toll-free, 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505 for only $39.95. You'll receive this 4-color magazine every month for a year. Subscribe right now, and you'll get 2 free issues, 14 for the price of 12. Subscribe online at artbell.com or call right now, 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505.
1-800-413-9400.
Would you like to feel 10 years younger in 10 weeks? Now there's proof. The effects of aging can be slowed down and even reversed with HGH, human growth hormone. For some time now, you've heard me talk about the incredible age-reversing benefits of HGH. Well, according to thousands of articles, higher HGH levels can help you look and feel younger. That's why I take Ultimate HGH, a natural formula to help boost my body's own production of HGH. If your goal is to help improve energy, stamina, lose unwanted fat, diminish wrinkles, enhance memory, immune function, and vision, then Ultimate HGH is for you too. Why let Mother Nature get the best of you? Call today and order Ultimate HGH. And when you order 2 bottles of Ultimate HGH, you get the 3rd absolutely free, about $33 a month. Now that's a tremendous savings off the typical $100 a month for comparable products. Plus, with your order, you'll receive a free book on HGH, a $20 value, absolutely free. So call my good friends at Great American Products and order Ultimate HGH today at 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. 1-800-557-4627.
For your subscription to the After Dark newsletter, call now. 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505.
Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin in Manhattan. Doctor, in your second set of tapes concerning the storm and inside the Vatican, you had pointed out that we are going to be chastised. This is from a gentleman in Beaumont, Texas. That we're going to be chastised. You said it can't be mitigated. There will be catastrophes, calamities, natural disasters. Great sections of humanity will be leveled. This is part of the 3rd secret of Fatima in 1917, July 13th. But you implied this would be more in the distant future than in the deserted vineyard. You said very clearly this will occur, you believe, in the next 3 or 4 years.
Yes. Yes. The time seems to be foreshortened as regards to what they call the chastisements, these punishments that are going to come upon us, and they indeed are starting in a remote fashion. But I expect them. One can always be wrong, In spite of my reputation, I'm not a prophet art, but I expect them between now and 2000. But not definitive, not the end of the world, not the coming of Antichrist, not the final judgment, not the rapture.
A great change. A great change, however.
A very great change. And, you know the old song, Keep Your Eyes on the Skies. I would keep my eyes on the skies from the beginning of this winter until the end of spring 97. Because depending on what happens in that time, we will more or less have a prognosis for what's going to happen between now and 2000.
How many human beings do you think will make it through this change?
A good majority of the present human beings that are alive, but in great misery.
In a world where perhaps you don't want to live, that sort of thing.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
A lot of misery.
There are many people who want to speak with you, Doctor. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Good morning. Where are you, please?
Yes, this is a doctor, and I'm a former seminarian. I would rather not give my name.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right.
That's quite all right.
A wonderful program, Art, and Father Malachi. I think one of my spiritual directors was a friend of yours.
Namely?
Father Menard.
Oh, yes.
Ernest J. Menard.
Yes.
And I was a seminarian with the Premont detentions in L.A. for a while. But I wanted to talk, first of all, would you tell Art something about the 3 days of darkness when I'm done?
Yes, I will, briefly.
And I wanted to just mention, I wanted to talk about how I was a youth minister after getting out of the seminary. And we were asked by the bishop to go to Ogden. And we were told why the bishop wanted us to be in Ogden. And we did a retreat for 110 Hispanics. And dozens fell on the ground frothing. And I realized that I was not prepared for that. And so I fasted for about 3 days while we were doing that retreat. And no ills happened. But later on in Oregon, I met somebody who was heavily involved in New Age and occult.
Yeah.
And I got an inner word that says, get out of the room fast. And I was trapped between, it was a real small room and crowded and couldn't get out without making a scene. So I waited a couple minutes. And that night, I had my first out-of-body experience. I was basically grabbed by a demon.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had occasional out-of-body experiences since then, and basically they are stopped by the name of Jesus.
That's right. It's the only means at that stage. Get free of it all as soon as possible.
Yeah, those people who are involved in out-of-body experiences, start using the name Jesus.
Dangerous. Doctor, thank you for the call.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Very dangerous. Any truck with that, and you're into what they call, you're onto the middle plateau. And that's a very dangerous situation.
Doctor, 3 days of darkness?
Yes, there's no doubt about it. There are going to be 3 days when there's a great darkness over our earth, and during which it will be dangerous to be abroad, to be outside your home. And even in your home, it may be dangerous.
3 days without sun?
3 days without the natural light we're used to, Art, yes. Without that. But it's like everything else, when it takes place, they will endeavor to give it an astronomical and a geophysical explanation.
You know, so much of what you're saying this morning, my audience knows, you might not, because you're in Manhattan, where I presume that you've not been able to hear me.
Yes, I've heard everything you said tonight.
Well, tonight, yes. But, Doctor, in just the past week, yes. I don't know why, I asked the audience,
yes,
if one day you arose and the sun did not come up, what would you conclude? I just asked them that general question, and...
what was the answer?
The answer was, many answers were flippant.
Yes.
But many answers were they would conclude that the end has begun or that a change is definitely upon us. It was just, it's eerie to me that I even asked that question.
I know.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Where are you calling from, please?
From Fort Myers, Florida. How you doing, doctor?
How you doing there? What's on your mind?
Okay. It's something that's been worrying me. How a lot of leaders, religious leaders like the Pope and Mother Teresa and even, political, like Boris Yeltsin is, very ill.
Yes.
And I was wondering, is that like a big sign that it's coming now or soon?
Yes, it is. That these main leaders or apostles or leaders in the world are ailing. It means, for me, it's an indication of the end, the end of an era, the beginning of a new era.
Well, he's right about that. Mother Teresa, of course, is ailing. The Pope.
Yeah, the Pope is ailing very much, very much. In fact, within 12 months we may have a new Pope, for all we know. And Boris Yeltsin is ailing, but he's not the only one. There's something happening, and in human history, if you look at it really cohesively, you'll find that no era ends with a plonk like that, and the next one starts. They always dovetail. And our past era is now dovetailing with a new era, which is a bit frightening, quite frankly.
Many things are beginning to happen. Volcanoes erupting, the ozone thinning.
That's right.
Animals beginning to mutate. It seems like all of this is increasing in its occurrence, increasing rapidly.
It is, and Jesus said about his own generation, he said, this generation, he said, can tell me in the evening what tomorrow is going to be like. It reads the signs of the weather, but it cannot read the signs of the times. And we are like that. We don't read the signs of the times very well.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for having me on your show, Art.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
I am in the Bay Area, California.
Yes, sir.
I have two questions for, is it Father Martin?
Yes.
I am, Art, I'm an attorney, and I've also been a Christian for, right around 17 years.
Yes.
I've been studying demonology almost as long.
Yes.
And I have two questions for the Father, and a couple comments, if I could.
Go. Yes.
First is, what is well, let me preface this and say you have mentioned a couple of times that it's when you do exorcisms, there's a conflict of the wills and driving the spirit out.
Primarily the wills.
Yes. So what is the basis of your authority to cast out a demon?
Christ.
Okay, you've been a little bit weak in referencing that, and I would go beyond
I didn't mean to be weak at all.
The blood of Jesus is what...
I didn't mean to be weak at all. It's Jesus Christ.
Okay, that's good. The second question is, I am... denominationally speaking, more of the Protestant tradition, and I would ask you, can a non-Catholic, without the Pope's authorization, do exorcism?
I've never come across one yet.
Okay.
But it may be, but I've never come across it yet. They come to us, even though they remain Protestants, they remain Methodists and Lutherans and Mormons and whatever, or Jews or Muslims or Buddhists, but they come to us for exorcism.
Okay. Well, I'd like to proffer that you're speaking to somebody who's done a number of exorcisms. Just
good.
Through my life, I'm not a Catholic, and I don't have the Pope's authorization, but if it'd be okay, I'd quote two scriptures, Art, for the benefit of your audience to support that.
Have they succeeded?
Is that okay if I do that, Art?
The question was, have they succeeded?
Oh, yes. Yes, I ministered to a young lady last June. She had multiple nightmares every night. I mean, not just bad dreams, real nightmares. And we went through about 2 to 3 weeks of deliverance sessions and drove out 20-some demons, many of them manifesting and speaking and telling us where they're from. And
Doctor, is there a danger to what he is doing?
Listen, in my book there is, but if he's protected, he's protected. And you may have some protection, sir, of which I do not know. It must ultimately come from Christ Jesus in my book.
That's what I affirm.
But if you have that protection, fine and dandy. God bless you. I'll pray for you.
Thank you,
and
Father.
Hope you go right ahead.
You sound
because
like you had a great deal more...
can't expel these demons except in His name.
That's affirming to hear you say that. I would like to just read two scriptures, Art, that are, one of them is one of my favorite verses in this area, another one that just...
I would prefer you don't do that.
Okay.
I thank you for the call, sir, but it is possible then, Doctor, that somebody, a layperson, could successfully do an exorcism?
That's right. He must therefore have been granted the authority of Christ Jesus. He must have been. And that's not impossible. It's not necessarily, absolutely, metaphysically necessary to come through a churchman, through an ecclesiastic. Normally, in my life, it always has. But if somebody else can do it directly with a gift from the Lord, more power to him.
Doctor, there was a recent movie. I don't know if you're a movie goer. It was called, I think in its final version, Prophecy. Its working title during production was God's Army. It was with Christopher Walken. Are you aware at all of that movie?
I know. I heard about, read about it. I didn't see it. I don't go to movies very much.
It basically imagined a second great war between heaven and hell. Is such a thing possible, some second great war between heaven and hell? Or is it simply, yes?
Yes, there is going to be one final clash. One final clash. And we're on our way to it, but we're not there yet. We're on our way to it.
How close to it do you think we are?
Of course, Art, you and I know, as sensible men, it's very hazardous to guess at timings.
Yes.
The one thing that's difficult are dates and times and hours and places. But, given what is happening to the nations, given the existence now of the New World Order as a fact of life, and not a theory, and not a plan for the future, and given the rising sea of very disturbing things happening, men and women, negative things, we are approaching a point when something has to give. And it would seem to be on a global level, and would seem to finally involve spirit, morals, ethics, finally the final battle. So what time? Well, I think that we're going to enter in these remaining years of this century, we're entering a period of severe chastisements, severe hardships throughout the cosmos, throughout our earth. And I think that into the new century, the 21st century, we're heading for a lot of confrontations and ending up in a short time with that final battle.
Doctor, with changes, earth changes, with things that will occur, it seems so unfair because when these changes begin, clearly those in third world nations, underdeveloped nations, will suffer and die at a disproportionate rate.
I do not know that, Art, for sure. I think that where things will be really bad will be in our overcrowded western cities, our big cities, say Mexico City with 30 million, or Atlanta, or Los Angeles, or New York, or Chicago, the big urban settlements. I think there's where the real suffering will take place. Now, I think that the people living in Patagonia, the people living in Tasmania, the natives, as we call them, we're natives too, but we always refer to the others as the natives.
Yes.
With our post-colonial mind, we still say that, Art, you know. And I remember always making my British friends uncomfortable by referring to them as native British, but there was no such thing as native British. Only the natives were only in Africa, but the British at that time anyway. But the suffering may be more intense in what we call civilization. Maybe much more intense because we are more dependent. I mean, Art, look, think what would happen to New York if the water supply is cut off and the electricity and the gas.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's obvious, very clear. What has been your toughest, your hardest exorcism as you look back?
It was in the Bronx, New York, in 1983. And it was a young priest.
A young priest?
Yeah. Who was possessed. And it was long drawn out. It was bloody and disgusting and took a heavy toll on everybody involved.
Can you tell us the manner of the possession? How would a priest be possessed? Was he himself doing an exorcism?
No. He yielded piece by piece by piece.
Oh.
Because it's never sudden. It's never sudden. It's just a little bit here and a little bit there. And he yielded to temptation. It wasn't sexual temptation either. It was pride and arrogance. And then this mystery of choice comes in, the selectivity. As I said before earlier in the broadcast art, there's no profile. We try to create a profile. There's none. Some men who are very naughty are not possessed. Some men who are possessed are not very naughty in their lives. They're not crooks. They're not evil in that sense, but they are possessed. So, but why he yielded, God only knows. It's free will, of course. But it was a very distressing thing, and involved a lot of people, involved his whole family, involved his whole parish, involved the local bishop.
Wow.
And it was very distressing, and he emerged from it, but he succumbed after a short time. He died.
He died.
He was cured. He was saved, but he died, and he came out of it utterly white. And he was a young man with a big shock of red hair, and a young man. He was a young priest, but the rot had started very early on in his family. He had never told anybody anything about it. And it was the most distressing thing I've been through. It really was the most distressing one.
How did you come out of it?
I came out of it with a little bit of me dead, quite frankly. Something I can't get back until eternity when God rewards me, I hope. But something in me died.
It takes a little piece of your, of what, Doctor, your faith of...
No, it takes a little bit of... You know what? Look, we're both adults. You know what vitality is?
Yes.
And what, verve, and as the French call it, sens d'attaque.
Yes.
The power of cackling something.
Of course.
When that's diminished and diminished and diminished, then that's where I speak about little bits of you departing. Little bits of you die. It's a sacrifice you make. You can give, the analogy I use was children to whom you give love. You can't get it back.
Oh, your life essence or energy?
Yeah. You can't give it to somebody else. You give something which is of your very soul, and we willingly do it as parents or as parish priests or as counselors. But I know sufficient number of psychiatrists and psychologists, and I know they expend themselves for the sake of their patients, and they can't get back what they give. They get money, sure, yes, but that's no substitute at all.
So then when it happens to a priest or somebody of great faith or service to God, it is harder, it is deeper,
It is. And that's if you were to get close to the present Pope, that's what strikes you about him at certain moments. The complete draining of his spirit. I remember I had to convey a message to him once. He came home from a 10-day tour of the Far East. And
Doctor, we're at the top of the hour. Are you constitutionally capable of another hour?
Yes.
You are?
Of course I am, yes.
All right. Wonderful. Stay right there, and we'll be right back to you. Dr. Malachi Martin is my guest. We're talking about exorcism and possession and more, and we will be back.
So, Klein, have you got all your holiday shopping done yet?
No, Beth. I've been reviewing so many movies, I just haven't had the time. I don't even know where to begin.
Well, my friend, I have the perfect gift idea for you. I'll give a hint. You can't wrap it because it's live.
What is it, a pony?
It won't fit down the chimney.
It is a pony.
No, it's not a pony. Here's one last tip. You'll use it once and remember it forever.
Enough already, Beth. What is the perfect gift?
It is the gift of Jiva Theater, my friend.
Of course, Jiva Holiday Gift Certificates. They are the perfect gift.
And Bill, a gift certificate for 2 tickets for any Jiva show this season is priced at only $70. That's a savings of over $30.
Whether they like their theater affectionate, exotic, or musical, Jiva Gift Certificates will be the hit with everyone on my list this holiday season.
Jiva Theater Holiday Gift Certificates are available at the Jiva box office or by calling 232-JIVA, or you can visit the Jiva kiosk at Eastview Mall in the Bonton Wing. You know, Bill, I would love to get a Jiva gift certificate. Hint, hint.
Thanks, Beth. You're a lifesaver. Now about that pony.
Looking for a new doctor? Do you need a specialist in family medicine, OBGYN, orthopedics, cardiology, or other medical area? A doctor with expertise and compassion for your individual needs? No problem. Just dial 368-3000 to reach On-Call. Unity Health System's physician referral and health information service can help you find a great doctor. We have hundreds to choose from, each with convenient hours and office locations close to where you live and work, in the city or the suburbs. Unity doctors are committed to providing the personalized, compassionate care you and your family deserve. And they're connected to all the medical services you'll ever need. To find a great doctor, call On-Call today. 368-3000. That's On-Call at 368-3000. A free service of Unity Health System.
Your station for school and business closings and the most accurate forecast. News Radio 1180, WHAM Rochester. A Clear Channel radio station.
CBS News. I'm Jim Sheneby. It's the third largest bankruptcy in U.S. history.
This is a financial disaster that was bound to happen.
Don Bowder, senior financial columnist for the San Diego Union Tribune, reacting to last night's Chapter 11 filing by insurance and finance giant Conseco.
Conseco was moribund before it went down. It isn't anything that's going to be a big surprise.
The filing comes after months of wrangling with creditors in an attempt to restructure $6.5 billion in debt. Conseco's share price has plummeted from a $58 high to about a nickel. One person is dead, a dozen others hurt after a tornado roared through a mobile home park in Chesapeake, Missouri.
We were laying there and opened up the window, and we heard it coming. We heard it coming big.
Police say all of the nearly 60 mobile homes in the park were destroyed. Sheriff's Lieutenant Dean Lyon.
Teams are in the process now of identifying all the residences in that particular area for damage, verifying that everyone is okay, and cleanup has started.
Some of the Pentagon's top brass apparently feel that the White House is taking Saddam Hussein too lightly. The Washington Post reports that Army Chief General Eric Shinseki and Marine Commandant General James Jones want more attention paid to planning for worst-case scenarios in any assault on Iraq, including increasing the number of reinforcements on hand for ground troops. A United Nations report indicates Al-Qaeda has terror training camps up and running again in eastern Afghanistan. No surprise to CBS News counterterrorism expert Raymond Tanter.
The fighting really didn't end in the spring of 2002. You had Tora Bora in December. You had a series of other incidents, a city named Gardez, and now you have this Kunar province of Afghanistan popping up as if these are new stories, but this isn't a new story. It's a continuing fight.
The Marine Corps is still working to contain a bacterial outbreak at a training depot in San Diego that has killed one recruit and sickened more than 100 others. CBS News correspondent Steve Futterman.
Officials here say they hope they have turned the corner. No Marines have been hospitalized in the last 24 hours. However, several dozen recruits do remain in the hospital, and one is still in critical condition. Nearly 200 recruits have tested positive for Strep A. One Marine died on Sunday. Officials say the death was the result of a bacterial infection.
The government wants to give car buyers more info about rollover danger. Correspondent Bob Orr.
As more people move out of stable cars
into somewhat less stable, higher-riding vehicles, rollovers become a potentially bigger problem. What the regulators are saying now is, because we have 10,000 people dying each year in rollover accidents, we need to have a better database so that consumers can take a look at the whole spectrum of vehicles and see with good data which ones are stable, which ones are less stable.
This is CBS News.
If you're trying to lose weight, then grab your pen and paper, because now you can try Carbolife Gold for free. That's right. The makers of Carbolife are giving away free trial packs to everyone who calls right now. You heard right. Everyone who calls right now can get a free trial pack of Carbolife Gold. You want to lose weight for free? You got it. Carbolife Gold has become Chicago's favorite weight loss supplement. In fact, Linda from Aurora lost 42 pounds. Cindy from Crystal Lake lost 61 pounds. Tina from Elmwood Park lost over 80 pounds and keeps it off with Carbolife Gold. Now it's your turn. Don't delay. If you're serious about wanting to lose weight, now's your chance to do it for free. Get your free 2-week trial pack of Carbolife Gold by calling now. This offer is not available in stores, and the supplies are limited.
Call 1-800-689-1752. That's 1-800-689-1752. Burn the fat now with your free 2-week trial pack of Carbolife Gold. Call now, 1-800-689-1752. 1-800-689-1752.
If you plan on drinking over the holidays, don't drive. John Hartshey reports on a national campaign against drunk driving.
There will be increased police activity for 16 straight nights, from the weekend before Christmas through the weekend after New Year's.
There'll be sobriety checkpoints. There'll be a lot of those.
North Miami Beach Police Chief Bill Berger says drivers will also see
wolf packs, which are specially trained traffic officers that specifically look for speeders and indicators that the person may be under some type of a substance or alcohol or drugs.
According to Chief Berger, the extra police activity is not to spoil your fun.
Enjoy the holidays. Have a great time. Just don't drink and drive.
John Hartshey, CBS News, Washington.
A study from the Center on Alcohol Marketing at Georgetown University suggests young people are exposed to more beer commercials on TV than ads for such things as sneakers, gum, or jeans. The study indicates the alcohol industry is not doing enough to monitor its own advertising. Jim Sheneby, CBS News.
Your news briefing for the ride home. The Wham 5 o'clock news hour. News Radio 1180. WHAM.
Checking WHAM's radar weather for the remainder of the overnight. Just clear skies and a very cold night. Down to about 15 in the city and near the lakeshore, but easily down into the single numbers south of Rochester. Wednesday, bright sunshine early, then the clouds are going to roll in by the afternoon. The high temperature in the mid-30s. Thursday, the winds pick up. It's going to be turning noticeably milder. Chance of a rain shower by the afternoon. Then the high temperature in the mid-40s. This is Wham News Source 13 meteorologist Glenn Johnson.
There's no negotiations with Mr. Saddam Hussein.
On the tape, Osama bin Laden praising recent attacks.
Al-Qaeda.
Whether he's alive or not, it's still going to go on without him.
Terrorism.
It's going to get worse before it gets better.
America on the brink of war.
The United States and other nations will disarm Saddam Hussein.
Listen to what's happening now.
A new alert says high-priority targets are in the aviation, petroleum, and nuclear industry.
Talk about what should happen next. Continuing coverage on Rochester's only News Radio 1180 WHAM.
You're listening to the best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Tonight's show is from 1996. It's Art's very first interview with Father Malachi Martin. And now, the best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin. For more years than I have really considered adult things, he has done exorcisms. He is a fascinating man, and you're going to want to turn your radio up and just sort of settle down and listen carefully. We'll get back to him.
How would you like to increase your investment returns? Today, world tensions, rising oil prices, and stock market uncertainties, more and more people are turning to gold to protect and grow their savings and retirement accounts. Reports are everywhere. Forbes, CNBC, the Wall Street Journal, even Merrill Lynch. Big money is moving to gold. And that's why gold investments outperformed all stock funds in 2001. And that's why even Art Bell has Lear Financial managing his own gold investments. As a satisfied client, he encourages you to call Lear Financial at 1-800-474-4259 to see how you too could protect and grow your own savings and retirement account. If you call 1-800-474-4259 now and mention Coast to Coast, you'll also get Lear's audio seminar titled Why the Experts Picked Gold in 2002, a $29 value. The guide, the tape are free, but the offer is limited, so call 1-800-474-4259. That's 1-800-474-4259.
Have you thought about trying Viagra, but you just don't want to talk about it with your family doctor? Maybe it's just inconvenient or too much hassle to make an appointment. Well, now it's as easy as a phone call to Lifestyle Pharmaceutical Products. Now you can order the real Viagra for as little as $6 per standard 50-milligram dose. In just minutes over the phone, you'll be asked a few confidential questions pertaining to your health. No prior prescription needed. Your information will be reviewed by a physician, and upon doctor's approval, your Viagra will be shipped discreetly and delivered in just 2 business days. Or we can arrange for you to pick it up at any full-service FedEx location, no extra charge. Viagra by phone. It's easy, convenient, and completely confidential. No prior prescription necessary. Call now, 1-800-407-6252. That's 1-800-407-6252. Again, that's 1-800-407-6252.
What I'm advertising here should be in every single American household. Christmas would be just a great time for you to get it into the household of somebody you love. It's the Super Bajan crank-up radio. It's got a crank on the side. You turn it for 30 seconds. You get 30 minutes of radio, emergency radio, or everyday radio if you wish. Every time you turn that crank, 30 seconds, you get 30 minutes of radio, and you get 30 minutes of emergency light because it's got this wonderful built-in recessed LED array light that comes out, and it's on like a 10-foot cord or better, and you can clamp it to whatever and use it as a work light and have radio. It's got a solar panel on top. It's so sensitive it will collect enough power from a 100-watt light bulb just above it to operate full time at full room volume. This is not a headphone thing. At full room volume, AM, FM, and shortwave radio, all wrapped up into this wonderful emergency instrument or everyday instrument, whatever. And it's the weekly special offer for Christmas right now on sale, $119.95. Wait a minute. There's even a better deal here. $119.95 on sale, but you buy 3 and they go down to $99.95 each. That's a really, really good deal. So call the C. Crane Company in the morning at 1-800-522-8863. They begin, the Christmas doors open at about 6:30 in the morning. 1-800-522-8863. What a great gift for anybody. The After Dark newsletter has been reporting subjects that we talk about right here on the show. And just like the show, After Dark has been evolving and changing and keeping folks guessing. You never know what you're going to get next, but it's always a lot of fun. Give yourself a treat and subscribe. Just log on to my website, artbell.com. Go to the library link on the left. You'll find the After Dark link in the menu there. Click and you can subscribe on the secure server. Or call any time of the day or night, toll free, 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505 for only $39.95. You'll receive this 4-color magazine every month for a year. Subscribe right now and you'll get 2 free issues, 14 for the price of 12. Subscribe online at artbell.com or call right now, 1-888-727-5505. That's 1-888-727-5505. The following comes to me, as you might imagine, unsigned for a good reason. Doctor, I'm going to read you something. I'd like you to react to it, if you would.
Certainly.
Dear Art and Dr. Martin, in 1991, I made a pact with anyone that could get my girlfriend to come back. The response was by Satan. At that point, my eyes literally rolled back, and I heard only 2 words, 1 year. 1 year later, she broke up with me for no good reason. Several months later, I was asleep, had a dream that I was looking at myself in a mirror brushing my hair. When I looked at my eyes in the mirror, they turned totally black. The person was me, but the soul behind the eyes, evil. At that point, I knew exactly who it was, what I wanted, and how it got there. At this point, I was awake, tried to get up and turn on the lights, but was physically pushed back down to a prone position and could no longer move even a finger. To make matters worse, the bedroom door slammed shut, and I was cut off from the light in the hallway. What happened to this person?
This person accepted possession and was possessed and infested, and the demonic power took over. I'd love to know what happened subsequently. There's no doubt about it. It's a genuine, everything there is genuine, unless it's copied from a book. But it's they're genuine phenomena.
These things really happen. Doors slam
they
shut?
really happen. They do. But you see, the point is this, that if you go to a doctor and tell him that, he'll send you to a shrink.
Sure.
But it doesn't help to go to a shrink with these things at all, unless the shrink knows what he's talking about and sends you off to an exorcist. And apropos of that, remember you also got a letter or a fax from somebody asking you to cease and desist from this conversation.
Correct.
I now know my reading of that is that their lifestyle is disturbed by being told the truth about demonic possession and harassment. To get back to this particular gentleman, I would love to know the result of, he won't tell us this time, perhaps some other time he will, tell us what happened to him subsequently. Everything that's there sounds absolutely genuine.
Yes.
Has happened, is chronicled, is known to have happened to others, and is genuinely the effect of demonic infestation.
All right. One other, Doctor. Could you tell us, please, more about what you believe may be seen in the sky? You said keep your eye on the sky. Between now and next spring, what should we be looking for? And then, as a matter of fact, before you answer that, also he says, can we obtain Dr. Martin's books?
Yes, they can.
You have many books. You've been a very prolific writer.
16, and I have one at the present moment called Windswept House, which is about the present condition of the Church of Rome and of the present Pope, and what's going to happen shortly to both. Because people may not realize it, because of the flourishing condition of the Church, apparently, we are in deep crisis in the Roman Catholic Church. And I'm a priest. I say Mass every morning. I baptize babies. I hear confession, etc. So I'm a traditional priest. But I know we're in deep doo-doo, in deep trouble. And this book is about, that's my latest book, but it's the 16th book I've written.
It's called Windswept House.
That's right, published by Doubleday.
Doubleday. So your books are generally available in bookstores?
That's right, they are, or in paperback. This one is still not in paperback. It will be next year.
What, Doctor, are ghosts?
Ghosts?
Yes, sir.
Genuine ghosts are visitations by people already dead who are allowed by God to visit the living for some reason or other, usually known to the person visited, but not admitted by them until they wake up. There are some cases where what we call ghosts is demonic infestation of a house or a city or a street. It does happen.
Have you had occasion where you have exorcised a spirit or a ghost or whatever it is from a house, from a structure?
Yes, in a house, yes. Going from room to room and expelling the demon. It must be done. I'll be doing that in December in Washington, D.C.
You are in your 70s. Again, I ask you, concern about yourself. Does there not come a time when physically you should refrain from doing this?
Yes, and I have refrained to a large extent. It's nothing like the febrile activity of my 40s and 50s and 60s. No, I haven't. Then I've had open heart surgery and 2 heart attacks. So, simply the nature of things has imposed a certain restraint on me.
Were either one of these heart attacks associated with exorcisms?
One of them was.
One of them was?
Yes, the bad one. But that's the price you pay. And Art, we're only here for a short time.
It is true. It is true. All right, let's go back to the phones. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi. Where are you, please?
I'm in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Fairbanks, Alaska. Yes, sir.
What's on your mind, sir?
Say again?
What's on your mind?
I have a question for you. I used to be involved in magic before I was a Christian.
Uh-huh.
And summoning demons and all that kind of strange stuff.
Yes.
The question I have for you, though, is now there's a person up here who is infested with them.
Who's in touch with what?
Demons. I mean, you can actually see it because some of the stuff he does.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, as a Christian, should I even attempt to cast them out or just leave them alone?
Oh, that's a good question.
It is. Unless you have special authority, don't touch it with a bat. Don't touch it. Keep away from it. Protect yourself. Don't attempt to deal with it.
Is that clear enough for you, caller?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's stronger than you. It's more intelligent than you.
Okay.
All right. Have a good morning and stay safe. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hi. Good morning to both of you. Art, like I said, I'm sorry I hadn't been listening this morning, but I am taping it for later listening.
Where are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry?
Where are you?
I'm in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Excuse me, my name is Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Art, I got a question for you and also one for Dr. Martin.
Yes,
if I remember correctly, if you want to jog my memory here, you said that you had a story about a Ouija board which you would not dare tell.
That's right.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know about that. But
that's all I'm willing to say.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Martin, it's a pleasure and honor to speak with you, sir.
Thanks very much.
Yes, thank you. I was listening to Art's show earlier, and I believe Sunday night you had a Dreamland thing where you had a seance. Is that correct, Art?
I have a recording. I didn't have a seance. I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. But I had somebody on who had conducted a seance, and in the course of that, there was the sound of babies crying.
Yeah.
And I played that on the air. Yes, indeed.
I recall, I believe a woman called in and said she heard a female voice in the background as well.
Yes.
But nonetheless, Dr. Martin, my question for you is just very simply, what is the role of a seance in the act of demonic possession? And
the role of the seance is chiefly this: it lays you open to invasion, because the essence of a seance is the sitting or standing or lying down, it depends on what physical posture they take, and trying to communicate and to commune with the spirits. And that means opening the channels of your mind and will. And if you do that, you're sitting duck.
A sitting duck. All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hi, this is Rita.
Yes, Rita.
I have a question. My sister-in-law that lives with us is mentally retarded.
Yes.
And I feel that sometimes what I see coming out of her is like a demonic thing. What happens is, if you ask her who her friend is, and you ask her in a certain way, she'll say, well, my friend is Satan of the Black Mountain.
Mm.
And if my daughter knows how to get her going and just get crazy. And I just wonder sometimes if...
Has she always been like this?
Well, not from the start of my marriage to my husband. See, he told me, he said she's evil. And she has evil ways about her.
Has she always been retarded?
As far as, yes. As far as, he knows she was born that way. And she's got, like, the mentality of a 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the doctors have said. Now, I've seen her as normal as you and I. I mean, I don't know how you are, but I mean...
Yeah, you can presume we're normal.
Yeah. But I mean, my daughter pretends to vomit, and she'll just go off.
Yes,
and I'll tell her, I'll say, will you stop? just sit there and stay calm. Ignore her, if she can't do it.
Doctor, it brings up an awfully good question. A retarded child, is that an easier target for possession?
No, it's not. It's not. There has to be collaboration of the will for possession.
Doctor, I wonder how many people in mental institutions all across this country, instead of being mentally ill, may be possessed.
I've only gone through, with a psychiatrist, I've only gone through 2 mental institutions, let's call them that.
Yes, sir.
And over 50% are obviously possessed in those 2 places.
So then even in the case of a child like this lady's child, you would recommend, based on what you heard, that perhaps she see somebody like yourself?
Yes, somebody in authorities do something about it. But it's very hard to judge a case like this at this distance. But from what she says, it looks like that.
All right, ma'am.
It looks like she could be possessed.
It could be that she could be infested, yeah.
Yeah, because, I've talked to a priest. I'm Catholic.
Yep.
And I've talked to a priest, and they think I'm crazy. What I see is I can't get her to open up or to be this way in front of anybody. But it's like the sheep that is the wolf that's under the sheepskin.
Yeah, I know. You're being very much more accurate than you know in describing it. You must find a good priest.
And I've talked to priests that say that they wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Of course not. They're afraid of their pants.
And they
is that most priests, Doctor, or a majority of them?
Unfortunately, today, a majority. Because, you see, now when they're training in seminaries, they're not given any formation whatever. They're given no formation, no theological formation, and no instruction. And then a lot of the professors in seminaries, a lot of the trainers, a lot of the bishops don't believe in the devil.
How?
And that's great PR for him, because it means, as you know, during the war, the successful spy was the one nobody knew was a spy.
Well, how can, a dumb question from a layman, how can a priest believe in the Almighty and not the other force? I mean,
because actually, Art, it's a very telling question, and it's an intelligent question, because overall their faith has weakened. I said before to you, it's a dimension. It's not a quantum. It's a dimension. And overall it has, and I have done this. I've probed people who don't believe in this, and I find that their belief in the resurrection of Christ Jesus, their belief in heaven, their belief in hell is all shaken to bits, sometimes non-existent.
Can I ask you about a very sensitive question again regarding the fallibility of priests? In America, in the church, there have been too many stories, Doctor, of priests after their vows of celibacy who have then...
Pedophilia.
Yes.
There have. But there's no doubt about it. There is a plague of pedophilia. Now, by the way, look out. There are 55,000 priests in the dioceses of America. And of that amount of 55,000, about approximately 2 to 4% have been found guilty of pedophilia, have been pedophiliacs. It's still too much. And there's no doubt about it. There's been a plague, and it's been worsened because of the policy of bishops to cover things up. Whereas, if you find a pedophiliac, priest or layman, you go to the nearest precinct and report it, in my book.
Yes.
But they didn't do that. They covered it up. And they transferred the man to another parish with more little boys and little girls to be violated. And therefore they have had a very severe amount of trouble. And by the way, since 1985, the church in America has spent well over $500 or $600 million in out-of-court settlements.
Oh, my.
And that's the money and the dimes and the nickels of the faithful.
Is it, Doctor, because of the church's attitude about it? In other words, they feel that there's been a breach of faith and they want to work on that breach of faith instead of letting it become a civil matter? Or is it just a plain old cover-up?
No, Art, it's more complicated than that. There isn't a network of homosexual priests. We know that now. Unfortunately, there is a network, and they cover for each other. So that's a complicating factor. It's not a wide network, but it does exist, number one. Number two, as you know, for any ecclesiastic in the Catholic Church, there are only two evils: bankruptcy or moral scandal.
Yes.
These are two things they're afraid of.
Yes.
They're not afraid of anything else. And therefore they try and cover anything up which breeds scandal, because that destroys prestige and finally stops money, stops people contributing.
What are your feelings about vows of celibacy?
I'll tell you something. My experience is as follows, whether as a chaplain in the U.S. Air Force, which I was, or as a parish priest, which I have functioned as, and as a priest now dealing with people, there's no doubt about it that a priest who is a celibate, a real celibate, not just a eunuch,
a real celibate, yes.
Many who take the vow of celibacy are really eunuchs. Somebody has put a chastity belt on them and thrown away the key, and they're looking for the key. And sometimes they find it to be rude and lewd about it. But genuine celibacy makes you so specialized that people can confide in you.
Yes.
And they know you belong to them and them alone. And they know you're not going home at night to your wife. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you're not sharing anything with anybody. Your heart belongs to Christ as a celibate, if you're truly a celibate. But celibacy is it's a gift, by the way. And it's a rare thing, the practice of celibacy. There are a lot of celibates who take that vow. But the practice of celibacy does make a man very special, because he's uniquely devoted. And by the way, I don't know if you've found this out, but the biggest psychiatrists I know, the biggest surgeons, they're practically celibate.
Yes.
They really are.
But there's a price, and that...
there's a huge price. There's no doubt about it. And if that's where good celibacy comes in. If you are really a celibate, you don't dry up like a fig and become hard and emotionless and insensitive to human feeling. Do you understand me?
Yes.
It's such a difficult thing to attain. But if you do attain it, boy, people find it so useful, so practical, so helpful.
And some of those who don't end up perhaps as pedophiles or other...
That's right. And as abrasive characters, because they're frustrated beyond belief.
All right. You answered that in a very straightforward way. Doctor, stand by. We'll be back to you shortly. Dr. Malachi Martin is in Manhattan. Wherever you are, don't move. We'll be right back. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC.
Checking WHAM's radar weather for the remainder of the overnight. Just clear skies and a very cold night. Down to about 15 in the city and near the lake shore, but easily down into the single numbers south of Rochester. Wednesday, bright sunshine early, then the clouds are going to roll in by the afternoon. The high temperature in the mid-30s. Thursday, the winds pick up. It's going to be turning noticeably milder. Chance of a rain shower by the afternoon. Then the high temperature in the mid-40s. This is Wham! News Source 13 meteorologist Glenn Johnson.
If you think the colder weather makes drivers stay home, you're nuts. It just makes them drive worse.
Hey, fool, you better slow that car down!
Swerving through fog, hydroplaning across wet roads. That's if they managed to defrost their front windshield in the first place. We can't do much about bad drivers, but we can make sure you avoid the problem instead of getting stuck in the Wham! Highway Patrol. Mornings and afternoons on News Radio 1180 WHAM. Depend on it.
Call Isaac when you need us, we'll be there.
When something goes wrong with your home's heating or air conditioning system, you've got a big problem on your hands. Here's Sharon Klum of Rochester.
We have baseboard heat, and on December 30th, we came home and we happened to go in the basement, and there was a smell, and the carbon monoxide buzzer was going on. We called our repairman. We waited for him to call back. He never called back.
Sharon needed her work done in a hurry, so she called the real pros at Isaac Heating and Air Conditioning. And even though it was a holiday, they were there.
Mike Goiter was the salesperson. He came over and went over the different types that they had. After we chose the boiler we wanted, he went down and started the work on it. The boys came in on their day off, and they finished up the work.
For emergencies or planned maintenance, call Isaac Heating and Air Conditioning, 546-1400, or look them up online at isaachheating.com.
Call Isaac, because those guys were just tremendous.
Computer time doesn't mean online or chain store time. Computer time means Soyata time. If you haven't bought a computer in the last few years, you'll be floored at how little it costs to blow the doors off the one you're using now. In fact, just in time for the holidays, you can buy a brand new Soyata computer featuring a super fast Intel 4 1.8 gig processor for just $749. Perfect for home or home office use. Hey, if your new computer runs into a snag, what do you want to do? Pack it up and send it back to the online manufacturer, or take it back to the chain store and wait for up to 6 weeks? No way, because Soyata computers are designed and built right here in your hometown. If you ever do have a problem, you can bring it back and look right into the eyes of the guy who built it. In most cases, Soyata will get your computer back to you in 1 week or less. Support the local economy, buy local, and get a better computer. With prices this low, it's not waiting time. It's Soyata time. Soyata Computers, West Henrietta Road, and online at Soyata.com.
Coast to Coast AM, driven by Bob Johnson Chevrolet.
Here's that file you wanted, Sheila.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, you've taken classes at Rochester Info Courses, haven't you?
Yeah, a lot of them. I got a list of a bunch more I want to take. Why?
Well, I saw their ad for the Single Mingle on December 28th. I was thinking of going.
Oh, yeah. I'm going with a bunch of my friends. I went to that singles dating event they did in October. It was a blast.
I see here that Reporter will be performing live, and there'll be hors d'oeuvres and a cash bar. Do you think there'll be a lot of quality people to meet there?
Oh, definitely. Why do you think I'm going?
Good point. I guess I'll see you guys there.
Dress in your favorite holiday attire and join Rochester Info Courses and hundreds of area singles for the largest singles bash of the year. Mark your calendar for December 28th from 7 till 10 p.m. and come dance to the music of Reporter. Enjoy tasty hors d'oeuvres, win a door prize, and enjoy lots of great conversation at the German House, 315 Gregory Street near the corner of South Avenue. Tickets are available in advance for $20 by calling 585-256-1960 or pay $25 at the door.
Bob Matthews.
Why can't some of these deadweights that call the shots in our community see the light?
Weeknights, 6 till 8 on the Sports Leader. News Radio 1180 WHAM.
Once again, here I am. My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin in Manhattan, up very late at this hour. And we'll get right back to him. Mars is coming. That's right, everybody. It's really coming. Mars is about to be, this coming summer, it's about to be closer to Earth than it's been in 50,000 years. Your view of Mars through a high-class deep space telescope is going to be the best view there's been in 50,000 years. This is not to be missed. And so we have for you this wonderful, big, classic telescope. This is the monster of them all, folks. Comes on a tripod with an equatorial mount. It's absolutely the best scope for the money, and deep space stargazing, planet hunting, and visiting real close up with Mars. What an opportunity. It's at forthenightsky.com. That's FOR, thenightsky.com. And aside from just that event worth seeing once in a lifetime, getting a telescope for you and your family will begin to change your outlook on a lot of things in life about who we are and where we are with reference to everything else that's out there. It's very educational as well as fun. The number, if you'd like to order for Christmas, is 1-800-394-3307 at forthenightsky.com on the web. That's FOR, thenightsky.com on the web. Or 1-800-394-3307.
My way to quit smoking is to avoid having one cigarette. If I have one, I'll go back. I'm using Nicorette on a regular schedule to help prevent cravings. And every now and then, when I really want to smoke just one, like after a big meal, I take an extra piece to help stay in control. Over time, I'll use less and less Nicorette. After 12 weeks, I'm done. This is going to work for me.
You can do it. Nicorette can help. Use as directed. Follow dosing schedule. Individual results may vary. Support program can improve success rate.
Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, brought to you by Geico Auto Insurance.
Hello,
I'm Dr. Jekyll.
Now the despicable Mr. Hyde.
Jekyll?
Hyde, Jekyll, Hyde. I'm a mean man.
Then I'm a nice man. I'm your friend.
I'm a jerk. Friend, jerk.
I like having immediate claim service.
Shut up.
You shut up.
You shut up. No, you shut up. No.
Immediate claim service to get you back on the road fast. And you could save 15% on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
Savings and retirement accounts. Reports are everywhere. Forbes, CNBC, the Wall Street Journal. Protect and grow the...
All right, I'm sort of sorting through the faxes and questions that I'm getting. Dr. Martin,
yes.
Another one I want you to listen to here.
Sure.
Dr. Martin, I went to Brophy College Prep in Phoenix, the premier Jesuit high school in Arizona.
Yes.
Since I've left there, I've been tormented by a will that is other than my own. I've been forced to commit acts that I would never have dreamed possible myself. I have no control over them. I want to do otherwise, but I can't stop. I feel I've been violated spiritually. I've had my mind and will taken over by other spirits. I know I have felt a force in me driving me to do other than I want to do. I am not a Jesuit. I am more or less of the new spirituality that's out there. I feel I have been tormented by demons and have been possessed. I need to know how I can stop it. I want to have faith, but I'm scared. I believe each individual holds God within himself, but I'm so afraid of losing control to these others again that I can't hold any faith at all. What can I do?
Go to the local priest and bishop and get an exorcist.
An exorcist?
Get an exorcist, yes.
How hard are they to find today?
Not so difficult. In certain places they don't exist, but in other places they do. And the first place to go to is the diocesan chancery or the local parish priest.
All right, good advice. Mr. Bell, this is Catherine from the Gulf Coast area of Texas. Would you please ask Father Martin this question? Father John O'Connor, not Cardinal John O'Connor,
yes,
said because the energy loss from a true exorcist is so great that a Catholic exorcist lives only about 15 years after he is deeply involved in this. He further says the hatred from the demon is so horrendous that it literally drains him. Yes?
Yes. But there are exceptions to the 15-year rule.
You must be one of them.
Yes, I am.
How do you feel? Why do you feel that you have been so blessed?
I don't know, Art. I just don't know. I take it as it comes. I didn't expect to live this long. I really didn't.
Surprised, huh?
Surprised is right. If you had told me that one day would be 76, I would have horse-laughed.
Horse-laughed.
Yes.
I would like to ask you about something we've dealt with on this program several times. I know your background is in archaeology.
That's right.
So therefore, there have been many who have speculated and talked and thought about the pyramids, the Sphinx at Giza in Egypt.
Yes, yes.
There is some work going on that may result in the opening of some secret passages below the Sphinx.
Yes, I've read about this. I'm not au courant with it. I don't know how far they've got. I don't know really what's being done. But I know there's something being done of that nature.
Would you be surprised if there is something very ancient found there?
No. See, the soil of Egypt and of Palestine in general preserves things because it's dry. And I'm convinced that one of these days we're going to find the most extraordinary things, like, for instance, a copy of the Bible coming from pre-exilic times, that is before the Babylonian captivity. That's about 580 BC, which would be tremendous to find.
And if we did, what would you imagine might be within that would cast doubt on much of what we believe?
It wouldn't. It would confirm.
It would confirm.
It would confirm, because I'm certain that we have a proper tradition, but it would be lovely to have a manuscript from that time, from the time of Isaiah.
Do you believe that the Ark of the Covenant will be found?
Personally, I do, but I have no objective scientific grounds for saying so. I think it will be found.
Well, as you know, this new tunnel, archaeological tunnel that has just been reopened again.
Yes, caused all the trouble.
Yes, many believe that the Ark of the Covenant is close.
It may well be. As I say, I have a feeling that we will find the Ark of the Covenant, that God will allow us to find it. But I've no archaeological reason for saying that.
All right, one more, and then we'll go back to the phones. Joseph in Seattle wants to know, do you have any comment about the numerous sightings and encounters of and with what are being called extraterrestrial beings and their relationship, if any, with demons, angels, and the quickening process?
The only comment I would make is that some of the so-called or so-defined sightings of extraterrestrials sounds like demonic activity, but I have never examined the thing closely and scientifically and professionally, so I don't know. But some of it sounds very like demonic activity and nothing to do with extraterrestrial beings, if such things exist.
Do you rule out the possibility of extraterrestrial beings?
No, I do not. We just don't know.
Would the existence of them in any way shake your faith?
No, it would not. Not the slightest way. It would expand my consciousness. For instance, when Columbus discovered America, in that sense discovered America, it was a mind opener for the Europeans.
Certainly was.
It was a mind opener. I mean, it revolutionized the whole of Europe and the whole of the world. And they found it impossible to believe it in the beginning, because they believed there were two-headed men and giants and misshapen creatures outside Europe. They didn't know anything better. Then they suddenly found out that there were generations of people living outside of Europe that had lived and died for hundreds and hundreds of years. So revolutionized, and they didn't lose their faith. They on the contrary, they expanded it. I have an inkling, I don't know, but from the data so far assembled, I have a feeling that there's no extraterrestrial life within our galaxy.
That may well be.
I think it's outside our galaxy.
That may well be.
But that's only my own assessment.
Yes, sir.
I'm not an astronomer.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hello, Dr. Martin.
Yes.
Yes, about 5 years ago, I had in a weak moment,
yes,
I had a suicide attempt.
Yes.
It seemed like there were forces in the house that saved me. Okay.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Vancouver,
Canada.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, about 6 months before that, we were doing a bunch of, not Ouija, but the same sort of thing in the house.
Yes.
And it seemed as though there were forces.
Yes.
And it seemed as though I was saved. But I've had nothing but bad luck since this time. Can you tell me...
Well, if you have dabbled in the Ouija board seriously, and if you've dabbled in any... It's occult, there's no doubt about that. You're dealing with occult forces. Then you may have some attachments to you that you don't like, spiritual attachments in your spirit, and you want to get rid of them.
Yes.
And you want to get a good priest who can get rid of them for you. It's very hard to get rid of them yourself, but a good priest can do that.
I'm not a Catholic, or...
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. You're a human being.
All right.
You were redeemed by Christ, whether you like it or not. Whether you believe it or not.
So seek proper help.
That's right.
Doctor, the nature of suicide.
Yes.
What happens to a soul that commits suicide?
Well, you know, it's called Satan's eighth sacrament, suicide. There are 7 satanic sacraments, apparently, but so suicide is the 8th one. What happens is briefly this, that by my own hand, I cut myself off from leading a life according to God's will, who is the master of life and of death. And by doing that, I violate a fundamental commandment of his, which is do not kill yourself. It's a fundamental law in my nature. And I thereby enter the gray area where I can never see the light again. I can never be with God. I can never have happiness. And I suffer the torment of being separated from the one thing that would have made me happy, would have made me, beatified me forever, God and his beauty and his truth and his heaven.
What about those people that suffer physical maladies that are terminal and horrible and simply...
I know.
And simply want out. And I've thought about this and talked about it on the radio as a talk host over many years. And my position was always sort of, whose life is it anyway? I'll be in control of my own life. Nobody will tell me what to do. My wife told me, Doctor, don't do it. Even if you're suffering, you are meant to go through this. And if you don't go through it, something terrible is going to happen. So... And those words have rung in my ears for years.
I know, and they ring in my ears now that you've said them, and I won't forget them. They've been said to me on other occasions by other people for other reasons, for the same reasons. I don't know. I really don't know, Art, in the whole of human history that I have read and talked about and inquired into, I don't know of any explanation justifying human suffering except the sufferings of Jesus Christ on his cross. If I can identify with his sufferings, in spite of my cancer, in spite of my arthritis, in spite of my AIDS, if I have these things, if I can identify with his sufferings, I can merit can merit a greater place in heaven. I can merit a greater closeness to God. And I know in my soul what I want is God's beauty and truth.
So then to avoid it by taking your own life is to exclude yourself from his company.
That's right. That's right. Now, I do not exclude at all, Art. I must tell you this much. I do not exclude that, for instance, if I proceed to take cyanide or something, some suicidal act, I do not exclude that before I die, God can touch my heart and make me repent of it, even though I can't undo what I've done.
In other words, redemption always possible, even the last second. But
yes, I don't exclude God's mercy, but you're running a terrible risk.
The numbers might not be with you.
That's right.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Yes, thank you.
Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from California.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
But, thank you for the opportunity to speak with Dr. Malachi. I had a couple of questions, but first I was very concerned about something that you said. You had stated that something about the draining of your spirit.
Yes, that's right.
I didn't really understand.
All right. Let's try and explain that again. In the course of an exorcism, your spirit is drained, or a piece of you is lost forever. Is that about right?
That's about it. You give out something you can't get back. Otherwise, you're no good. You're not effective. It's like the love you give your child or your wife or your husband or your country or a cause. If you really give love, you don't get it back.
Does that help you, caller?
Well, I just wanted to humbly say that there is that one infinite spirit of love that is inexhaustible.
That's right. That's right.
But the question that I had, in my studying of metaphysics, and I do stay within, the matrix of Christian principles.
Yes.
But I come to realize that throughout Christendom that there is much phenomena to be studied, from the Appalachian people who handle serpents and drink poison in the name of Christ, and glossolalia in the church, stigmatas, and these exorcisms and apparitions. So
your question is?
Well, I just wanted him to comment on that. And another question that I had was
yes?
Is not the revelation, in your thinking, a prophecy of mass exorcism?
Mass exorcism, I never heard of that. I don't think it's possible.
Too bad.
It's just not possible.
Too bad. Because we could use one.
Well, we could, Art. We could, but this is one-on-one. One-on-one.
It's always one-on-one, isn't it?
It is finally one-on-one. There is such a thing as a demon sharing several people. And you can get rid of that demon and exclude that, but it's not a mass exorcism. You're still concentrating on one damn spirit.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes, this is Thomas in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Thomas.
It's an honor to speak to you, Father Martin.
Thank you very much for saying that.
Yes, I just finished reading your book, Hostage to the Devil.
Uh-huh.
And I thought it was one of the best books I've ever read. It was fascinating.
Mm.
And in one of the chapters, you spoke about a professor who was one of the leaders in parapsychic development and astral travel.
That's right.
And I was wondering if that has any connection with what is widely known now as remote viewing.
Yes, it has.
And if there's any demonic possession related to remote viewing.
Yes, there is. There is a demonic possession related to it.
In the process of doing what these remote viewers do, and it is very interesting, Doctor, because there was a Nightline program.
Yes.
And it turns out our own government, for 20 years, has been involved in remote viewing.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
What is a person doing when they remote view? It's not exactly an out of body, or is it out of body? And they are subject then to all kinds of things, as you are when you open other doors with Ouija boards or whatever.
I'll tell you what it is, Art. Really, what is at stake, and it's very volatile. It's like nitroglycerin for the soul. It's this: there are latent powers in us all.
Yes. I believe that.
The Nazis in their death camps, seeking to develop the perfect mind control, developed means, they found means of developing these latent powers. When we conquered Germany, we imported not merely physical scientists, rocket scientists like von Braun and the others.
Right.
We also imported the doctors who had gone in for mind control. And some of those mind control methods were used in the special forces of the USA. And they have found that in certain cases, they produce the very traits that you find in possessed people. But it does give remote viewing, makes it a reality, and remote action a reality. And the Soviets in their day and the Nazis went much further than we ever went. We learned from them. But it's highly dangerous because you probably heard me say, and it went by your ear, Art, and I didn't emphasize it, I spoke about the middle plateau.
The middle plateau.
I mentioned that once. That middle plateau is the plateau on which evil spirits work. And they use every paranormal power that they can, that's latent in human beings and can be evinced, can be used. And it's very dangerous and volatile. It's the nitroglycerin of the soul. It can blow it up. And it's a very dangerous thing because you let loose something amongst human beings as a group that's destructive in the extreme and completely immoral. There's no ethic, there's no moral, there's no rule at all.
No, I believe that as well. But it is real, isn't it?
Oh, gee whiz. It's real. That's the difficulty about it. It is real. And I know people who teach it.
So do I.
Yeah. But no, not for me. Thank you very much. I'm a coward. I run. I really do, Art. I have nothing to do with it.
And
I want to stay with the devils or with the angels.
You know, circling back, I can't get it out of my mind. There are these people who have comfortably made a deal and are living with this deal.
Oh yes, and they expect to go home to Satan.
Oh yes, are there more and more of these people? You see them, you know them.
More and more, there are more and more appearing to be there anyway, and it's very hard to get away from the impression that there are more disciples than there ever were before of Lucifer. Lucifer in particular, not so much Satan, Lucifer.
Listen, Doctor, we are at the end of another hour.
Okay.
Are you willing to stay for the final one?
Yes.
You are. Wonderful.
Why don't we crown it up and finish it up?
So we shall. Stay right there, relax. It'll be several minutes. We'll be back to you.
Okay.
Dr. Malachi Martin is my guest. And I've got a couple of questions, one concerning something called the Guff when we come back. You're listening to the CBC Radio Network. I'm Art Bell.
It's Art Bell and Father Malachi Martin.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good morning, good evening, as the case may be, across all these time zones, covering an area from the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands in the west, all the way across flyover country to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, soon Puerto Rico, by the way, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell, and tonight we're going to have Father Dr. Malachi Martin on. Once again, what a pleasure. And I've got a bit of a surprise for you. You may recall that Dr. Martin was, we're going to figure out, Dr. Martin, Father Martin, Malachi, we'll see what he prefers. You may recall that in the last program, Malachi was asked about remote viewing, and his response was that it was nitroglycerin for the soul. After that program, I had a call from Ed Dames, who said, you know, I'd like to have a word or two with Father Martin about that. And so just as sort of a forethought, I guess, I spoke with Ed Dames earlier in the evening, and Father Martin has agreed to speak with Ed Dames. So at midnight tonight, or in about an hour, we're going to do exactly that. And that should be nitroglycerin for the radio. It certainly will be interesting. Will Pope John Paul II be forced to resign? Opposing forces battle for power over pivotal issues. Will there be a Mr. and Mrs. Pope? Will women be ordained Catholic priests? Are traditional Christians on the way back to the catacombs? Will homosexual marriages be sanctioned? The long-running covert warfare against Pope John Paul II, led by powerful members of his own hierarchy, including cardinals and bishops in Rome, in the U.S. and around the world, has broken into the open over the past 5 months. It's going to end within the next 12. The prize is control of one of the world's most powerful positions. So predicts former Vatican insider and best-selling author Dr. Malachi Martin in his latest national bestseller, Windswept House. It's a double-day book, already recognized as, quote, one of the most powerful books of the decade, end quote. As in his earlier bestsellers, Vatican and the Final Conclave, Father Martin again draws aside the thick veil of secrecy that surrounds the world's oldest political power and vast financial empire known as the Vatican. This time he unveils a deadly global war, a winner-take-all campaign aimed at the target of targets, control of the power cockpit of the world, a war for control of the papacy itself as a nerve center of the only up-and-running, self-sustaining, worldwide governing structure. And this evening, I think what I'm going to do is let Dr. Martin speak for himself, but before he does, Doctor, welcome to the program. How would you prefer to be addressed? Malachi, Dr. Martin, Father Martin?
I think, under the circumstances, seeing that I'm known to you and you're known to me and your listeners, I think I'd better be called Malachi Martin. Everybody knows that I'm a Roman Catholic priest, a practicing one, and that I have several doctorates. And let's not emphasize either aspect. Just call me by my name, Malachi Martin.
Malachi, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Art. It's such a pleasure and an honor.
And it is to have you as well. Let me tell you, after the last program we did, I don't want to say all hell broke loose. I guess
that would be in context all right, but I know what you mean. It may give the wrong impression.
It may. Might we have you, for the audience, describe your own background?
Yes, my own background is this: that I was born 76 years ago in a remote corner of Kerry, Ireland, on the Atlantic, in a stone house, and I was educated in Dublin, and then I entered the Jesuit order. I became a Jesuit in 1939 on the eve of the war, and I was a Jesuit until 1964, and in the meantime I did special studies. I was trained as an expert in Semitic languages, Oriental art, and archaeology, and in anthropology and theology, and getting doctorates out of all that sort of thing. And I ended up as an expert, first of all, on Middle East questions, and gradually I was co-opted into helping a pope called John the 23rd, the roly-poly pope, Angelo Roncalli, as he was called, and then his successor, Paul VI, who died in 1978, to be succeeded by John Paul II, with an interim pope of 34 days old, John Paul I. But in the year 1963-64, I went to Paul VI, whom I knew very well, and asked him for permission to leave the Jesuits, to keep my vow of celibacy, but to forsake my vow of poverty so I could earn my own living, and also forsake my vow of obedience so that I wouldn't have to obey people whose policies I did not like and whose theology I suspected. Not being orthodox enough for my mind anyway, whatever, because one must finally rely on one's own judgment, because you'll be judged only on your own judgment, not on what anybody else says. And I came to New York in that year, 1965, and I've been here ever since, for my sins and my happiness. I became an American citizen, the ritual time 5 years later.
Well, I hope it has been well for you. Are you comfortable with the decisions that you have made in your life? This isn't going to work. I can't call you Malachi. That's somebody with this many doctorates. I'm going to have to call you doctor, so I guess I'll have to live
really, if I should call you Dr. Hart.
No doctorates. Anyway, doctor, are you pleased with the decisions that you have made in your life? Would you change any?
No. Life has been good to me. God has been good to me. No, I would not. I would leave it as it is. I might change a little thing here. You know, when you look at the old machine, you change a nut and put a little oil into this crank and polish up that little fly wheel. But the overall machinery has served its purpose, I think, in my human judgment. God be my judge.
All right. Well, I have a lot of new listeners in Chicago, and sadly in Chicago, Cardinal Joseph Bernardine has passed away.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you knew the Cardinal, if you ever met him, and if you had anything to say to those folks in Chicago who surely are going to miss him.
Well, I'll tell you, all death is sort of a symbol of human defeat. You know, a life ends, and this life ended rather abruptly. We did know that the Cardinal was ill for quite a while, and I think they said pancreatic cancer.
That's right.
The ultimate identified cause. But it was a quick end because we did not expect it to be so sudden. And as in many cases like that, it's overnight almost that he disappears into the cold of eternity, as the French says, le froid éternel, into the cold eternal, although eternity itself needn't be so cold as all that if it's lit up by the love of God or the fires of hell, whichever really one ends up with. So it's always a defeat. It's always a sense of loss, and that's what Cardinal Bernardin was a very distinguished cleric. He came from South Carolina, and he ended up in the most populous and important Roman Catholic community of Chicago in his final apotheosis, in his final development. He is missed because of the central position he occupied. Yes. And that position should be summed up, frankly and honestly, as being the man in charge of a huge machine.
Many thought that he might have been the first American pope.
Yes, he himself indeed would like to have been pope. And in the last big public statement of his, which amazed a lot of people, and which we'll describe briefly in a moment, he sounded a papal note. That was a press conference and declaration he held in a couple of weeks ago only, in which he proposed that Catholics should seek a new ground of unity, as he called it. And this was astounding, Art, because for Catholics, traditionally, since the time of the Emperor Constantine, the ground for unity has always been the papacy itself, their leader. And this time Cardinal Bernardin was stepping out, and his fellow cardinals in the United States, especially Cardinal Law of Boston and O'Connor of New York, and the man in Philadelphia, the cardinal there, they disagreed with what he said because they recognized immediately the papal conclave character of that statement. What Bernardin was doing that day was stating what he thought the church should become. It was a papal speech. And I think that by that time he knew that he was doomed to die soon, but still and all he made a pitch for it because he did belong and was the leader of a faction amongst the cardinals, which is a very powerful faction. And that faction would rather diminish the importance of the papacy completely and make it much more an affair of a consensus amongst the great cardinals and bishops of the church. So that was his contribution to it, and it stirred a lot of ire in Rome, and it stirred a lot of controversy here. Now, then, as regards his achievement as such, one cannot say that Catholicism flourished during his reign as Cardinal Archbishop of Chicago. Only 1 out of every 6 Catholics goes to Mass in Chicago.
How does that compare to the national number?
That compares rather badly with the national number. It's not as bad as that. And then several churches were closed in his time. Catholicism as a mode of devotion to God and to Christ and to the angels and saints, and which is the essence of Catholicism, did not flourish under Cardinal Bernardin. We can't fool ourselves that it did. But he was a great public leader in the sense that he took a lead and he managed very carefully and skillfully, with almost an extraordinary touch, he managed that very powerful body of men, 280 of them, called the American Bishops, or the National Conference of Catholic Bishops, the NCCB, with its political arm, the NCCC. That's it's the political arm of the bishops in America. He managed that. And he also, during his time, he forced the hand of John Paul II in several points. And he forced them by using skillfully the Vatican's dependence on American money, American contributions from the bishops, to keep the Vatican out of the red.
So even for the Vatican money talks?
I think right up to the doors of hell, money talks.
I see.
To be awfully frank with you.
In the last 2 days of his life,
yes,
he wrote to the United States Supreme Court,
yes,
urging it not to allow doctor-assisted suicide.
Yes, he did. He did. And in that he was joined by hundreds of organizations and that sort of business, proposing the same thing. And by the way, the Clinton administration itself has decided and declared that it itself discourages the idea of any action on the part of the Supreme Court of the United States favoring a doctor-assisted suicide.
How would you, doctor, argue against somebody who would say, look, I'm in the last stages of a horrible disease. I'm racked by pain. My life is no longer functional in any way that I can measure or want to measure, and I wish not to suffer out these last few days and wish to take my own life or have somebody assist me in that process, whatever the case may be. In other words, the argument of it's my life, whose life is it anyway?
Yes. The main the difficulty in answering a question like that, which is to be answered finally, in all honesty, is that this cannot be regarded isolatedly as a personal problem, because unless one is totally an atheist and one does not believe in any sense that God has any right or just has a say in anything or that God even exists. The difficulty is also that what it would open up by way, and even the American government in its comments to the Supreme Court is of that opinion, and Bernardine was too, and most of the organizations, hundreds of them that have communicated with the Supreme Court, say the same thing. It opens a Pandora's box. And finally, there's this fact about it, that you can nowadays, within the limits of medical practice and medical ethics, you can obtain palliatives for your pain, which will diminish the stress of it all.
Yes.
And I've always understood them. I may be wrong. I've always understood it that those palliatives, those drugs used to diminish pain, gradually reduce vitality, and don't exactly hasten death, but they don't promote life either. But they do, by diminishing pain, they bring you closer in a more comfortable way. And finally, you see, for a Christian art is a terribly important thing that any drop, any moment of human suffering has an eternal value in the light of the sufferings of the man God on his cross.
Yes.
On Calvary. And that I know is a hard doctrine, but because Christians believe they're here to prepare for heaven, not to establish a paradise on earth, and if the paradise ceased, then they can wipe themselves out. But that life on earth is a preparation. It's a hard doctrine. I know it's a hard doctrine.
So that pain is part of what we are here to experience.
That's right. If I have pain, if I have a toothache, if I have a breech birth with a child, if I lose a child, if I have arthritis, if I get a disease, it can be and should be used to merge with the sufferings, the meritorious sufferings of Jesus Christ. That's the basic Christian doctrine. For those who are not Christian, I know it's not much consolation, but it still operates in their case.
Well, I'm afraid it makes sense. Doctor, stand by. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back. This is going to be an interesting evening. I'm Art Bell.
Of their transsexuality or the transsexual operations. They are not. In no way can you say that signifies ipso facto possession at all. That's an illusion.
With regard to transsexuality, homosexuality,
yes.
What advice do you give if somebody comes to you and says, "Father, I'm a homosexual. Yes. I'm struggling with myself. I don't like what I am and what I'm doing, but I'm driven and I can't stop." How do you advise? What do you say?
If I have the occasion and the time and the convenience, it's all a matter of convenience. If they're calling from, say, Anchorage, Alaska, it's one thing. If they're calling from 64th and Madison Avenue in New York, it's something else, of course, because it's near where I live at, you know.
Yes.
But depending on those ordinary human factors, which sometimes determine our fate, depending on those, there is a spiritual treatment, not therapy, it's the wrong word to use. It's a spiritual treatment which can resolve peacefully and successfully the struggle one has with one's sexuality, homosexuality or heterosexuality, or transsexuality for that matter. But that's a very delicate spiritual operation that must be done with authority and skill. But it can be done. It's not an irreparable and unchangeable situation. No, it's possible. But the one thing that the person involved must get into their mind is it's not a therapy. It's not the work of a therapist as such. It doesn't rely on psychological or psychophysical factors, although it treats those factors because they're involved in all sexuality.
Oh, isn't that interesting? So it's not psychotherapy and it's not an exorcism.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a spiritual treatment. See, but I don't think he's plunging into a description of it, which could take us the whole of our 5 or 6 hours together today, Art. It really could. But if we have that much time. But I don't think you require that, or the questioner requires that. But no, there's more than hope. There are concrete steps to be taken. But as I say, it's a treatment. It takes time and money and take convenience of location. You understand me?
Yes, of course I do.
Mm-hmm.
Of course I do.
So it's not an impossible situation at all.
But the nature of the treatment is of a spiritual understanding on
That's right. It's spiritual understanding, but it's also this, that there is no doubt in my mind at all as a priest. And now I've been priesting since 1954 steadily. Before that I was in training. There's no doubt about it. There is aid, help. There is aid, succor, in the shape of what is called in Christian theology the grace of God, the special supernatural help which does repair any damage that our faculties has suffered through living. And our faculties do suffer, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. The way we live and what is done to us, you know. If I'm reared by, I say, a father who is a drug addict and a mother who is a lush, I'm going to be damaged.
That's correct, yes.
So I mean, anything like that can be repaired, but the chief factor doing that is a special help from God called grace. It's supernatural. It's not a dimension. It's not something you put in your pocket. It's not something you measure. But boy, is it powerful.
Mm-hmm.
It's
all right.
yours.
On to another question. On the last program,
yes,
you said during the next 3.5 years or so, keep your eyes to the sky.
Yes.
That something, and Doctor, I must tell you, with the program I did last night,
yes,
with so many other programs,
yes,
with the remote viewers, all these
yes,
different people,
yes, yes,
American natives,
yes,
they're all saying roughly the same thing. Something's coming. Something big.
Something's coming, but that sums it up, really. I mean, sums up our mentality. And, you know, if I could break into you, of course, that betrays my Irish blood. We Irish are always interrupting each other.
Quite all right.
To improve for the person is saying. If I could say this much to you, no matter what, along the entire spectrum of belief, from a fuddy-duddy Roman Catholic priest like me over to something radically different in belief, there's a common sensation today that we are passing through a window, as people have the expression, from one era, from one condition, human condition, to another condition. And half of our confusion and our squabbling and our impatience today and our fears, above all our fears are, because fear is a very dominant factor today in public and private life and personal life, that is due to the fact that we all sense, without being able to pin it down authoritatively, that we are indeed passing through a window of opportunity.
A kind of quickening is going on.
Yes, there is a thing going on, and it cannot be laughed at. I remember Freud in 1938 publishing a statement in Vienna. I followed it because my daddy was a doctor. I was a young man of 17, but I was engrossed in studies like this. And he's saying that, why is it, he said it at one of these psychoanalytic meetings that was held in Vienna, just pre-war Vienna. And by that time, Vienna was under the grip of Hitler with the Anschluss and the Nazis. Why is it, he said, that the majority of you, addressing his fellow psychiatrists, are reporting that a vast majority of your patients are tortured by dreams of barbed wire and bloodied bodies. Why? Why now? And of course, they knew nothing about the horrible things that were going to transpire for the next 5 or 6 years. But there is and it does go back to something which was true about Carl Jung. I don't like Carl Jung at all. I don't like his personal life, and I don't like his theories. But he did talk about this sort of universal consciousness.
Yes.
And, of course, he made it into something else. Like a lot of other people, having found something valuable in nature, he proceeded to imagine what it was, and that was not scientific. And he went beyond the data. But there is a consciousness amongst us all, in spite of our differences, due to everything, from sex to color to shape to race to education, that there is something big taking place. The phrase is, we're passing through a window of opportunity into what we do not know, and that is confusing, because the old world, the one we knew, has passed away. There's no doubt about it. We're constructing something, or something is being constructed of us. We're the living stones in this new temple.
I felt as though we're past the point of no return. That doesn't mean the end of everything. It just means we're going to go on to whatever is next.
That's right. We can't go back. There's no going back. And we know that. And that's confusing, first of all, because, there are two things that are very frightening for a human being. The first is to be in a land he doesn't or she doesn't know. Totally alien.
Yes.
But one of the most disturbing things is to be persuaded that there's an alien being you don't know now in your presence or in your area.
That would do it.
It's very disturbing, because that arouses up the good old territorial imperative, as Robert Ardrey used to call it, but it also rouses up this fear of the alien. We don't like what is alien. We must know it.
Could what is coming, Doctor, be spiritual? In other words, something that will affect all of us?
Art, actually, and you've got a source of information that most people haven't got with your marvelous syndication and your own intelligence. There's no doubt about it. We all know that the big change we sense and are afraid of, in that sense, because we don't know what it is in our spirit, in our human spirit as such. We know there are forces molding it, shaping it, as the consensus of a race of people, and not merely as 5 billion different consciousnesses. You understand me? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
That the change is in our spirit. There's a change being operated. And sometimes we like the result, and sometimes we don't like it. But we know it's in spirit. And by spirit, we mean something other than my flesh. The skin on my hand, and the color of my face, and the length of my hair, and the timbre of my voice, and the look in my eye, and the way I walk, what I do. There's something else. We are something else. We are a soul. We are a spirit. And that is being molded willy-nilly.
Well, I certainly believe that. I wonder if I can ask you a sensitive question.
Sure.
Being a man of God, have you ever, Father, doubted yourself?
First of all, I'm a man of God in the sense that I'm supposed to be devoted to God's glory. I'm a sinner like everybody else, but I do belong to God by avocation, by formal profession.
Right.
I have never yet doubted the divinity of Jesus. I've never doubted the existence of heaven and of hell and of purgatory. I've never doubted the value of his cross to solve life's problems. I've never doubted the creation of the world by God. No, I've never doubted that. What I have had by way of difficulties were the governing of my own passions and my own fears, above all my fears. Because I remember my grandfather saying to me, if I could be personal, he said once when I expressed some fears, I was about 18 at that time, and about to leave home forever and not go back, he said, measure your love of God by the quantum, use that word, the quantum of fear in your heart. And it's been a lesson all my life. And I've been dealing with fears. Anybody has.
Should people fear God?
Respect in the sense of fear. There are two kinds of fear, Art. Let's distinguish them very carefully. There's the general fear, has a little note of panic in it. And that is something you have to eradicate, because that produces confusion and errors in judgment and mistakes, and therefore failure. And it's painful in a very deep sense. And it doesn't make you more cautious. It makes you stupid, because you make mistakes if you're afraid. It's self-control in that sense is necessary. There is a fear, though, of God, which is respect for him. He did make us from nothing according to our beliefs. But again, in all this, I'm a Christian and a Catholic, so you'll forgive it when it's biased, or not biased, but it's one-sided. There's no doubt about that. It's the Christian point of view, but it is that we do depend on him. And if it comes to the point of my rebellion against him for the sake of my own passions, for the sake of my own ambitions, for the sake of my own hates and desires, he can dole out to me a punishment beyond belief, beyond imagining, and that for all eternity. And that's a very healthy balance sometimes in life, when life does extend to you something which looks terribly enticing.
Yes.
It introduces a balance. Not always listened to when you're 20 and 30, but when you hit 40, 50, 60, 70 and face the 80s, you suddenly realize that there is a Lord of life, and he finally is the Lord of everything. So that's sort of a fear, yes, but not craven fear, Michael. Art, not craven fear.
All right. Father, the Pope recently said, surprisingly, shockingly for a lot of Catholics, and not for some, that evolution is more than just a theory. Seeming to affirm the process of evolution, and that was quite a shock for many. Were you surprised?
Not a bit. In my knowledge of the Holy Father, knowing what he is. Now, we better be very clear about this. This is a personal opinion of the Pope. It's not in any way connected with beliefs. He is, for various political as well as ideological reasons, in favor of regarding I want to call it what I think it is, the metaphysical myth of evolution, regarding it as a serious hypothesis. The reason I regard it as a metaphysical myth is this, that we know that we have now reached the end of the fossil record. We know that. There's no other fossil record to search any longer. And in that fossil record, since the time of Charles Darwin in 1850, we have not found one, but not one sign of evolution from the point of view of a missing link, linking phylum to phylum, primate to primate. There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. And now we know it doesn't exist. So evolution is a nice myth because it explains things, but when you look for, as a scientist, for the proof of it, concrete proof, there ain't no proof, sir. That's the difficulty. So the Pope has made of his own an opinion like that, but he has a political reason as well as an ideological reason for making that statement.
What is the political reason?
Political reason is that the more powerful cardinals in his Roman court, in his Vatican, and the more powerful academicians in his church, whom he has fomented, by the way, they are all evolutionists, and therefore he wants to play it very safe with them. He does belong to what is called, a bit too long to explain like this, unless you want to dump, which we can do, he belongs himself to the French school of thought in this matter. He's very sympathetic. By the way, Poland has always been sympathetic with France, and France with Poland, on account of the help that France gave to Poland while it was in the grip of Russia or Prussia or Germany. That's past history. I mean, Chopin is the example of that.
Indeed.
There was great connection between Paris and Warsaw always, and the French school of thought, which is a very, very brilliant school of thought in the 17th, 18th, 19th, and early 20th century, has a huge influence on Polish intellectuals. And the Pope is a creature of that, intellectually. He's not a Thomist, if you know what that is. He's not a follower of Thomas Aquinas. He's a French intellectual.
We all wish to think of the Pope as a spiritual leader, and in that context, but in fact, the Pope is probably as much of a political leader as spiritual, is he not?
Absolutely, absolutely. You see, this poor man, I say that with great sympathy for him. He has to deal with the geopolitics of faith. That is the fact that the nations of the earth are the children of God and are supposedly, theoretically, anyway, according to Catholicism, they're under the mandate of Christ's salvation. At the same time, he has to deal with the geopolitics of reason, the fate of nations.
Yes.
And he did that, for instance, in Poland, where he was the instrument with Ronnie Reagan's government mainly. He was the instrument of making the first breach in the wall of the Soviet Union, which led finally to its dismemberment, and the rest is history. So he has that double function, and his agony, actually, it has been a real agony. His agony has been the balancing of those two forms of geopolitics.
How does anybody, including the Pope, indulge the politics he must without sinning?
Art, that is such a profound question. and no, it is. I'm not trying to butter you up or flatter you. It's such a profound question because, look, you know, in your ordinary life, passions comes in. You can't be reasonable, follow reason all the time. Your passions come in. Your prejudices, your former biases, the people that were nice to you and the people you loved, and then the people who were unnice to you and that you didn't like or perhaps hated sometimes. And then you've got national and ethnic and cultural prejudices. All that comes in. And any deviation from reason, any deviation from justice, divine and human, is wrong, is a sin in itself. Can be forgiven. God will forgive all these things and cleanse them all by the blood of Jesus. But it's a fact that we do err, and the Pope, sitting where he does, is more easily guilty of malfeasance in high office than I ever will be, because I was never Pope and never will be.
So your answer is, he can't.
He can't avoid it.
He can't avoid it.
You know, all he can do is, he can rely on the blood of Christ and the forgiveness of Jesus.
Forgiveness. Yes, there is always that. But the very process of politics, the very process itself, necessitates compromise.
That's right, it does. Exactly. That's where the difficulty arises. That's exactly where the difficulty arises. And sometimes both the present Pope and his big mentor, Cardinal Stefan Wyszynski, who's now dead, who was called the Fox of Europe, and who drew circles around the Soviets in his day, by the way, and they never caught him. They tried to do anything to him, including kill him. But he and the present Pope, as cardinals in Poland long before he became Pope, had to make compromises with the Marxists. Otherwise, they couldn't have survived.
That must have been a very sad personal time for the Pope.
It was dreadful, yes, it was. And it was dangerous, and it seared his soul, and it left an indelible mark. Art, I have always wondered all my life, which are deeper? The wounds of reality that scar my body and my mind, or the deeper wounds to my very being from my own errors and sins.
I imagine we wonder about these things all the time we are on this earth.
I imagine if we're humble at all, if we're realistic, and stop having too many illusions. I suppose the great thing is not to be...
Doctor, I've got to halt you there. We'll be right back, and when we come back, Major Dames, I'm Art Bell. Well, okay, everybody, buckle down. We're entering unknown territory here. My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin, and he'll be back in a moment. And when he is with us will be SciTech's Ed Dames. Dr. Martin, on the program last time, was asked about remote viewing. His comment was, it was nitroglycerin for the soul. And I think we'll take that matter up in a moment. Now, to the matter at hand, my guest, Dr. Malachi Martin. Doctor, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Art. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. It is a pleasure.
It is indeed. And you did say, did you not, Doctor, that remote viewing, you thought, was nitroglycerin for the soul?
Yes, understood in that sense. Yes, I did regard it as nitroglycerin for the soul, in the sense that it has the potential for a powerful explosion in the human soul.
All right. With that in mind, here is a man who did remote viewing for the U.S. military and now does it in civilian life for his company called SciTech. and he has been a guest on this program many times. Here is Major Ed Dames. Major, welcome to the program.
Hello, Art, and Father Martin, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Major, you've no idea, I've looked forward to this very much. Art made me his complete slave by promising that I would be able to talk. He really did.
The two of us, I hope we have the same key for the ball around our foot.
Yes, we have. Well, tell me this. I feel like follow my leader in this matter because I'm purely and simply a non-technician as regards psychiatry or psychology or therapy or anything like that.
I'd like to share some of my own experiences.
I'd like you to do that.
The area of remote viewing and spirituality.
Yes.
Let me give you just a little background about myself as a military officer, and later on, if you have any questions about my religious backgrounds, we can get into this. But I was both the operations and the training officer for these techniques that are referred to as remote viewing. My company refers to them as technical remote viewing, which are a very precise way of extracting details about a target, a person, place, thing, or event. And I essentially civilianized the company. I took the best members of the military team and now employ them as consultants in my company. And I teach civilians how to do this. And so it's now my vocation. We work as a team against very significant types of targets. For instance, the FBI's Unabomber or the TWA Flight 800 disaster, to attempt to pinpoint the locations of people and things in that regard. When these techniques were first used within the Pentagon, they were construed by many senior officers to be associated with the occult, as you might guess, and probably have heard about. My mentor lives in New York City, Ingo Swann, and you may or may not have ever met him.
No, not many, but I've heard about it.
He himself wondered when he discovered the breakthrough techniques that we use. Prior to the techniques that we use, only natural psychics, very gifted individuals, could be utilized for military intelligence collection missions. Prior to his breakthrough, but he himself, when he developed these techniques, wondered aloud to me whether or not these were associated with something that was dark or the shadow. He himself was concerned about this.
He was concerned?
He was concerned, yes. And so that was the beginning of my concerns also.
Yes.
And we were a human use team. And there was a board that ostensibly watched us to see if there would be any deleterious effects on our psyches during the use and the application of these techniques. It was an experimental team. Well, the board was not that effective, and in fact, what happened was we found that in cases where individuals were already mentally unbalanced, we did run into some serious problems. We still experience that today.
You still experience that?
Yes, we do. If I attempt to teach someone how to open one's mind up, I'll use a loose term.
Yes.
Then, and they are not a balanced individually, emotionally or mentally stable, we do run into serious problems.
Yes.
And if that is, if partially what you are alluding to as nitroglycerin for the soul, then you are correct in that regard.
Yes.
However, for individuals that are balanced, they can perceive many, many things, including turning this light onto the very deepest, darkest, scariest aspect of all, their own minds. And if they have the courage to look, they can achieve a great leaps in spirituality if they choose. But to get back to the subject at hand, I have noticed on the part of my seniors, including a major general, a 2-star general, and a very high intelligence executive, that remote viewing, these techniques became replacements for religion. These were people who were in their 50s and 60s who essentially were men without gods. It was a spiritual vacuum in their lives, and when these techniques became available to them either as utilizers or as practitioners, they completely lost their balance and perspective.
In what sense, losing the balance and perspective? Religious?
Actually, in the sense of whole body, in both mental and emotional.
Oh, really?
This became almost an end-all. It became more than a passion in their lives, the answers to all questions. Not only a means to an end, but an end itself. It was almost as if they felt empowered by this absolute knowledge.
Yeah, and that's what you referred to when you said a decrease in balance.
They lost their stability. They could not function in a balanced way. It was noticed by all around them, and these were people who were in positions of authority and great responsibility.
Was the imbalance to the point that they had to be relieved of their authority?
That is correct. They were relieved, including my commanding general.
Oh, that's very important because, my God, without an authority, stable authority, no achievement is possible.
No.
Very interesting. I find all that utterly fascinating, Major. Let me not interrupt you. You go on, please.
Well, I think there's some other things that you would like to know.
Yes.
What I would like to tell you some of the things that this has done for me personally.
Yes. Would you share that with?
I would be glad to. I no longer require. I feel I do not require faith. I'm no longer what one would call a man of faith.
Yes.
And that is because I don't feel that I need faith anymore. I have absolute trust now.
Yes.
I've reached the point by looking at certain nooks and crannies spiritually with the techniques that I employ and have learned that I'm so trusting. It's when you can see things around you, perceive things around you that are divine and demonic, and put them in their places, their respective places.
Yes.
Then there are no dark areas. The darkest areas are within our own
Therefore,
mind.
there's no need of faith, you conclude.
I'm sorry?
Therefore, you conclude there's no need for faith.
Personally. Only personally, Father.
Of course, I know what you're saying is.
And I'm quite sure that you would not only take exception to that, but you could give me some good cases.
Take exception, I don't, Ed. I have no sort of horror or sudden say, oh my God. I have no reaction like that. I'm just fascinated by it all for the moment.
Well, and some other experiences. Individuals who feel presences around them or ostensibly within them.
Yes.
What these techniques can do, and they are difficult to work. It takes approximately 45 minutes of pen on paper with a disciplined remote viewer to gain any information whatsoever. And it takes many more hours to gain a good pattern of what we are dealing with, but its patterns are accurate. We're able to take that information and determine if, for instance, a presence is angelic, demonic, or somewhere in between, something like a diva or an elemental, all of the various sort and sundries of both religious realities or created beings and material or semi-material beings and their intents. And that is a very, very useful tool for a modern age where there are so much obfuscations. It can make life complex, interesting, but in certain regards quite simple.
And can't it also solve a lot of problems that people people go to psychiatrists and psychologists?
It can indeed. In fact, I listened to part of one of your programs on Art Show, and I thought if I would be with Father Martin during one of his exorcisms, I could assist greatly by using these methods and techniques, especially employed as a team, because we do medical diagnostics, to determine whether or not you would of course endorse these is another question, endorse these techniques, but to determine what we are dealing with, whether it's a psychological trauma, the source of that trauma. Was it a multiple trauma, was it trauma over a long period of time, or are we dealing with an attachment or attachments? And what is the nature of that? How affixed are they? And at what point do they depart? These are things that you already know. You can recognize those, I'm sure.
Of course. That would be a very interesting collaboration, Ed. It really would. Marvelous collaboration. It really would. itself, objectively, just without considering anything else, because there are other implications also. But anyway, let me not interrupt you. Go on, please.
No, I don't have your experience in these matters, but I do have experience in discerning, in shining a light on these dark agencies, and they hate the light. They are very.
They do.
What I have found is, in fact, many masquerade as angelic beings or
angels of light, as Paul would call them.
What did Paul call?
St. Paul said that Lucifer can transform himself into an angel of light in order to deceive the believer.
I see. And
it's the phrase, an angel of light.
In fact, when in the early days, when I researched many ways that we could use occult, formerly heretofore the appellation was the occult techniques as intelligence collection tools. When I looked directly into the eyes of someone who was channeling something, you could see certain things, and I could see that I was being lied to. I could see that I was being told everything I wanted to be told. And then in subsequent years,
it's so accurate.
Yes, and in subsequent years, after learning these techniques, I was able to really gain a complete appreciation for what these attachments were, the nature of them, and that became quite fascinating. And they are desperate to maintain that attachment, as you already know.
Absolutely.
I found that out as attempting to research them, research these phenomena, various occult phenomena, as intelligence collection tools, of all things.
No. The connection is an obvious one to make. I can see it immediately. It's useful in the field of intelligence.
We did not know. We had to look at that. But that exposure to the knowledge, to the light of truth and awareness, it essentially drives away many of these shadowy forces. And when people who have been, I'll say, plagued all their life by fear that there's something following me or something is around me, sometimes what I have found in my work, is that thing, that so-called shadowy agent that has been tailing a person throughout his or her life may sometimes be angelic in nature and not demonic. And someone has been afraid.
What did you say? Yes, can be angelic, and then you added in a sentence I didn't catch. And
not demonic.
Not demonic, that's
right.
In
some cases, the person has been afraid of something that has been a loving,
benign.
Yes. Well, more than benign. Sometimes very, very loving and very
positively working for them.
Yes. Yes, and they were afraid of that. But with these techniques used correctly, and they are very difficult to use correctly.
I'm sure they are.
They high degrees of training.
It's a delicate operation anyway.
It's a delicate, but it's repeatable, and the procedures are standardized. They just need to use their professional tools.
Yeah.
But what I wanted also to say is the connection with God does not go away during the process of remote viewing. One's soul is not lost. If your soul is already lost or saved, regardless of using these techniques, the connection is still there, and you take it with you when you go into this it used to be an altered state. That was quite a different modality. But here, one simply turns their attention to an idea. I'll use that roughly. So one's attention is half focused upon writing down information on a piece of paper, and half focused on something that is in, for lack of a better word, one's collective unconscious. There are technical terms.
Yes. Let's stipulate we can use that phrase. It has to be defined further, ultimately.
But Father, it has been the downfall of a number of people. I've seen it myself.
Oh, I know it has.
And yet it's given me more than I could possibly. It's given me answers to many different things, and it's allowed me, most of all, when I wanted to give back the gift, when I wanted to serve, I prayed for about 6 months to make sure that I knew I couldn't return the gift that I had been given, the answers to all questions.
Of course not.
Well, I was too naive to know that. Every time I tried to return a gift, I had received dump trucks of gifts back. So I changed my strategy and just asked to serve. And And what this tool allowed me to do was to precisely determine, well, it took about 6 months actually to make sure I was correct, how to serve, and how to serve my God. And that's what this tool gave me, the precise details of what to do, how to serve, rather than just a general sense. And that's why one of the reasons I'm so grateful to English One.
And indeed, let me add in, we all should be grateful that such a thing, because in theological terms, Ed, what you're talking about is a charism. It really is. It's a gift. It's an ability given you. And I still don't want to interrupt you because you have a lot more to say on this matter. I just want to add this one thing, or say this one thing. And it's this, that this is a very precise, well-intentioned, nobly intentioned effort on your part, or performance. You're not doing it for self-glorification, and you're not doing it for self-advantage. You use the word serve, S-E-R-V-E, which is very angelic, by the way.
Father, I'm going to have to interrupt,
Sure.
and I'm going to let you continue with this when we get back in a moment. My guests are Dr. Malachi Martin and SciTech's Ed Dames. Maybe we'll talk a bit about the nature of the soul itself. I'm Art Bell, and you're listening to the American CBC Radio Network. Stay right where you are. From a spiritual perspective, you would think, indeed, the odd couple, but maybe not. We're going to find out. Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin and Major Ed Dames. And Dr. Martin, I wanted to let you finish what you had started saying, and then perhaps explain to us, if you would, why you think remote viewing is nitroglycerin for the soul.
Yes, I will. Hello, is Ed there?
I'm here, Father Martin.
All right. I feel really funny. I should call you Major Ed.
Please call me Ed.
Because, but anyway, let's get over that for the moment. The original statement I made when we talked the last time about this being nitroglycerin for the soul, because, and I think you might even understand it, as I do understand it, it is, if it's not done with the proper motivation and not done, as it were, scientifically, that is, with proper methods and checks and balances, it can disrupt the soul. It can blow it up. It can cause an explosion in it. We, from my side, from the point of view of exorcists, and that's when I say we, I really mean that, those engaged in this work, found that those who did remote viewing or channeling without any of those safeguards that you just described, that they underwent very severe disturbances and disruptions of their personality, their normal persona. And they also had manifestations that could only be explained in the light of Luciferian intervention in human things. The theory or the belief behind it is that there is the supernatural order and there is the natural order. The natural order is what you see, the flesh and bones and blood and earth and metal around us and wood and material things. And then there's the supernatural order, which is the existence of God and all that belongs to God. And in between there's what we call the middle plateau. And it's on that plateau that these powers can be exercised, the powers of the soul that apparently can be sharpened and developed. And my language is pre-scientific and pre-medical and pre-psychiatric, Ed, and you'll appreciate that, because I don't even purport to be a psychiatrist or a therapist of any kind. Just an exorcist and a priest. Now, when I said it was the nitroglycerin of the soul, I meant when somebody enters or tries to enter the middle plateau and deal with such powers and faculties and develop them without the proper intention or the proper controls and checks and balances. And the phenomena that take place in people who do that are those that attract us as a group of exorcists, and that demand or require, from our point of view, require the attention that we bestow on it with formal exorcism as such. Now, the one more thing I want to add in, just as a pabulum, as material for talk, for good discussion, is this, that the difficulty is that the supernatural, as Christians conceive it, and still conceive it, is totally unimaginable. There is no human concept, and therefore no human word that can describe it, number one. And number two, it is imperceptible to a man without a special grace from God. He can't even perceive it. So much so that if a man has not got faith, he just can't imagine it. If he loses faith, he does not know he's lost it, because if he knew he lost it, he'd have it back. The mere fact of knowing you've lost it is a perception itself belonging to faith. It's complicated as a concept, but that's the reality we have found. Now, the only practical application outside of religious peace and a calm for people who come for exorcism, the only practical example was, strangely enough, for some army officers, purely as private citizens, who came for help because they had delved into the Middle Plateau and came away very disturbed. Then there are the normal people who use Ouija boards, or who use remote channeling or remote viewing, and they entered an area where they were subject to terrible onslaughts from an angel of light, in that technical sense of the angel of light, and the only succor we could give them was precisely through these ceremonies, which are not therapies at all, because an exorcism is not a therapy; it's a confrontation. That may not throw much light, but it will explain to you why I called it the nitroglycerin of the soul. And everything else is absolutely enlightening for me that you have said, and I presume into the hopper of all those ideas, as the expression goes, would go the entire question of the Greenbaum programming and the summation that somebody like, what's his name, Corey Hammond, drew up for the American Psychiatric Association, for MPD, the whole idea of the program. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do. Just one comment, and I am familiar somewhat with operationally with the idea of the Middle Plateau.
Yes.
Channeling. There are the more that we have found, one gives up one's own identity. Let me go back to an operational perspective again. And, I want to emphasize that this evolved, the techniques I used as a military intelligence gathering tool. And
that's important.
It is. When we looked at the phenomenon of channeling, I already mentioned some of the characteristics that behavioral characteristics that I observed. It became very evident to me operationally that channelers never took responsibility for their work or their lack of success or their lack of detail. It was always, it was somebody else, Manny, Mo, or Jack, that did that, and it's not my fault that the information is incorrect. That was an interesting thing. Another, the most interesting aspect was, of course, that the channeler gives up one's own identity, turns their identity over to something unknown, something that has convinced them that it's benign in most cases.
That is very, very, very important. That's where the nitroglycerin aspect comes in.
And that is the essence of channeling. But technical remote viewing is essentially a mind tool where we are fully conscious and fully awake, even in the early days of the programs where the natural psychics in the Army were employed for intelligence collection purposes. That was an altered state, And there were some dangers in an altered state. When we would send, I use that term loosely, an officer to a remote location, there were instances where in navigating that middle plateau, where these people were subject to great angst because they ran into other entities, so to speak, on the way. And this caused a tremendous amount of grief. We actually had 2 individuals have heart attacks. And employing these techniques, and of course,
not surprising.
It was very nonplussing to
I would say so.
those of us in the unit. And so we settled on to these mind techniques rather than mind-body techniques.
Yes.
It became, indeed, when used correctly, and they became almost a library card to essentially just an endless amount of information.
Yes.
One can do with that information what one chooses to do, act in any way one chooses to do upon the information, but nevertheless it's there to be downloaded. Sometimes, as in the case of at least one of my former students, and in the case of another Army officer who has recently authored a book, these people started to lean towards association with the very entities that they discovered in the middle plateau. And so it became they began to engage in what one could term a quasi-channeling behavior. Well, quasi-channeling is as good as channeling. Once you have something has its hook in you, it's got its hook in you, and you may be in the shadows, but it's got you.
That's right.
And that is why one begins to see a behavioral change. Frenetic. These individuals become frenetic, lose their balance, make statements that appear incoherent.
Yes.
And as you well know, and that kind of behavioral change is a red flag. Something has happened.
Yes, that's right. Something has happened. All right. Have you identified what that happening was? What did happen? Or have you any?
Yes, we studied it actually, and it in the terms of basic psychology 101, the hook is in the individual's ego. Ego has completely been hooked, and the psyche the hook is in the ego, and the psyche is being pulled along, led by the ego.
Entailed. Yep, it's entailed, as we say.
And
that's a very good description of the process.
And we've had to study it long and hard and use models in order to discern when we're on dangerous turf. And the further we cross over into giving up our own decision-making ability, because that's all we really have is our mind, and our mind is where we begin the basis for the formation of whether or not our soul survives.
That's right. If we forsake that, we've forsaken the very essence of us.
I agree. And when these individuals start to give up their decision-making ability and turn their minds over to something else, or their minds become completely imbued with ego, we lose them.
Well, that's the beginning of what is called, from my point of view, from my side, possession.
I'm not familiar that much with possession. I have only seen it once or twice in my career. I do want to reiterate one thing, though. The majority of people who come to me to learn technical remote viewing are commonplace individuals that are balanced. They're very interested and enthusiastic. And we can spot individuals who are, nowadays we have to, because we've had so many disasters, not so many, but when the disasters occurred in the past, whether on the military team or in the case of one or two civilians, former students, they were real disasters.
So that taught you a lesson.
It taught us a lesson, and we have to. We really scrutinize the behaviors of individuals that come our way.
You have a profile of the people you wouldn't touch.
It's not as much a profile as an art, not as much a science as a feeling.
And it's art. What would be a red flag to you for somebody that you wouldn't want to deal with?
Frenetic behavior is one. That is one red flag. The individual, another thing that we see, if an individual just cannot get away from, for instance, conspiracy theories. That just conspiracy. We sometimes that is an indication that someone is perhaps a paranoid schizophrenic, and that's the worst case. We would absolutely never want to touch that to a paranoid schizophrenic.
Father, with what you've heard about remote viewing, those types of personalities aside, would there be a relatively safe way to do what Ed does?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You see, he. I mean, as his ordinary business, he laid out a system of checks and balances from the point of view of intention and method and technique, and an intimate knowledge of the various entities that do people this region in which he enters and works. And that is very different from the loosey-goosey, if I can use that expression, approach to opening my mind and receiving whatever comes into it.
May I say one other thing, Father?
Yes, of course, Ed.
I wish to in terms of experience, point out something else too.
Yes.
In terms of the what one might call the shadow demons and their ilk, I happen to be very afraid of them. I am very. They scare
Thank God you are.
out of me.
Thank God you are.
Yes, but I'm not afraid that they will harm me because of my connection with God and with angels.
Yes,
that's the only reason that I can deal in the areas that I deal in.
Ed, could I stop you there and ask you a question which is pertinent?
Of course.
You said that you no longer need faith. Now, you see where I'm going.
Not essentially, but what I said was I feel that I have absolute trust now.
That's right. But faith, therefore, on your lips meant something else other than what I mean by faith. Because obviously, if you do depend on angelic protection and divine protection, you have what in classical terms would be called religious faith. Do you understand me?
Yes, I do.
But it's not so. I have no words to describe this, but it is one. You've made several acts of what would be called theological faith throughout your entire discussion of this, and you have a certain almost childlike dependence on their protection, to preserve you, because that's why you venture into this field unafraid. In that sense, you have certain fears, or you take care of certain things out of respect for your enemy, or for the things that could deceive you.
What I meant was by that was that I can perceive what these things are.
That's
they
right.
are all the and in the past, when I was a young man, before I was exposed and imbued and learned to be a professional in the techniques that I use, I did not know what these were. And then I needed what I called, in my classical terms, faith. I had to rely upon a higher power, my God, to protect me from these from the darkness. But now I can see into the darkness. I can shine this light in there and see, aha, over here is this, over there is that.
Yes.
And that's essentially what I mean.
That was enlightenment. You still have that dependence on protection, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, you see, that's the. Now, I only want to introduce a thing which I've talked about before, which I can never put exactly. It is the supernatural. The supernatural is by essence, in the Christian tradition and in the Jewish tradition too. But since I'm a Christian, I better speak authoritatively only about that. This idea of the supernatural is disturbing in one sense, but consoling in another sense, because the Christian idea is that the supernatural itself is totally alien to human nature, but has come to human nature to elevate it, and therefore to protect it in this in this field, especially in this field, but in the normal field of human behavior too. But that it's alien to it in the sense that I myself cannot, of myself, just with my human powers, attain the wisdom I need in order to avoid collision and damage and harm. That's the idea of the supernatural in Christianity.
Doctor, may I ask you this?
Sure.
Could Ed's understanding or enlightenment protect him against possession?
It could, given merely the words he has used and the phrases he has used and what he has said. I find no trace of the things that betray the innate weakness of vanity or pride or self-reliance. I find a godliness in it, and that is one of the keys to it. He should be protected against it because the grace, the supernatural grace is there. And all I'm doing is saying that that has been with him apparently all along, because he cited his own career as a young man and then getting into the dark corners and getting the light to see the lurking dangers that were there, to be able to detect an angel of light, which is really the shadow itself pretending to trying to deceive him. So yes, the answer is yes. He can do that with impunity. But then that would mean that if I were to be fully and completely thorough in that answer, I'd have to sit down with Ed and say to him, all right, now tell me how you pray and how you think and how you behave and how you live and your morality, etc. And I have no intention of doing that to Ed because he wouldn't do it to me, in public anyway.
All right. Ed, do you want to hang on a little bit longer?
It's up. I'm digging in to Father Martin's time, and I can hang in for another 30 minutes.
All right, why don't we do another 30 minutes, Father? Is that all right with you?
That's lovely.
All right, good. We will be back, and we will do exactly that next. I'm Art Bell. Well, all right, back now to Dr. Malachi Martin and Major Ed Dames. And Dr. Martin, is remote viewing something that you would not participate in, or as described, is it something that you feel would have value and something you might even try yourself?
Whatever about trying myself, because I'm not a technician or haven't been trained in this, I don't regard it as essentially dangerous. And in fact, Art, I think at this stage what we should do is sketch out where the discussion has arrived. Major Ed Dames has outlined a very careful and tried and tested. I was going to use the word technique, but he will forgive me if it's not exactly that, and if that is not the exact word. But it's a method of exploring and remote viewing, especially with view to intelligence, military, and I suppose civilian, and also as regards human behavior. Now, and he has pointed out that they have learned by bitter lessons that certain types of people, certain characters, are simply not fitted to be brought along this way because of the dire results that take place. And he didn't expand on that, and there's no need to. We can imagine what he means by it. The position of the exorcist, where we come in, is somebody who has gone off the rails, as it were. Somebody who has not merely become frenetic, but does seem to be possessed, as the classical term has it. And in his terms, it is that the shadow has become completely all-powerful over a particular individual, and the simple technique we use is a technique of confrontation between the exorcist and the exorcee, the possessed person, the presumably possessed person, and that's the initial problem, to find out, is the person really possessed or is it something else? And the confrontation between the exorcist and the exorcee, and an exercise of authority over the shadow, and forcing the shadow by the authority of God, of Christ, to depart. that's roughly the area we have covered. And by the way, I must ask a simple question of spelling. I don't know how to spell Citex. Is it Citex?
Ed?
Father Martin, it's a transliteration of the Greek letter C, P-S-I, Psi.
Oh, Citex. And T-E-X, is it?
T-E-C-H.
T-E-C-H, all right. And Ed, is it D-A-M-E-S is the way you spell your name?
That's correct.
I didn't know that. That's all right. I want to sum up because I would like to correspond or to be in contact with you, if I may. And I suppose I'll find it in California. I'll better find you.
I'll make that connection, and Art will be our middleman. I was going to ask you that perhaps we could corroborate in the future, or is there a case that an exorcist case in the past that you found intractable or irresolvable that perhaps my company could turn its attention to perhaps
there may well be, and I think we should talk about that between the two of us outside of the public radio. But an answer to Art Bell's question, no, I have no. I'm not even chary about entrusting myself to the methods and the technology of use, because it seems to me, Major Ed, and I'm speaking as a priest here, and as an exorcist, it seems to me that you are overshadowed by a godliness which I can only ascribe to my Savior. Now, I'm using my Christian language, and you'll forgive that. But
no need to forget that.
Yeah, but
I'm also a simple Christian.
Yeah, I know. And basically, it's a great simplicity, and there's a whole elaboration of that about the humanity of our Lord Jesus and what He has done and what He does, and the power that He gives and the authority it gives. But that's simply, those are the details of it all. So, Art, to conclude that, my answer to your question, no. I would have really illimitable trust in the methods that Major Ed Dames uses and the techniques. I have no qualms whatever. I really have not.
I find that remarkable. You both apparently agree on the general nature of the middle ground.
With that middle plateau, we both know. I think we've both been there, or are there, in that sense, in the work we do. Do you agree, Ed?
I absolutely do.
Many Christians, people who would call this program or send me faxes, would say that what Ed is doing is of the devil. They would just make that
Art, may I interrupt you and say that
the
head of the Presidential Foreign Intelligence Board, when briefed on the existence of our program, stated, after he went sheet white, that man should not know these things until he dies.
Yeah, it's a funny inversion of what happened in the garden, according to Genesis. It really is. You shall be as gods, as if it was a temptation. But you see, Art, if I could break in there, I really do think that this is a charism that has been developed in Ed Dames and his associates, if he has them, who are like him. And it is the work of God, because it does enlighten us as to the shadowy personages that inhabit the middle plateau and that entrap people so that finally they end up on my doorstep in a pitiable condition. And I remember being approached by some members of the armed forces, a little bit very vaguely in the 80s, and their complaint was, and Ed will understand this completely better than I do myself even, look, we have trained officers in certain techniques, and we find that they have now developed symptoms that you describe in your last book about possession.
It's been my experience, Father Martin, that those individuals who have taken lives in combat, the more lives that a soldier has taken, there seems to be a storage area. It's a denial. And when one is by vocation or by order partakes of things that are spiritual, all this comes out of the closet, and I have seen soldiers break into pieces and stay broken.
Absolutely.
Because they've taken a human life.
And from the, could I say this and be understood? Because I want to be understood by you. Looking at it from the inside, it's logical. I mean, it's almost a necessary consequence.
Wow. Ed, I think we really can't do any more than this. I am surprised at the result that we got between the two of you and pleased by it. And I would imagine you are too.
I'm very surprised and I'm very pleased, and I've learned so much, and I've been enriched by this. I want to thank you, James.
This has been nothing but an honor for me, Father Martin.
May God go with you and give you the grace.
Ed, my friend, thank you.
Pleasure's mine.
SciTech's Ed Dames. And as I said, he has promised to join us once again and is going to target himself this Hale-Bopp comet headed our way, and we'll see what Ed has to say about it. All right. Dr. Martin.
Yes.
You have a new book. It's called Windswept House.
That's right.
What is the central tenet? What were you trying to tell everybody in Windswept House?
I was trying to tell them the condition of the present Pope in relation to the papacy. In other words, the book says the following. For some time now, actually for about 5 to 8 years, it's hard to pin it down, there's been a movement amongst the more powerful servants of the papacy, cardinals and bishops, in Europe and in America, to persuade the present Pope to resign and retire, which he can do legally, by the way. The law of the Church says that a Pope may resign, and he needs give no reason to anybody on the face of the earth why he resigns.
Indeed.
Now, there has been pressure on him to resign, and since he turned the age 75 and is now he's in his 77th year and in very bad health, the pressures are enormous on him, so much so that the document they drew up to illustrate their wishes, and this document was in his hands towards the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s, he has yielded so far to this extent that he's drawn up another document which pertains to some legislation he would like to pass before he dies concerning the health of popes. In other words, supposing a pope becomes a vegetable, supposing he is rendered totally incapable of movement, physical movement, supposing he goes mad, supposing there's dementia there.
Yes.
So he has drawn up this. He has not signed it because he would trap himself if he did, because he'd be giving rules that should apply to him. However, the pressure on him has been very big to resign, and their motives for doing so is this. They say, we have such problems nowadays that only a more forward-looking, more liberal-minded Pope can really collaborate with the forces amongst human society to stave off disasters. They're talking about two disasters. They're talking about what they call the population explosion. We're, 5.2 billion now.
That's
and
right.
We're heading, they say, for 7.5 in the year 2030, and so weiter und so was. And that's the number one problem. And number two problem is education. The first problem of explosion, they say, can be curbed by abortion, contraception, sterilization. And sterilization is already being used in third world countries, manufactured by Canadian and American companies.
Might even add euthanasia.
And euthanasia. That's exactly. To deal with what some of the demographers who are heartless, the useless eaters. Little old babies.
See, that's right, useless eaters, yeah.
Yes, useless eaters. Little babies and old guys like me. But I say that as a joke. The last sentence, the last phrase of it. Now, of course, the present Pope is absolutely adamant. I mean, you mentioned abortion, contraception, sterilization, euthanasia, and he's airborne with the indignation. So they say, but all right, you can cavil about abortion, but anyway, contraception, can't we lighten up on that to some degree? Because even the officially blessed form of family limitation by Roman Catholics called natural family planning implies a certain contraceptive mentality.
Certainly.
So that's the difficulty. But he will say no. So they say we need somebody who is more receptive. Secondly, then, within the church itself, we do need, I think today, the modern mind does say, it would be better if a priest had the option of celibacy or or the option of marriage. And then thirdly, there is the phenomenon of our age. One of the big phenomena is the rise of women as such. Feminism in the good and the bad sense, because there's a good and a bad sense to everything. And the fact is, why shouldn't women be ordained priests? Why should it be all male? Does priesthood depend on testicles? Pardon my language, but that's briefly the argument that comes down. Is biology destiny in this matter? So they say that we need a forward-looking man who will be young enough and perceptive enough to start moving on these fronts, because in that case, then we can collaborate with the vast movement outside by very powerful and flourishing men and organizations for the control of food and the better nourishment. So the awful figures today for the malnutrition, and I forget the actual figures, but it's frightening. The amount of children that are suffering from malnutrition. So the pressure on him is great for that. He has refused so far, obviously, because he hasn't resigned. I do feel that the pressure has been so great on him, and his health now is so precarious, that it is now 50-50. By the way, I'm not a betting man. As I said to you before, I lost a few dollars on the Yankees a couple of weeks ago. My betting is not exactly blessed by God. But I do feel that it is now 50-50% possible that within one calendar year we would have another pope. He may resign or he may die, because his health is precarious. He has Parkinson's disease, there's no doubt about that. Mm-hmm. And by the way, it is accompanied by episodic dementia in its early stages. But again, I'm not authoritative in this matter, but I'm told this. He has also an osteoporosis, and he breaks things easily if he falls or hits against things. And then he has been operated for cancer.
Father, what you're talking about is sort of a papal version of a living will.
That's right.
That's really what it is. And you say he will not sign it himself.
Well, he may finally sign it and then resign. He may.
I see.
The pressure on him is very big. Now, by the way, the pressure is big because it comes not merely from his own people, his own colleagues, as it were, bishops and cardinals. It comes from very powerful organizations who share the same opinion as those colleagues, or the colleagues share the same opinion. For instance, there's no doubt about it that the thinking of the World Wildlife Fund in this matter, beginning with Prince Philip of Edinburgh and go on down along, or of the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Pew and Draper funds, they all think the same thing. They're all very keen on controlling the population, and they agree with those who would like to see a change of Pope. And everybody acknowledges the Pope's achievements and his work for peace and his compassion. We all know that. But they say we need a younger man now. The book is about that and about the pressures on John Paul.
Well, I would like to get your views on it. And to start with, let me ask you, I had no idea such a document existed. Would it not, in a way, for him to hold on in way past the point where this document would have taken effect had it been signed, for him to hold on and then sign it at the very end, would that not be, in essence, morally wrong, if not sinful?
Well, it would be, at least put it like this, because I must have some reverence for him, Martin. You understand that. It would be reprehensible.
Reprehensible.
Reprehensible. What grade of immorality, how far it's venial or mortal, is something else. And I find it very hard to decide that in the person of my Pope. And he is my Pope, and I am a priest of his church, and I'm a practicing one. I say Mass every morning and all that, the usual priest stuff. Priest behavior. You know, I don't want to make a big thing out of it, but it's very sacred for me. It's my essence of my life. But yes, it would be reprehensible, because then he's putting his own personal position in preference to the good of the Universal Church. If the good of the Universal Church would be served by his resigning. And that's the crucial decision he has to make. And the book actually ends on that crucial note of doubt in his mind. Should he or shouldn't he?
So the book is not an advocacy, wasn't an advocacy tool for you. You didn't advocate that he should sign this and resign.
No. I leave it pendant. The book ends on a pendant note, and I've been blamed for that. They said, why didn't you decide the issue? I said, well, the issue has not been yet decided by the man who must decide it.
All right, I want to ask you about those three areas, that is population, the option of marriage for priests, and perhaps the women's movement and their place in the church. We'll be right back. My guest, is Dr. Malachi Martin. All right, here we go. Back now to Dr. Malachi Martin in Manhattan, where it's getting very late. Welcome back to the show, Doctor.
It's a pleasure to be here, and it's still early morning.
It isn't. Well, it is. Yes, early morning.
Early morning, and this conversation is so stimulating that I find it difficult to imagine going to sleep. Although I'm sure if you told me to go to sleep, I would do so immediately. You know that lovely condition.
All right.
Anyway, let's go on.
Let us do that. Now, there have been many studies in which rats have been put together in a tight little area. Inevitably, they end up killing each other, eating each other alive, behaving very badly indeed. Our world population, though the planet can hold many people, I'm not sure it can support many people, and we have many, many, many people. What is your position on birth control?
Well, I'll tell you, Art. First of all, I think that the phrase sustainable development is susceptible of a decent explanation. I mean, I'm sure Hitler would also use sustainable development in a completely different sense, and Stalin would too. Yes. I think we people can use it in a good sense. As regards birth control, or the control of population, I'd rather put it in the general plane.
All right.
I can in no way sanction the killing of life once it has started in the womb. I cannot, in any sense of the word. I just can't. I can't take that from the point of view of natural law, and then from the point of view of the mandate of my Savior, as I regard him.
No abortion at any stage.
No abortion at any stage, no, is not justified. Even the extreme cases that one hears of, rape and
incest.
No, there's no way I can sanction the killing of a human life in any sense. That applies to capital punishment as well as everything else, even though I share the indignation of the population when somebody is really a killer, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's this instinct, let's kill him, let's get rid of him, but I can't even sanction that.
All right, what about those wonderful little birth control pills that, if taken regularly as prescribed, to 90% or better, will prevent birth?
Well, they will interfere with, you see, Catholic doctrine is very rigid, and I think will remain so in spite of the zigzag splits today. It says that once there's conception, once there's a zygote clinging to the endometrial wall of the womb, that's a human soul, even though it's utterly undeveloped, and you can't interfere with that once that's there. Now, most of the abortifacients, most of the pills are abortifacients. They will evacuate that life once started. That's why, to a certain degree, many Catholics practice some form of blockage. The old pessary idea, the old condom idea,
or rhythm.
Well, then rhythm is a different thing. Because the Catholics, a lot of Catholics today, including the authorities, say it's okay if you follow the rhythm of your body, and certain moments when the woman is fertile, you avoid.
All right, let's back away from that and move back to blockage.
Yes.
All right, how do you look at that?
Well, blockage, you interfere. You see, the difficulty is this. That here's the Catholic difficulty with that. And it's a real difficulty. And many Catholics have changed from this point, but it still is a difficulty. If I block the natural performance of the marital act, let's call it that.
Yes.
That means that I have a contraceptive mentality. Because the Catholic ideal is to be within the limits of nature and the dictates of nature, to be open to what God sends. Now, for instance, God does send me the power of walking on a precipice and falling down 300 feet to my death on the rocks below if I don't tempt God by doing that, because I may lose my balance. But the point I'm making is that He does give us the power of not coming together with my wife, say, when she is in a fertile period. If she has regular menses, by the way, that's another problem altogether. And many people try to apply the Catholic natural family planning and found out that she was irregular. but therefore they conceived.
Oh, yes.
And I know one family that conceived 6 children already.
It is nevertheless, though, still a sort of a blockage, isn't it?
It is
mentally, yes.
It is. And actually, I've always thought of the NFP mentality, natural family planning mentality, as a contraceptive mentality, because de facto, I am avoiding conception.
There you are.
So, I mean, you know, between that and the actual contraceptive mentality, which says we shall use a condom, or we shall use, you know, the intrauterine apparatus, or the pills, de facto, the intention is the same. However, some moralists and some church authorities would allow you use the natural family planning because it is within the movement of nature. It's within the prescriptions of nature. I don't hold that, but that's merely my personal interpretation. But I'm rather rigid on this matter. So what is the answer? Don't laugh at me when I say it. Don't do it. It's hard.
Just don't do it.
Abstention. Yeah.
All right. There are many, Father, who said that the reason that Catholicism has this view is because the Church wants more Catholics.
Yes, that was an old shibboleth against the Church. But actually, I've never found a trace of that. Now, I've passed through all the echelons of training, philosophy, theology, and papal service, and that never enters into it. It's never that. It's the horror of interfering with an act which is of itself a natural entity. And I've never seen any place, by the way, in any of the theoreticians or the theologians or in the books or in the lectures, and I passed through it all. I spent 18 years training before they allowed me to preach a sermon. I've never found a trace of that mentality officially. Now, it may be that somebody said, well, let's have as many babies as we can style.
Well, we did talk about politics earlier.
Yes, we did. Yes, I know. Well, that's Ben Trovato, as they say. That's a well-chosen remark. But it's never, no pope has ever said that, and therefore we will increase and multiply and have more Catholics that dominate the population of the world. I've not found that, but it's an old shibboleth, chiefly because Catholics used to have orphanages, and with young pregnant women who are unmarried, they would adopt the child.
Yes.
And there have been many abuses in that regard, by the way. There was a recent 60-minute program on that, which was dreadfully distressing, the lengths to which they went in order to get the babies that were conceived illegitimately, as they used to say in those days. So that's where I stand on the matter. I do not think that any invasion of that serves finally the glory of God.
Then if you were Pope,
yes,
you would resist, as this Pope has, any real change in that area?
I would, Ed. I would, Art. I would indeed. I would do something else, though more positive. I would set about a different sex ed program than Catholic bishops have allowed in America and in Canada.
In what sense?
Well, you see, the sex ed program, if you examine it nakedly, not to pun, by the way, examine it as it is, it's a program that stimulates sexual excitement and interest.
Oh?
Yeah, it's not educational. And then if you turn to the, Catholic couples today, in most dioceses in America, must go through what they call Cana conferences. They're called Cana because Cana was the marriage feast at which Jesus functioned at the beginning of his preaching in the Gospels. And the Cana conferences are supposed to enlighten the fiancés, the engaged couples, as to their obligations. But again, it has taken, in this country, to a large extent, a sexual turn. And it doesn't educate, because I think that the one faculty we have, the sexual power, the faculty, requires great education, especially today when we've passed through the swinging 70s and the swinging 80s,
oh, yes,
and the AIDS ridden 90s. We need education. So I would change all that. I'd make sure we had another sex ed attitude completely. And I would not ask children to experiment with bananas and carrots, which they do.
So your attitude is basically boils down to just don't do it.
Just don't do it, but educate the human being to know that you haven't got to do it all the time, and when you do it, it must be done within a reasoned existence. You must be able to afford the child, and you must be able to afford the education, and all the other human considerations that make a responsible citizen.
That's asking a lot of
a
person, indeed.
It is an awful lot, and there are going to be accidents along the way and violations, but we have remedies for those too.
All right. Very traditional indeed. All right.
Yes, it is, Art.
Yes. All right. Let us see if you are also traditional in the area of marriage for priests.
Yes.
Now, you've been a priest a very long time, Father.
I have, since 1954.
Have you found the battle with the flesh to be a difficult one, or did you early on come to an understanding and are at rest with it?
Art, I must be awfully frank on this point, because otherwise I wouldn't be happy with myself.
Please do.
The battle with the flesh stops when the last nail is put in your coffin, as far as I'm concerned. That's when it stops.
I'm sure that's correct.
Yeah, I know it's that way. Now, difficulty or easement in this matter is, on the one hand, subjective, and on the other hand, objective. It's subjective in the sense that a lot goes into it. Your early background, your nature, your character, the examples you've had around you, your early habits, the way you're trained. For instance, let me tell you this much, that in Ireland of my day, I became a Jesuit at the age of 18. I never dated anybody. I never went to a dance in my life. We had no such thing as co-education at all. We had separation of the sexes, and we didn't look on it as separation of the sexes. It was the natural way we all behaved. It was the ambient in which we lived. We had parties at Christmas and Easter and birthdays in which we all were present, male and female, young boys and young girls. But there was a regimentation or a rule of life then which governed everything. The clothes you wore and the way you looked and the way you touched. And, of course, we were naughty at times. There's no doubt about that. And there was masturbation, of course. And there was mutual petting when our parents weren't looking and things like that. But nothing grave and nothing sustained and certainly nothing permanent at all. It was a different thing completely. Now, has it been easy? Oh, Ed, I'm 76, and I must tell you that the early part of my life, there were struggles. There's no doubt about that. Thank God they ended as they did. About the age of 65 or 70, things cleared up in the sense that it became easier to be reflective about it, not because I lost interest in the male and female aspect of life, but because other things came in that fascinated me more readily.
You nevertheless remember the days of struggle.
Oh, Lord, do I? Listen, remember, I have my days of struggle.
Then
never ceases, Ed.
Okay, with respect then to marriage for priests as an option.
Well, I'll tell you, if life goes on as it's going at the present moment, I do not see, well, let me explain that. If the pressures continue to mount on this matter, and they are mounting every year, especially in America and Canada, if they continue to mount, I cannot see the authorities escaping the necessity of allowing the option of marriage. Why do I say that? Because if I took a poll tomorrow of the 280 bishops in the United States of America, and of the, I don't know how many bishops there are in Canada, I suppose there are about 20 or 30 or 40, a majority would say, make it optional today. And they have said so. They have said so.
Rome doesn't take a lot of polls, does it?
Well, actually, Rome does, but pretends it doesn't.
I see.
Yes, they take polls. They've got a man in Washington, the Pope's man, Cacciavillan is his name. He's an archbishop. And he is continually taking polls on all these questions.
Really? Rome's pollster?
Oh, yes, Rome's pollster. And Rome has its pollster in every country. And they take polls on the point, and they don't always listen to the polls, I say. They don't even pretend they take them, but they do. And they have this index of leading Catholic indicators, which indicate the condition of Catholicism. And it's published. They finally are beginning to publish that. Now, this is regards the actual mounting pressures. There are big pressures mounting, and there are underlying faults in the pressure. For instance, it is said by many priests, and many bishops too, stupidly, by the way, they say, well, if we did this, we'd have less deviancy, less pedophilia, which, of course, is garbage psychologically. Any psychologist or any psychiatrist will tell you that there's more deviancy amongst married people than amongst celibates. So it has no bearing on it whatever. Deviancy is deviancy, and there's more of it in married people, apparently, than amongst the so-called bachelors or celibate crowd of men and women.
So that despite the press's reporting on it because it's a very sensational subject,
That's right.
the actual amount of it you're saying is much less than in the average or in the regular population.
Much less. What is mounting is this idea that it's a human right which the church has interfered with for a long time and shouldn't any longer. But it is the pressures, the socio-cultural and political pressures that are changing this. Now, will the church yield on it? I think the pressures are mounting in such a way that in certain regions, say Latin America, that the church may waive the rule it has of celibacy. It may well. What do I think? Oh, I think it's going to be a net loss.
That was going to be my next question.
Yes.
A net loss for all of those in the church.
Yes, because I know it's anecdotal to tell you about it, but I was a U.S. chaplain for the U.S. Air Force and with paratroopers in Turkey for a period of my life. And we used to go on long trips to the radar domes that the USA maintained around the Black Sea, listening to the Soviet broadcasts. And it was the time when there was great competition about space and missile development. And I remember there were long trips, and the officers who drove me always called it an 18-beer trip or a 30-beer trip. We had 30 cans of beer because Turkey was terribly hot in the summer.
Oh, yes.
But I remember talking to them, and the chief chaplain with us in Incirlik, we were stationed in Incirlik, at the base there in Turkey, southern Turkey, southeastern Turkey. The chief chaplain was Woody. He was a Protestant chaplain, a very decent fellow, married with children, and a very decent man, and very good to me. I was a minor chaplain. And I was a temporary chaplain, by the way. But I remember the men used to say to me, they said, Father, look, having made a confession to me, made the confessions in the car traveling around, if you were like Woody, if you had a wife and went home at night to your wife and children, we wouldn't tell you all these things. We wouldn't trust you in the same way. It's not that we distrust Woody. We think he's a great guy, but and some of his own people, the Protestants in the force here, have a great love for him. But they haven't got the same approach, the same intimacy with him as we have with you, because we know that you are ours. You belong to us in a special way. And I was only a parish priest temporarily and in various parts of my life, because I was generally in scholarly work or diplomatic work or something like that, or teaching. But the times I was, the degree of closeness between a pastor and his people, behaving himself, hearing their confessions, serving them, baptizing them, and shriving them when they're sinful, or say they're sinful, and helping them to die in God. The closeness is something unbelievable, Art. It really is. And it's all, I think, influenced by the fact that you are totally at their disposal.
So then there would be a degree of loss in that area.
There would be a degree of loss in that area. Now, by the way, look, there are certain sections of the Catholic Church, like the Maronite Rite, which is the Catholics of Lebanon, who have always been married. And then there are the Greek Orthodox churches and the Russian Orthodox churches. Their priests can be married. Their bishops, no, but they allow their priests married. And they have a very magnificent priestly tradition, So this is a human law. Just has developed in the West to be the universal norm.
Doctor, hold it right there.
Sure.
We'll be right back to you, top of the hour. You're listening to CBC. Once again, here I am. My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin. And here's the plan. We're going to ask him a little bit about women in the clergy. And then after that, we're going to open up the lines, and I'm going to turn Father Martin over to you. And you can ask him anything you want, ranging from questions with regard to exorcisms, to the church, to Rome, to his attitudes about any number of things. And we'll just see what's out there. Now, back to Dr. Malachi Martin. Dr. Martin, maybe this will set it off properly. I just got a fax. It says, Art, there is no question that there have been horrible injustices toward women throughout history. But it seems today as if the feminists are so determined to achieve equality with men that they do not care whether they concurrently bring down the very institutions they are trying to achieve equality in. How do you feel about that?
I'll tell you, Art, the first thing that strikes me is this, and I've often asked women, very powerful women I know who are leaders in, say there's a group called the Women's Leadership Forum, and I know all the leaders very well personally. Mm-hmm. I've eaten with them and walked with them and talked with them and discussed things and wobbled with them in a friendly, loving fashion. I've always asked them, when they happen to use the expression, who wants to be equal to a man? If I want to be equal to you, it means that I regard you as superior.
Uh-huh. That's right.
The mentality I started with, first of all. Then, of course, there comes the fact we must acknowledge the dire effects of male chauvinism. Take medicine alone, Art. I mean, medicine has been created on the male body and for male ailments. And this was brought home to me very, very sharply when I had open heart surgery a couple of years ago. And I said to the doctor, Subramanian, a marvelous Indian doctor in Lenoxville Hospital in New York, is it the same operation for women? And he started laughing. He said, no, this was invented for the male body.
Yes.
We have to adapt it for the female body. And this applies to the whole gamut of health. It is really men's ailments that were envisaged by men.
No, it really is true. And if you look at the budgets allocated for study of problems, disproportionately they're allocated to men.
Mm-mm. You're right there. And then there's now a big push to get a study of breast cancer. But it's mainly women pushing it. It wasn't done by the academic community. Mm-hmm. So there has been injustice there. And then there's no doubt about it in finance and in industry. And in the armed forces, and in general in public life, women were given second place in that sense. They were considered to be the weaker vessel, and just their proper place was at home, having babies and cooking and taking care of the house and the family. Now, there's nothing wrong with all that. The only thing was that the time came when women were needed in the workforce, and when women felt they should go into the workforce. There's a different force blowing today, and it has also entered into the church. And there's the difficulty. Now, there are some women, just a few, very highly placed in the Vatican as regards decision-making. And between you and me and the Holy Spirit, if I want something from John Paul II, and at times I've wanted something for other people, obviously,
yes,
I always go to one of those women.
Oh, why?
Because they have a direct manner, they go straight to the horse's mouth, and they usually get what we ask for.
I see.
Because they simply have this power of communication. The men are all tied up with their egos. And they're not.
Well,
so it's a good sign. Now, the difficulty is when you come to the question of ordination.
Yes.
That's a different question completely. And I must say, it's a trap into which I've seen so many so-called eminent bishops and theologians fall, that they finally you reduce them to saying, just because you have testicles, you can become a priest. It comes down to that. Because you ask them why. There was one man, to give you an example of the difficulty, and it does illustrate for our listeners. There's one bishop who was very adamant, but he's an Anglican bishop, but a very celibate man, and a very good bishop, by the way, he's in Canada. And he finally was splutteringly reduced to saying that no, unless you're male, you can't be a priest. And that determines your ability to become a priest. And of course, which is a dreadful conclusion, because then it reduces the whole question of priesthood to physical things. And there's nothing wrong with the physical things, except one would have thought it was a higher reason that you became a priest.
Well, what is the higher reason? In other words, why may a woman not be a priest?
Well, I'll tell you why a woman, a female, God has arranged, as the church says, that women do not become priests. It's for the very same reason, and I'm not really dodging the question, I'm giving you the reason, but it's a very profound reason, and let's hope the time allows us to at least delve into it.
Sure.
It's this. For instance, Christianity says God the Son became man. Christianity also says, by implication, God the Father could not have become man, and God the Holy Ghost could not have become man. And the reason is this. It's the nature of God, the nature of the Trinity. The Son can be generated, can be born. The Father was never born, and the Holy Ghost was never born. Their natures, their personalities are such that they, being born in any sense, doesn't fit in with their personalities. Whereas it does with the Son. He's the Son. He's generated by his Father and his mother, usually. Now, the basic reason is this, that within creation, as a Catholic sees it traditionally, only a man pictures, reflects, reproduces the function that Jesus chiefly filled, namely as high priest. Woman does something else. She actually is the source of eternity. She's the source of future generations. She's the source of love and marital bonding. But she doesn't reproduce at all. Her function is not to reproduce the functions that Christ had as high priest. It's as simple as that, and it's as complicated as that. It's a long consideration, and there's a deep theological reason buried there, and it's very hard to give it in a few words, but that's the essence of it, that only a male reproduce, and not because he's a male, but because he's a son, he's generated. And the Son, Jesus himself, was generated by the Father in eternity, and he was generated in Mary's womb by the Holy Spirit. He reproduces that condition, that origin, that personality of the Son, and therefore he can reproduce, therefore, the functions of that Son as high priest. That's the essence of the theology of priesthood, and of course it doesn't apply to women. Women have a greater, in the eyes of Christian theology, they have a more noble function. They conceive.
You're a very traditional priest, aren't you?
Yes, Art, I am. I'm dyed in the wool in that. It has informed my entire existence and corrected the cannibalism of my nature. And I'm a natural bum, and I'm also a natural barbarian, I think.
So you must have a great sympathy then for the Pope who is being assaulted by the liberals.
Yes, I am. But see, I do know that there's this inconsistency in my Pope, which I regret very much, but he has it, and I have to bow in front of consistencies. Most of our characters are inconsistent, and his inconsistency is as follows. That on questions of, say, abortion, contraception, homosexuality, genetic experiments, anything like that, he is absolutely adamant. Absolutely adamant.
Mm-hmm.
On everything else, he's liberal. He really is liberal. By the way, if you go to the Holy Father and say to him, Holy Father, may I commit an abortion? He gets airborne. Sparks fly.
Sure.
And same thing with contraception, same thing with homosexuality, same thing with divorce and remarriage. No, sir, nothing like that. But if you say to him, Holy Father, I would like to see women priests, he becomes pathetic. And he will say to you, I wish I had the power. There's no sudden, he doesn't become airborne. He's not protesting, but he wished he had. And by the way, in the year 1995, there was a meeting of 15,000 altar servers, you know, those people that serve the masses in the churches, in St. Peter's Square, 15,000 of them, and the Pope came out to address them. And he came out on the famous balcony of St. Peter's. Now, by the way, there were 4,000 girl servers there amongst the 15,000. And he knew that. And he said to them in his speech, which was a very enthusiastic speech, he said, I hope that some of you, or the majority of you, will one day celebrate Mass at the altar.
Oh, my. So
and he knew what he was talking about.
In many areas, then, he is altogether too liberal for you.
Well, too liberal... No, I regard liberalism and the way he is liberal as fatal errors. I regard it. But listen, I'm a little man. No wonder they didn't make me Pope. I couldn't manage it hard. But I can't judge him. Just from my poor little mind, it is very dangerous what he has attempted to do outside of sexual morality. It is very dangerous. He has endangered the integrity of his organization, not of the Catholic faith, but the organization itself is in danger due to his liberalism as regards sharing things with other religions.
So then, given an opportunity, you would urge him to resign.
That's a judgment, Art, I'd be afraid to make because, as I say, I'm just a poor little fella. I'm really happy.
On the air, Doctor, or off the air?
Both. I really have no... I would, by the way, I don't think... You see, I'm looking at his replacement, and the replacements are awful in my book. The possible replacement... You see, there is now a race. Anybody coming from Rome nowadays who tells you the truth and who speaks to you Roman language of what they're talking about, they're all talking about one thing and one thing only, the conclave. And you know what that means.
Yes.
It means they're lining up for the next Pope. There's no doubt about it. This is the evening of John Paul II's papacy. We all know it. And therefore the papabile, as they call them, the popable ones, have come to the fore. And none of them are to my liking.
May I run a theory of life by you, Doctor?
Please do. Please do. I'd love to hear it.
And I bet it applies to your situation as well as mine. And it is that I watched the change. I'm only 51.
Good heavens.
You're 76.
That's great.
And I even at 51, I look at the changes that are going on in society, and I have sort of come to the conclusion that as we get older, and society continues to change and change and change, by the time we're ready to go, or near ready to go, we sort of look up and say, Lord, these people are out of their minds. Get me out of here. I'm ready to go.
But that is a sentiment that starts as a tiny voice about my age. I'm sure when I get to the end of the 70s, I'll be saying, Lord, look, please give me a ticket. You know, have mercy on us all. I suppose it's inevitable because so many of your friends go, so many things change, that you feel that you're no longer really at home. Do you understand me?
Yes, I certainly do.
Little pieces of you have departed. My parents are gone. My closest friends are gone. My brothers are gone, 3 of them. And it's not that I go around moaning and groaning. I don't. You know me too well.
I understand.
But I do feel that a lot of me has departed with them and is waiting for me.
Yes.
You know what I mean? We'll all get together again. But I agree with you fully about the way life changes.
And no doubt up there, the church is the way you recall it.
Yes. Of course.
All right. I would like to begin to take some calls here, if we might. Lots of people want to talk to you. So, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi. Hello there. No, I guess I didn't push the right button. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Malachi Martin. Hi.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air. Hello?
Yes, I'm on. Am I on the air?
Yes, you are. Turn your radio off.
Oh,
You've got to do that right away.
Hold on.
That's the difficulty.
All right. If you have your radio on, folks.
My radio's off.
Where are you calling from?
San Diego, California, a long way away.
KFMB. All right.
Yes. First of all, I wanted to say that it's fascinating to. I'm a little nervous here. It's fascinating.
Don't be nervous at all. We're all nervous from that point.
Thanks. I just wanted to say this is. Dr. Malachi Martin reminds me of some detective story that he's in New York in the middle of the night, and he's mysterious and very fascinating. And I mean that as a compliment, though.
Yes.
So it just reminds me of something out of an old detective novel or something. But
well, interesting.
But what I wanted to ask was, would you guess who you think would be the next pope? And I have ventured a guess, or a possible candidate of the Archbishop of Milan, Carlo M. Martini, and I was wondering if you were familiar with him.
Yes, I know Carlo Martini. He was rector of the house, the last house in which I lived, although he wasn't rector when I was there.
Oh, okay.
The Pontifical Biblical Institute.
Right.
He was a Jesuit, a very brilliant man, by the way, and good at his biblical profession as well as in cardinaling. He has become a front runner for the papacy.
Oh, he's on the side of Rome then.
Oh, yeah.
Well, per se.
He's although he's Cardinal Archbishop of Milan,
Right.
he is one of the front runners.
So he could possibly be the next pope?
He could possibly be elected the next pope.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, it was interesting to me, you've been talking about feminism.
Yes.
And it was interesting to me that the new version of the Psalms for the Catholic Americans was disapproved by Rome. Is this a sign of what you were talking about?
Well, you see, what happened was that the translators of the new version of the Psalms decided to be inclusivist, and therefore they wiped out any his or hers, his or him.
Right.
That's ridiculous. It goes to extraordinary lengths, and the use of the word man was ruled out.
I see.
You know, and human even is avoided because the word man is in it.
Right.
At the demands of many feminists, and really, English becomes emasculated as a language. You know what I mean?
Right.
Really
I understand. Gender neutral.
There's no such thing. We're not gender neutral. You know?
Right.
I know Hungarian is, and Gaelic, my Gaelic language, my native tongue Gaelic can be also gender neutral.
Right.
That doesn't mean they don't cease to be chauvinists. The Irish and the Hungarians are terrible male chauvinists.
Right. Well, it was an honor to talk to you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your call.
Okay, bye.
And take care. Father, take a rest, a few moments. We'll break here at the bottom of the hour and come back and dive into these phone lines.
Lovely.
All right. My guest is Dr. Malachi Martin, and I guess I'm going all over the place here with titles. So be it, I guess. I guess that's just the way I have to do it. I feel this respect, and I have to figure out some way to demonstrate it, but I'm not doing it consistently. So be it. At any rate, if you have questions for Dr. Martin, come now. You're listening to the American CBC Radio Network. I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back. Doctor, our coverage is worldwide. We're heard worldwide, and the following question is from David in New Zealand.
Yes.
Sent by fax. Dr. Martin, a person whom I trust, while he was, quote, out of his body, end quote, attempted to enter the secret archives of the Vatican. He said he was repelled by two angels at the archives door and was forced to return to his body. Can you comment on it? Can you tell us who is allowed to enter and read these archives?
The archives are now under the care of a man called the Bibliotecarius, the papal librarian, or the Vatican librarian. And it's a position similar to the Librarian of Congress. It's a very honorific job, and it's an onerous job. He actually must sign permission for you to enter the secret archives. And in order to get that permission, you have to have a qualification, of course. You have to be a historian or a researcher on an authorized mission, and you have to know definitively what you want to get, because there's so much there, and you must know what you're looking for. And you may then get permission to do so. Once you get permission, though, it's carte blanche. They give you full facilities and a full easement in your work there. But it's a difficult thing to get just right off. You can't get it by simply showing up one day and say, I'm so-and-so, I'm Malachi Martin, I want to enter the secret archives. No, there must be, and usually if it's a priest, he must have a letter from his bishop or from the rector of the institute to which he belongs, the university, an academy, or whatever it is, or a theologate, or a philosopher, or a seminary of some kind or other. In other words, they insist on very closely monitoring the identity of who enters. And it has to be so because there are invaluable things there, and they've had terrible robberies there. People they did trust and came in, and they walked away with very valuable manuscripts, and they were eventually caught one way or the other.
You would think that a place you wouldn't want to steal, if there was any place where you wouldn't want to steal, that would be the place.
Well, there was a case in my time there where a very, very rich Brazilian wanted a certain document referring back to a papal prescription in the 16th century or the 17th century. And he paid somebody, and I arranged the ID and everything else so they would be accepted. And he did get in, and he did attempt to steal it. But he was caught. There are such things as that. But there are invaluable things there, and things that have never been unearthed.
One can only wonder.
Yeah, one can only wonder. You wonder, really. And there are 7 miles of archives beneath the Vatican. 7 miles.
7 miles?
Yes. Actually, it's done. It's a fantastic thing, Art. When you go through it, as according as you go, the light starts and the light behind you dies out.
Oh, my.
The light follows you wherever you go.
That is incredible.
It's air conditioned, and it's maintained.
Very careful environment.
Because yes, they have papyrus there. They have ancient books that can fall to pieces merely by being handled.
I understand. All right, first time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Dr. Martin.
Yes,
Art, it's an honor and a privilege.
Thank you. Where are you?
Japanese, I'm on my knees.
Where are you?
Silly.
I'm in incorporated Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
All right.
Yes.
I have 6 questions, but I'll narrow it down to 4 if at all possible.
Okay.
I foresee the way I perceive the world as an apartheid and genocide corporate in America as a corporate American society. How do you perceive this being in the near future?
I'll tell you what I think the structure of the near future of the world. I will not see it, I think, unless God prolongs my age to 120 or something like that.
A prediction of it.
The idea of a national government, of a nation state, is disappearing.
Okay.
We're going to have regional authorities. And we're already slipping into that with our NAFTA and our European Union. We're slipping into that already. And even within a vast community such as we have in the United States, 250 people, 250 million people, I can foresee the day when, for instance, there'll be certain black or white enclave and accepted by people as such. Because, you see, I think we're coming to the stage, lady, and I hope it doesn't frighten you or shock you. We're coming to the stage that laws will be made affecting our salaries, our vacations, our education, our birth and death, our medicine, our politics. Laws will be made by more than Americans. It won't be Congress. It won't be the Senate, merely. Okay. It'll be foreigners. I mean, non-Americans.
Okay.
I think we're at that stage of regionalism.
I got the point.
You got the point?
Yeah, I understand it quite clearly. That is very factual. Absolutely. The other question is my ability to predict without the personification of predictions.
Yes.
Like this plane that just went down. Now they're saying it was a laser. I always had the assumption, I would say, that it was. Am I going into a middle plateau without checks and balances there, or how do I receive?
I know. I'll tell you. My advice to you is this.
Mm-hmm.
My advice to you is this: if you have that ability and it comes up unbidden, do you understand me?
Yes.
That's one thing. If you were to use it to guide your life or to guide others' lives in a very active interventionist way, then you need guidance.
How do I get that?
You get a very good confessor, a very good priest, who knows his stuff, who has what they call discernment of spirits. Because, what is your first name?
Liza.
Liza, you have to, you see, it's discernment of spirits, what spirits are moving you. Once you exercise those gifts of the middle plateau, then you need somebody to say, no, that's the wrong instinct.
Yes, because sometimes I don't know and I get really stressed out.
You must get a very, very saintly confessor. But
now, mummification, is like, after dying, mummification, you
Yes.
know, it's like being mummied for,
Yes,
you know,
yes,
instead of being buried in the ground. Is that a thing?
Yes. Well, mummification, are you in favor of that?
Yes.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Technically speaking, religiously speaking, there's nothing wrong with it at all. Okay. But be very careful, because it's a great gift, can be used, as we saw with the Major Ed Dames in his work, but it also can provide your undoing. But not necessarily so. It's a gift of God. You can use it for God's glory.
Okay. I bid you peace, love, joy, and happiness. Thank you so much.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Eliza.
Very interesting call.
Wasn't this?
Yes. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello, where are you calling from?
Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, sir.
My name's Mike. Father Martin, fascinating. I have a question for you.
Yes, Mike.
Suppose there were extraterrestrial visit to the Earth that was so dramatic that it couldn't be denied.
Yes.
How should Christians feel? Afraid or?
No. And Mike, I must I invoke a privilege here. How will I put this? It is dangerous for the mind to pursue the whole idea of beings on another planet. It is dangerous to the mind for the moment because we haven't got any physical basis for it. Really, nothing concrete. Christians should look on it immediately as the presence of beings who also, if they're beings with a mind and a will, have been saved also by the blood of Jesus.
Isn't sin just here on earth?
No, because Jesus said, all power is given me in the heavens and on earth.
But the devil's confined to the earth, right?
The devil for the moment is confined to the earth, but that doesn't mean he would be confined only to the earth. And I'm sure that if we had colonies on the far side of the moon, or in Mars, anyway, the far side of the moon, that the devil could be active there.
Yes.
All right. Father, let me interject here.
Yes.
As you know, there have been recent revelations here and in Europe with regard to, at least at the microbial stage, the discovery of life on Mars.
That's right. There's a strong possibility that there was microbic life. At that level, there was life.
And kind of like with where there's smoke, there's fire, we may eventually discover that there is life elsewhere. It's not unreasonable.
Well, I'll tell you, my personal belief, if you want to ask me, you can call me crazy, a crazy Irishman. I firmly believe there is life in other galaxies.
And then...
Not in our galaxy.
Yes, and we must presume that that life may have a technology that one day may allow them to come and see us.
Absolutely. And by the way, listen, you and I know, we all know, but we don't know much more than that. We do know that we have exhausted the means of energy. We have fossil fuel, and we have got nuclear energy.
It's
so
a finite supply.
Yeah, for number one, it's finite. And number two, we know that for what we want to do, travel, galaxy travel, we need another source of energy.
Yes, sir.
And we will get it. We will get it.
So then Christians should not necessarily cower down at the possibility.
Oh, no. Baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello.
Good morning. This is Tim in San Diego.
Hi, Tim.
Good morning, Jim.
Dr. Martin, you impressed me as a wise person.
Well, thank you very much. It's a compliment, really.
So that's why I'd like to ask you a question about, choosing a religion to put your faith in.
Yes.
Someone like me, I've never really been able to do that because there's so many different religions that claim to be the one way.
I know.
How would you advise someone like myself?
I'll tell you. Did you ever kneel down and pray?
Yes, I have.
Well, I'll tell you. Morning or night, once a day. It's a simple thing, and it's not a trick. It's just simply it's a habit that can produce results. Kneel down and address God and say, "Look, you want me as your creature to adore you and serve you on earth and to give you glory. Send me somebody. Send me the means of knowing that. Ask him. Ask him, and he will send it. As sure as I'm speaking to you."
Okay.
That's a good answer.
You must do it as a child. You must do it trustfully. You must do it knowing that he is your father finally.
What if you have not done it, as this gentleman is not a child, and wants to know now? Same process?
Same process, but be childlike. You must be childlike in your trust, as you would with somebody who loves you dearly.
Ask him as a father, in other words.
Ask him as a father and say, you want me to give you glory. You want me to serve you. I feel the urge. You've given me this instinct. Now show me how, because I do not know how.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's what I would say, Mike.
All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Fantastic. Great show.
Thank you. Where are you, sir?
I am in Sacramento.
All right.
Yes. Father.
Yes.
Yes. I'm interested in finding out your opinion on the revelations from Father Don Gobby.
Yes. I'll tell you what I think. Unless you, I'm sorry, I've interrupted you.
Oh, no, I was just also going to ask you about Fatima and some of the other Marian apparitions as well.
Yes. Well, let me tell you about Father Gobi, as I call him, Gobi or Gobi. Look, the Virgin Mary, from the Gospels and from what we know of her, is a woman of very little words. She's a woman of a lot of actions, but very little words. And there is no way on the face of God's earth that she could have said all those words that Father Gobi puts on her lips in his books. And I guess if Father Gobi was asked, I'm sure he would say to you, if he were asked, no. What I've done is I have clothed her thoughts in human words to make them more intelligible. Do you understand me? So that not everything is ipsissima verba, as they say in Latin, the very words of Our Lady. You know, it would take a lifetime for her to say all that to Father Gobi. And for him to copy it down, you know, from her lips, number one. Number two, as regards Fatima, he is very sound on Fatima, and the Fatima prediction is being worked out at the present moment to our cost. But in the end, as she said herself to the children, my Immaculate Heart will triumph.
Now, I understand that through, I believe his name is Father Fox. He's
yes, Matthew Fox.
Fatima. I saw him on a program recently, and he was saying that he got a message to go to Sister Lucy's convent, and that the consecration of Russia to the heart of Mary had been accepted in 1984, and that he expected that the year 2000 would bring about at least the beginning of an incredible new period.
Well, I'll tell you, here's the point, that what Lucy did say, and has said more than once, is this, that although the consecration hasn't been done as she asked it to be done, what the Pope did in 1984 in St. Peter's Square will suffice. That's what she said. That's what Lucy said. And that, but it is quite clear to you and to me and to anybody looking at it that Russia has not been converted.
Sure.
That hasn't even started. True enough, since the disappearance of the USSR and the rise of Russia as a separate nation with the other former nations in what they call the CIS, the Confederation of Independent States, the 4,000 churches have been reopened. They were closed by the Bolsheviks.
Yeah.
But there is no religious revival in Russia.
Oh, you're so correct. Caller, thank you.
Absolutely no religious revival.
Caller, I think you would be very surprised. I was in Russia last year.
Yes.
And other than in name, I was unable to detect the differences, other than a few surface differences, in Russia at all. To me, it was still...
just the same thing.
You betcha.
Same thing. Just more corruption, more immorality, more brutality, and more real... low-grade villainy.
That's a good, accurate description. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Martin.
Sir.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question. I wanted to get your opinion on Dante's The Inferno.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
I am indeed. I have it, and I read it every day of my life.
Do you?
I do.
Okay, it's a very interesting book, man. It brought a lot of questions upon me about...
I'm sure it did, but he has views of his own, and it's beautifully done.
Yeah.
Where are you calling?
I'm calling from Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, all right.
Memphis, Tennessee.
Yes. Yes, by the way, I wanted to mention, Art Bell, you got a great show going on, man. I just recently started listening to it.
It's the best show on the face of this earth.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It really is. Nobody has done this thing, only Art Bell.
Stop.
Yeah.
All right. And anything else you want to ask, caller?
No, I just wanted to ask about the Dante. I just wanted
It is very enlightening, and I'll tell you something, caller, too. if you do read that, do you read in the Italian or the English?
I read in the English.
Okay, it doesn't matter. In double Dutch, it's just as good. If you read it and cultivate him, you'll find that you begin to get great instruction from it. Do you understand me? And enlightenment. And encouragement, too. Right. But enlightenment above all. You begin to understand human frailty and human goodness and God's justice and that sort of business, you know. Right. Besides, it's very beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
It's just very beautiful.
Yeah, this guy, he got pretty freaked out there.
Oh, yeah. He got pretty freaked out, that's right.
I don't know how you would explain something like that. I guess he done the best job he could.
Yeah, well, it's terribly hard. I think the thing that always struck me about Dante was his relationship to Beatrice, the woman he fell in love with. Right. He never really got to know. Yeah. And he made her his guide. And there's a famous picture, do you know it, of he meeting her on the Bridge of Sighs?
Right, I remember that.
And he did meet her on the Bridge of Sighs, holding his heart.
Right.
And he obviously was smitten deeply with a deep love of her. He was a Republican, by the way.
Was he?
A very active Republican in his native country.
Yeah, it was a pretty great book. I just recently checked it out.
It is.
All right, caller, I've got to interrupt. We're headed toward the top of the hour here.
All right, bud. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you, my friend. Doctor, hold on. We've got another hour ahead of us.
Sure we have, Art. If you're okay, I'm okay.
Well, you know, at 51, I'm sitting here wondering about your constitution. I guess I need to ask you about that. I don't know how you do it.
Oh, listen, I'll tell you why I do it, Art. First of all, I know I'm in the hands of a master. I'm not flattering you. I'm telling you the truth. There's nobody like you in this profession, number one. And number two, this is a chance to speak to my fellow human beings. And when am I going to get it again?
Well, all right, here we go. Back to Father Martin. A question for you, Father, and then we'll go back to Jones. Is it true, this is a fact, that the greatest collection of astrology manuals are at the Vatican, and why?
Well, it is because the formation of the Vatican Library was started very early on, before most other libraries were begun in Europe and in the world. Mm-hmm. And the popes were avid collectors of everything, number one. And number two, when books on astrology were published in countries in Europe mainly, the local bishops sent copies of them to Rome to be vetted. And they went into a certain section. And by the way, there's a section, it's going to make you laugh at, but it's true, there's a section there which is for pornography. And you know that we theologians who were over there, we used to refer to it as hell.
It is there. Why?
Why what?
Why is it there?
Well, because they were again sent for censorship, for vetting, and they have a principle: don't destroy books there. They don't burn books easily.
Uh-huh. Well, I assume that when one gets permission to visit these areas, it's not the most visited of them.
No, it's not. It's not, actually. And it's part of that 7 miles of underground stuff I mentioned.
That's remarkable.
Yes.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Oh, Father Martin, I'm so glad to talk to you. This is Beverly from Chicago. I met you when you were on your book.
Yes, Beverly, I remember. Well, how are you?
Beverly, you're going to have to speak up good and loud. You're kind of weak here.
Okay.
Yes,
Father,
good.
I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
They found Caiaphas' tomb in Jerusalem. Does that have anything, do you think, to do with Revelation?
Well, it may or may not. It's not very clear as a sign of Revelation, Beverly. It really isn't. They found... You're referring to the tomb of Titus, are you?
Caiaphas.
Caiaphas. Oh, it does. It's a confirmation that the man existed, because 100 years ago, many scholars were denying that Caiaphas ever existed, and they were denying that he was one of the high priests. Now this comes to confirm it, and it just illustrates something, Beverly, which is very funny, and which is a backward procedure. The older we get, and the further we are removed from the sources of the Bible, the more confirmation we're getting. For instance, it's only nowadays we found out a stone on which the name of Pontius Pilate was written. There were scholars, and their books are still on the shelves, in the last century and the beginning of this century, who denied there was ever such a man.
I see.
So, I mean, it does. It confirms that, but it doesn't give us much more light about Caiaphas. The only light we have is really from the Gospel.
Well, I thought in the Gospel of Christ saying, "And you shall see me," Caiaphas, returning in glory, or whatever they...
Yes. Well, what he said was this. When Caiaphas, a Jew, I said to him, listen, I impose an oath on you as a Jew, and I'm a priest. Tell me, do you claim to be the Son of God?
Yes.
And he said, yes, I am the Son of God. And you will see the Son of Man, meaning himself, returning on the clouds of heaven. That's referring to, he was telling Caiaphas, look, you know from the Bible, from your Bible, from the book of Daniel, you know well, the Son of Man comes in judgment on the nations. I'm telling you, I'm that man.
Yes.
Do you understand me?
Yes.
Further, Caiaphas, listen or not is something else. Only God can judge him.
Is it true also, Father, there should be a sign in the sky?
Oh, I would say so. She said, is it true there would be a sign in the sky? And you certainly alluded to that with keep your eyes on the sky.
Of course. There will be a sign in the sky.
All right. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Art? How you doing?
Okay.
Tony from KVEG country.
In Los Angeles.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is a great show. Hi, Dr. Malachi.
Hi there, how are you? What's on your mind?
Oh, well, I got a
Just
comment.
general goodwill.
Yeah. I got a comment for you and Art.
All right.
Well, he deserves
I've been I've been watched by people for a little while, and you know, they try to plug me as paranoid schizophrenic.
Yes.
And that's just recent. That's all recent. But I've seen, you know, I've been there and done that as far as seeing unidentified UFOs and sightings of unnatural origins.
Yes.
And it's hard for me to follow up on and participate as much as interesting as you are, Dr. Malachi.
Yes.
As much as I'd like to with some of the things that you do say.
Yes.
But let me, if I may, I've been watched during UFO events by military jet planes, I assume, that are also in the area, and I can't, for the life of me, describe stuff like this to people without them thinking I'm a paranoid schizophrenic. And, you know, I just kind of wanted your quick comment on that. And then I got a question for Art.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you, the only comment I've got to make in it is this. Look, put your trust in God, and it doesn't really matter what men say, provided you don't break the law. Then they have to intervene, and I'm sure you do not break the law. But we all find in life that at a certain moment you have to be independent of adversary comments on your life. Otherwise, you wouldn't do a thing. You'd be afraid.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hi, Father Malachi Martin.
Yes, sir.
This is Ed from Madison, Wisconsin calling.
Ed, I'm glad to hear your voice. What's on your mind?
The Bible says that Jesus fasted for 40 days and for 40 nights, and Moses also before him.
That's right.
And many saints have done so in the Christian tradition.
That's
for myself in the last year, for 20 days, I've fasted twice.
Ah.
And I would highly recommend it to anyone. And so I have two questions for you. One, what is your opinion of the spiritual practice of fasting? And two, why has the church shied away from recommending fasting?
All right.
Well, number one, Christ himself recommended fasting very much, both by his example, as you've alleged, he just fasted for 40 days before he started his work, and also when he spoke about dealing with the devil and dealing with evil. Prayer and fasting he recommended. And we have all found in the past that fasting is a very salutary thing. It does sharpen the wits, and it does make you more attentive to spiritual things. Why the church has shied away from it? Well, here I have to appear to be an old curmudgeon and to have the grumbling and grousing. The reason is this, that a lot of clerics, a lot of prelates, a lot of bishops, a lot of cardinals have lost the spirit of Christianity. And they themselves like a good square meal 4 times a day, and they think everybody else should have it if they can afford it. So it's a lack of faith, believe you me, because fasting is a part of salvation.
Does it not induce itself in kind of an altered state?
Yes, it does. It does, if you exaggerate. But it's a very good thing.
All right.
Even people who are training for football and swimming, they fast in their own way.
Oh, yes, indeed. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Good morning, Dr. Martin.
Good morning, sir.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'm calling about, I have a dilemma here because I've had a problem with the priest in the past with sexual molestation.
Oh boy, were you molested?
Yes.
Oh,
but this was after, I'm a handicapped person, and this happened after I was 21. Well, I'm calling for Albuquerque, New Mexico, and they just recently had a thing that for people to call in that needed help. And a friend of mine, he's a pathological liar, and I don't know, he steals, and then he's just really confusing. And when I told him about my problem, we used to live together, and then he kicked me out, and he went to the church, and his lover is a lawyer, and they went and sued and won. And he told me, he goes, well, I already know, like, I'm going to go to hell, so it don't matter anyway. And when I tried to convince the sister Casey that he's looking over the case, about my situation, she said, well, because you're over 21, when it happened, there's nothing we could do. But yet my friend...
She's not correct. You can. By the way, try and contact Father John Fitzgerald at the Queen of Heaven Church on Claremont Avenue.
John Fitzgerald?
Father John Fitzgerald. Fitz, we call him. He's a very good priest. He's at the Queen of Heaven Church on Claremont Avenue, and he will help you. Tell him that you spoke to Malachi Martin.
Okay, well, what do I do about my friend that... I can't believe he did this, and when I called to give information about what he had done, they said, well, the case has been settled and closed.
Well, has it been settled and closed?
Well, I presume so, because he's got a lot of money, and he's taken a lot of trips, and he's bought a new car.
Well, I would check on that fact, but I think Father Fitz will give you very good direction in the matter. He's a very good, just, holy priest. He really is.
All right.
Okay, and the name again is what?
John Fitzgerald at
John
the Queen
Fitzgerald.
of Heaven Church. Yes.
All right. So there you go.
On Claremont Avenue.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Martin. Hi.
Hi, Art. I'm calling from New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
I'm not receiving you on the radio right now. How you doing, Father?
Hello.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure.
If I perceive plausible, if I receive plausible, intelligent thoughts, should I perceive that as divine intervention?
If you receive plausible what?
Intelligent thoughts,
Thoughts.
Thoughts. Thoughts.
Oh, thoughts. Sorry. Yeah.
Right.
If you do.
Should I perceive that as divine intervention?
Yes, on one or two conditions. First of all, that the thoughts don't recommend you to do something sinful, number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, that they don't bring disturbance to your soul, they bring you peace.
Right.
If they do that, if they fulfill those two conditions, then you can go ahead.
One more thing. If I'm not baptized, does that mean my soul is doomed?
No, it does not, but it means you've got a job of work to do.
Right.
Because baptism is necessary for salvation, and you know about it, and you can't say, I didn't know about it. Well, so you should go to a good priest and ask his advice.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hi.
Turn your radio off, please.
Okay.
All right, where are you calling from?
Riverside, California.
All right, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just want to ask, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the 1 Timothy 4:3? What it says about that you was talking about now the church will allow the priest to get married?
Well, at the present moment, the church doesn't allow priests to get married, but there is a proposal that they should be allowed. It isn't yet the law.
Oh, but are you familiar with 1 Timothy 4:3?
With I don't get familiar with what?
Are you familiar with 1 Timothy 4?
1 Timothy, yes.
Yeah, okay.
What about it?
What it says that they forbidding the priest to get married.
Yes, that is there, all right. But we're not talking about marriage for bishops. We're talking about marriage for priests when we speak about priestly marriage.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Oh, good. I'm glad I got through. How you doing, Art?
Fine, sir. Where are you?
Joe from Santa Monica.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, you spoke of Satan and Lucifer on the show last time as being two different beings, and I was wondering which one is the devil and what's the difference?
Actually, the difference is this. By the way, if you're sitting in a room with your family, how many people in your family? 5?
Yes, there are.
5. Okay, there are 5 people in your family, and if you're all sitting in a room, and I say to you, how many people are in this room? You say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You count the bodies, isn't that right?
Right.
Now, with angels and spirits, they haven't got a body, so how do you count them?
By their being?
Their function.
Ah.
What they do.
Okay.
Now, the angels were created to function on this earth for man's benefit. 1/3 of them apparently revolted against that and said, we will not serve, and they were condemned to hell. Right. They became demons. Their leader was a being whose name was always called Lucifer, the light bearer.
Right.
Son of the dawn. His aide-de-camp, his sidekick, was a demon whose name has traditionally been called Satan. And Satan is merely a Hebrew or Semitic term meaning adversary, Satan. Satan is an adversary in modern Hebrew.
Oh, just one thing. Don't cut me off. I have one more thing to say, Art, by the way. Keep going. Sorry.
Okay. So Lucifer is the chief angel, and his sign is the scorpion. The sign of Satan is the serpent.
Okay.
That's the distinction. But we know, as in exorcisms, there are two very distinct beings. Very distinct beings. In fact, every demon is distinct from every other demon, but it's by their functions, you know.
So Lucifer sent his sidekick to bring the apple to Eve.
Yes, he did. He directed all that.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hello. Good day, Art. Good day, Dr. Martin.
Good day,
My name is Joan.
Where are you, Joan?
I'm in San Fernando Valley outside Los Angeles.
Very good.
Dr. Martin?
Yes.
With that lovely name Malachi, pronounced in the Gaelic, you obviously have heard of the prophecies of St. Malachi.
I'm sure I have.
Art, the prophecies of St. Malachi are a little like Nostradamus, but not quite.
That's right. They're always sufficiently clear to interest you, but sufficiently vague to puzzle you.
Yes, and they're only on the popes.
That's right.
Yes. Well, I understand that there's, according to the reading of them, there's only room for 2 more popes.
But the prophecies themselves don't exclude the fact that there might be popes in between. That's again the hazardous character of predictions like this. It doesn't mean there couldn't be 2 more popes, 3 more popes in between. But the last 2 popes will be called Gloria Olivae and Petrus Romanus. But we don't know in between, unfortunately. That's the terrible thing about oracles and predictions, that they tell you a lot, but they leave you puzzled.
Now, can I get a copy of those anywhere, Doctor?
Oh, yes. If I had an address, I'd send you a copy. They've been published in ordinary pamphlet form.
Okay, both of you, I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt. Think about that one. We'll pick it up after the break. Back now to Dr. Martin. And, Doctor, are you there?
Sure.
Let me ask you a little bit about your constitution. For 76 years old, I'd like to know how you do it.
First of all, I like doing it. That's a lot.
That's important. That's important.
Very important because it makes it so much easier. Otherwise, you could be very tired and bored and you could fall asleep or want some food.
Yeah, but are you sure that you're not sent a little secret potion from the Vatican that keeps you going like this? No.
I wish there were such a secret potion. It would make my creaking bones much less creaky than they are. No, I think it's sheer interest. And I have a good constitution. I've only had really one bad illness. Well, I was open heart surgery when the old heart started giving trouble and saying, hey, I need some help. And otherwise, though, life has been uneventful. I still have my hair and my teeth, and that's our business, you know.
No big secret, then?
No big secret at all. No big secret at all, really. I wish I could find something and say, oh, it was this, it was that. No, I have nothing, Art, I can communicate at all, except good luck with my health and God's blessing.
Well, you certainly have that. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Good morning.
This is me, Joan, again?
Yes, it is.
Well, I've one up on the doctor. I'm 81.
Oh, you are? Oh, good. But I'm always glad to greet somebody like that because they can tell me something about it.
Well, to come back to the subject we were talking about, Doctor.
Yes,
First of all, regarding the book, I have the address you gave the last time, and I'll send a stamped addressed envelope and ask you to give me the information on
Would you do
book.
that? And
I
I will get it to you, I promise you.
But second, you've completely blown my theory about the last two popes. What I came to the conclusion of some time ago, it was considered that it was going to be the end of the world.
I know, they thought that, but...
Then they thought it was going to be the end of the Catholic Church.
That's right.
But my theory is completely different, and in view of various thoughts, and I think in view of your recent book, my theory was that perhaps the papacy would change back to what it was, Bishop of Rome and first among equals.
Well, I'll tell you, it's of course, we're dealing now with the imponderable, Joan, you realize. But my feeling is roughly the same, except that I add in what Our Lady said at Garabandal, in which I believe, by the way, in that vision, that appearance she made in Spain, in Garabandal, the town of Garabandal, which is a part of, it's near Santander in Spain, in which she said that the present Holy Father, the present Pope, is the last Pope of these Catholic times. Not the last Pope of all time.
No.
But the implication is that these Catholic times are coming to an end.
Yes.
And Catholic times meant a period of time, roughly since the year 400 AD, 325 to be exact, but 400 AD, when Catholicism grew to be very important and integral to Western civilization. In fact, it created a Western civilization.
Mm-hmm.
That period is coming to an end because this civilization is no longer Christian, and the church itself is being marginalized and sent into a new form of the catacombs. Now, the Pope was always first among equals, but he always had that little extra thing called the Petrine privilege. And that I think is going to stay.
Yes.
But a modified form of papal power is going to come through because of the fact that the political power, the socio-political power of the papacy is going to be diminished even further.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, you and I know, today it's a liability to be a Catholic.
Absolutely, yes. But of course, that would be a help with joining, having friends with the Orthodox.
It would, of course.
That's one difference.
It would, of course. Although that's a long way away to judge by the Orthodox. They don't want to hear or tell of it. Bartholomew of the Patriarch of Constantinople and Alexei of Moscow couldn't be more contemptuous. But the present Pope is almost groveling with them in the good sense of the word. But they sort of walk by and they sort of say, oh, no, you've got to change everything. We don't hear about the papacy. It's quite a distance away. Unless keeping our eyes in the skies, we see the sign and there's the Queen of Heaven comes. It's at that stage, at the age of 81 and my age of 76, we shouldn't really care about it, John, because I think that it may be after our time, darling. We'll be playing harps, looking down, I hope.
Dear lady, thank you. We've got to leave you.
Thank you. Bye-bye, and thank you, Doctor.
God bless you.
Take care. Before I forget it, before it gets away from me, you've got a lot of books out, latest being Windswept House.
That's right.
A double-day book. People can get that.
Any normal bookstore.
Any normal bookstore, huh?
And if they want to order it, they can order it at 1-800-323-9872.
Wait a minute.
1-800-72.
1-800-323?
9872.
9872. Now, everybody's going to be driving me crazy to have a way to contact you.
Well, I'll tell you, let them write to the following address, Art.
All right.
217 East 66th Street, New York, 10021.
All right, say it again slower.
217 East 66th Street,
right.
New York, 10021.
021.
That will get me.
If I can get it, they can get it. So they got it. All right. Wildcard line. You're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hi, Dr. Martin.
Yes,
my question is: Do you feel that the Ark of the Covenant is contained somewhere 7 miles beneath the Vatican?
Well,
has it been
I'll tell you,
out?
the Ark of the Covenant did disappear when Jerusalem was captured by the Romans in 132 A.D. Now, and it appears. There's an arch. The Romans had a habit when they had a big victory, they built an archway, and the Arch of Titus is in Rome, and on the Arch of Titus there is a picture, a drawing of the Ark of the Covenant. So far, so good. There is now a story, a legend, an idea, and in fact somebody has written a novel about it, that actually the Ark survived into Christian times and is now finally in the possession of the Vatican down in the secret archives. Now, I've never been through all the archives, but I know the Vatican very well. And if there was such a thing as the Ark of the Covenant there, I would know about it. I really would, because I was one of the privileged scholars of Judaism in the Vatican itself.
Yes.
So it is not there.
I don't think it is. And the Ark of the Covenant was made of wood anyway. And, of course, it can always last that amount of time. And it may well be there. There's another legend, or not legend, but a tradition which says that it was tied up and bound carefully and then buried beneath the Tiber itself. We don't know. I'll tell you one thing. If God wants us to find the Ark of the Covenant, we will find it.
Yes.
Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
But it probably did go to Rome if it's on the Arch of Titus. It's pictured there as amongst the spoils of war. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
Is this a false report that the Vatican is surrounded by Masonic lodges and the Vatican officials are actually controlled by the Freemasonry doctrine?
That is false. That is really false. It's no such thing. There are Masons. Members of the lodge are members of the Vatican. There's no doubt about that. Just as several bishops in the United States are Freemasons.
Doctor, let me ask you about something, and that is Egypt and the pyramids and the Sphinx.
Yes.
Many people feel we are on the verge of discovery with regard to chambers below the Sphinx.
Yes, I'm told this, yes. I don't know much about it because I remember climbing the Sphinx and climbing the pyramids and entering the pyramids, but I know nothing about the present excavations there.
What is your sense of those monuments?
They are marvelous monuments to the religious instinct of man. That the entire civilization of Pharaonic Egypt, which is a marvelous civilization, and started way back 3,000 years before Christ, by the way, contemporaneously with the Chinese civilization in 3,000, 4,000 BC, that could be built on the idea of death. Everything centers around dying and immortality in the Pharaonic religion. And it was an amazing achievement, and the Book of the Dead, one of their more famous books, is full of this very sublime truths. And they had a beautiful civilization. It also has its warts, as we say. It has its faults.
So they knew some things before they knew.
Exactly, they did. And there's some do you know that we have love stories and love letters from Pharaonic officials that would touch your heart today, and they were written before Abraham.
Wow.
Fantastic beauty. Fantastic beauty.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Yes, hello.
Hello, ma'am.
My name is Eugenia from St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes, ma'am. It's a lovely Greek name, Eugenia.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm Irish, and as a matter of fact, my father took our family on a 2-week trip to Ireland, and he died at the airport.
Oh, no.
Yes, but it was a big 12-hour delay, and he died after the 12 hours right there at the airport. And
Shannon Airport?
Yeah, and a priest was right there to give him a blessing and everything. So.
Well, ma'am, that's where God, from the time that he was conceived, that's where God destined him to die.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, I also believe in Garabandal.
Yes, ma'am.
And
so do I.
The warning and the miracle.
Yes.
The warning, I study about it, but I cannot quite figure out what it really is going to be.
Well, nobody can, but it's this. It's not a warning, really.
No.
There's no English word for it, but it's putting on notice. You know, when you say, I'll put you on notice that your rent will have to be paid by Monday or something. To put somebody on notice. That's what it means by the warning. It's avertimiento in Spanish and Italian. To avert, to alert, to put on notice. And it's a putting on notice that God exists. And the promise is that when that sign appears, it will be visible to every human being existing at that moment on this globe.
and that everybody will know their relationship to God. It doesn't mean they're going to believe in it.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they're going to be justified, that they will go to heaven if they die. No, it just means they will know exactly where they stand in their conscience.
So in other words, not to worry, you'll know it when you see it.
That's right.
The miracle. I would like to ask, could the miracle...
Miracle is something else. That's going to be a permanent sign.
Okay.
And
It wouldn't be the rapture, would it?
No.
You don't think
No,
that?
the rapture is something totally different.
And Fatima Lucia has even said that communism will eventually take over the whole world. It will be all over the whole world.
Well, no, she didn't say that. What she said was the errors of Marxism.
Oh.
The errors.
And she talked about an annihilation of nations.
Well, unfortunately, but truly, that is also predicted in the third secret of Fatima.
Oh.
Father, are we in this country making those errors now?
No, we're not. We're indulging in some of them. The main error was sheer materialism. The denial of the supernatural, denial of heaven, denial of sin, denial of evil, and the just living for this world. That was the main error. There also was the social error of Marxism, and we're not committing that yet anyway.
All right, good. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Hi, Dr. Martin.
Yes.
I believe you mentioned before the break that you did believe that the Earth would be hit by a comet or something like that.
Say that again?
That the Earth would not be hit by a comet, you would say.
Yes. I don't believe that God is going to destroy it with a comet like that. No.
Okay. My question is, in Revelations it states that the Earth would be impacted by a star and that a mountain would fall into the sea. I was wondering what your belief on those might be and
well,
if they might be associated with it.
That could happen. It wouldn't necessarily destroy the Earth as we know it. I think that several predictions, which I trust, but who am I? Several predictions I trust speak about a part of the continent being washed away by the sea, by a tsunami. And I don't like to think about that because of the people that would suffer and the loss of lives and the children and the animals and the destruction and the pain.
But it's within the realm.
It's within the realm, yes. It is within the realm.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Martin. Hi.
Yes, hello, Dr. Martin. This
hello.
is Hieronymus from Los Angeles.
Yes, sir.
Yes, could you speak specifically about the role that the Vatican is going to play in the emerging New World Order?
That's a very interesting question. It'll take a longer time than we have at our disposal, but the essentials can be said very briefly. The New World Order finally, essentially, and as it is now is and will be increasingly, is a new arrangement of global finances. And it's a new control and direction of the flow of capital and the flow of capital goods. Have you noticed, for instance, that Russia and China have both been invited by the President of the United States, President Clinton, to join the World Trade Organization. And both Russia and China have recently become members of the Bureau of International Settlements, which is in Basel, and which is in membership. Members are always just the heads of the central banks in every big industrial country. And in other words, the world, the church in Europe, based in Europe and spread all over the world, is going to be involved in an economic and a financial and a monetary and fiscal system where it has very little liberty. And therefore the ancient liberty of the Roman Church to finance itself, to have its own bank, and to have its own funds is going to be severely restricted. Number one. Number two, there are laws now, for instance, in the European Union, which is going to unite every nation from Galway Bay to Vladivostok in one union, monetary union as well as political union finally. They have laws that are strictly anti-Catholic. For instance, every constituent member of that union must have laws permitting abortion and financing it.
I see.
And they also want laws permitting homosexual marriages.
So from your assessment, is the New World Order a good or a bad thing?
I'll tell you, it's obviously a stage in the development of human civilization that we can't avert. We can't stop. Do you know what I mean? It's coming whether we like it or not.
If it's money, that aspect of it is very nearly in place already.
It is. That my point always, Art, is to say that don't speak about the coming New World Order. It is here.
It is here. If it's money, if it's finances, it's here now, and the political changes will follow on.
They will, and the pressure now is not from below. You see, up to this, in our century and previous to this, the pressure was from below, from nations rising up in revolutions and in popular uprisings. The pressure now is from on top, from those who guide the finances and say, look, in order to manage this financial system, which is now globalist and manages every country's finances, in order to do that, we have to have certain rules. Nation states and the idea of nationalist governments and local parliaments, that's all got to be diminished. We're going to have regional authorities.
And then ultimately global.
Obviously, Art. I mean, but John, this gentleman, it's not it's whether it's good or bad, it's here. You know?
Well, I think it's probably good and bad, like most everything else.
Like everything human, Art, it has its negative side.
Another place that I was blessed to visit was communist China. They're going through economic changes now that are astounding, even a little frightening, and inevitably, whether they like it or not, the political changes will follow. So you might mark that down as good, but then, of course, we can see many negative aspects of it.
That's right. But you see, it's a human situation. It's not paradisiacal.
Exactly. Yes. Father, we are at the end of yet another program. It just went by like that.
It went like a flash of lightning. It really did. And I want to thank you so much for having me on.
Well,
giving me that privilege. It is a privilege.
I want to be sure to be able to have you back on again.
Well, you can, Art. You can. Just call, establish it, and it will be done.
I shall do it, my friend.
And I want to thank you. And Art, I keep you in my prayers in a good, benign sense of the word. Not that I'm praying for you as a sinner. I'm praying for you as a brother and as a fellow traveler on this. You know, Christians used to speak about being in via, being on the road. And those who are dead are in termino, they've reached the end. But we are in via, you and I. And as long as we're associated, you have my blessing and my prayers and my goodwill.
Doctor, thank you.
God bless you, Art.
Good night. That's Dr. Malachi Martin. And obviously he will be back again. Thank you all very much. To obtain a copy of this program or any other program we do with a guest 24 hours a day, you may call 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night, all.